That's
Hey,
not what you do.
Jesse. I'm gonna make it real simple. I actually carry a crayon around in my car at all times for this very purpose. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna lick my crayon so that when I speak, you can understand the language. Okay, so hold on, let me lick it real quick. Lick, lick, lick. Okay, now that my voice is coming through in crayon, that's your demonstration. Explain it, please. Okay, the answer to explain your demonstration is not to say, "Oh, are you denying refraction? Oh, are you denying purple exists?"
Apparently, purple is not green in terms of physics.
Now you're
Refraction. And if we look in the infrared, and infrared refracts completely differently than normal visible spectrum of light, shouldn't the apparent location of the object change when you switch from visible to infrared? Uh, okay, so let's just go with tank full of sugar water. Not analogous to the Earth's conditions whatsoever. Dismissed. So now that we got that out of the way, what else is on the table?
Wabwa de la.
You know that they classify sugars' names by the way light rotates through the molecule? That's interesting. It's almost as if sugar it has a particular exaggerated effect, and there's no such particulate that exists in the ambient atmosphere. If different wavelengths of light refract at different rates, then that means they're not going to arrive at the focal plane where they should be relative to the position if they're being arced over by refraction, right? Where's any evidence of chromatic aberration? Where's the evidence of the consistency of seeing objects at range with visible light versus infrared, altering the location of the object back to where it should be in respect to the path that the light would be taking, since they refract at completely different rates? So is the less dense medium higher as you go or lower as you go? Higher as you go, right?
Roger. The higher you go, yeah.
So if the interface plane compared to a tangent, right, means that the more dense material is an arc relative to passing through an arc, wouldn't that make the light go up?
Things that make you go,
Yeah. Not to mention that you don't have a well-defined boundary, right? So you actually have near infinite path variability. So how are you going to determine whether it's going up or down? Man, all this because we just wanted Jesse to explain his demonstration, right? Oh, sure, no problem. What I did was I took some water and I put a particulate in there, let it radiate and striate into layers of density distribution, and then I shined a light through it. I mean, how hard was that? The only problem is in a fish tank on your table, the density distribution layers are effectively horizontal. So thanks for proving that horizontal striations can curve light. Good job. So I guess we live in a horizontal Earth, right? Oh, I got a question. How's the new Globe Gangsters server going? You guys getting your mana up over there? Checking in?
Yeah, I
Recharging the batteries?
stuck around for like a day. And I was like, yeah,
I
this is.
heard Bev was over there. I would have liked to have heard that.
Yeah, I thought about sticking around, because it's like another platform for Bev and stuff, but they just have this weird, creepy vibe over there.
Hold on, friends. We got a new contender, new idea. What if we take a boiling hot iron and then we put freezing cold gas on top of it, and then we pass light through that? That would prove the refraction we need, because we all know that the Earth is hotter than the surface of the sun, but when the air gets to your ankles, it's cryogenically freezing your kneecaps off. All right, I'm gonna go on mute and drive with serenity now. No Globers were harmed in the airing of this broadcast.
I tried to talk a little bit over there, but it was really cringe. And at some point, they wanted to present Donut Earth that apparently used all the flat Earth talking points, and one of them,
Donut?
yeah, like one of them was like somehow you can trust and you can't trust NASA at the same time. And I'm like saying, well, just use NASA's motto, like only trust God. Then it turned out that they didn't understand how that could be NASA's motto. I'm like, well, what's the motto of the federal government, the executive branch? They're like, well, in God we trust. And is NASA part of the executive branch? They're like, well, yes and no. I'm like, well, how do you get yes and no at exactly the same time? How can it be part of the federal government with the motto "In God We Trust" and also not part of the federal government with some other model. And then finally getting there, they're like, well, there you go. So I use like the executive branch is in charge of enforcing law, and they tell you anything you say can only be used against you. And they're like, well, that's not NASA. I'm like, why not? Does NASA have a police force? Back again, yes and no. They have a police force, but they don't enforce laws. I'm like, well, what do? They provide security by enforcing laws, right? And it was right back to yes and no. And I'm like, how about this? My take is in terms of all evidence presented by NASA, I follow the same baseline that they follow for me. Anything I say can only be used against me, will never be used for me. And the guys didn't know about this, about Miranda. I'm like, wow, your education level is very poor. That you know not keep your mouth shut. You do not talk to the police. So then they said that it's not only can be used against you, it's that anything you say can and will be used against you. So I was wrong for saying only. And I'm like, so on your globetard or your donut earth, you think that you would tell the police officer something and they show up on your day of court as a witness for the defense? And they're like, yes and no. I'm like, how do you keep, like, you've gone into so many contradictions just trying to steel man or straw man flat earth by saying it's actually donut earth that you are no longer able to function in like a society. That you be running around the cops, spilling your guts, thinking they're going to testify for you, like the police officer is going to testify on your behalf against the government. Like these guys are like they're so lost, they're so confused that nothing is ever understood. Like even basic stuff, like just basic ideas. Do not talk to the police. Do not trust the police. They are dumbfounded by that because they trust NASA. And NASA is part of the executive branch, the same branch of government that's law enforcement. So they have this contradiction where they want to trust everything NASA says. NASA is always above board, only doing science for the betterment of humanity. And they have the best SWAT team in the world.
Oh
And
yeah,
you can't talk to a police officer, but you can talk to a NASA police officer. Somehow NASA's police officers are different, which they never explain or take questions on. The problem is that they're fans. They just love this idea of space, and that's what you have to get to. You have to like,
it's a different security uniform. You know, like on Star Trek, they just got the spandex, but you still got security and stuff. It's just like so they come out in their pants and their jeans and their shirt. Oh, I'm the director. I'm the this. No, you're security for information. Yeah, those would be like the bodyguards or the cops of holding the right information. Like Neil deGrasse and all them, the actors and the directors and the guy that you come up and you ask him the question, right? And he says, "No, I don't know. You got to ask Bob." Well, I don't know. Ask Tom. Well, I don't know. Sue's somewhere. Ask her. Like, what? Huh? How are you the coordinating director of stuff if you can't even coordinate? Yeah, it's weird. They are the police. They police space and all the information from you from like so high up and beyond. That's that's their stuff.
Well, since there's a lull, I just want to say, hey, DMOC, missed ya. Good to hear your voice. I've been looking for insurance companies, and glad to hear that you're still around.
Gainesco is still going strong.
Gainesco! It will never, ever die off. It's always going to be Gainesco.
I mean, just listen to the name, Gainesco.
Okay, well, what if I missed DMOC? I haven't been around. I mean, I've just been in my server, which you're always welcome to. We still have your art gallery up, going strong. But I mean, what's been going on around here? It sounds like the same exact conversations that has been happening. Is like there anything new, any new evidence for the globe, anything like that?
There's nothing new under the sun. Nothing changes around here.
Yeah, it's the same.
Well, I came up with a couple new things myself just to throw at them, but that's just different. That's just me.
Tell me. I want to hear it. I want to hear it. What are they?
A Sharpie on the wall. So, like,
What does that mean?
Well, if flat Earth elevation is a horizontal line for you and me and everyone, like Australia, Africa, Canada, America, Russia, like it's the same 2 inches off the ground for us. It doesn't go below or above itself. Horizontal line, right? Now, for a glober would have to go up to that horizontal line. Anyone they draw on their wall, it could be 12 inches, it could be 3 foot, whatever. And at the end of that horizontal line, that's our elevation. You know, that represents all of flat Earth elevation. You don't need any more. It's the horizontal reference frame. So show us how the globe works, how globe elevation or the globe curve looks compared to that horizontal line with the Sharpie. So say the horizontal line's 1 inch away from another horizontal. The first horizontal line would represent 0. You have another horizontal up 1 inch. Show us how 1 inch drops below itself on a globe, or start at 2 foot, start at 10 foot. You see what I'm saying? Because on the globe, 10 foot drops below.
Yeah, it's kind of like Sky Free. You mean like even how Sky Free does? Like Sky Free is such a good YouTube channel. They do it all in like miniature status, like at a lake or a pond, and they can show every observation. You know what I mean? That happens where people are like, "Oh, it's a globe," because this is happening. You know, by these observations, but it's
this one puts it on the wall.
Yeah,
this one they have to take a Sharpie and go right up to the wall and show us humanly, physically, in reality, how their globe elevation is live, how it actually looks. How could they ever use that for anything?
I'm not entirely sure what you're saying. You're saying go draw a line on a wall, and
yeah, horizontal line on the wall.
Like it'll be the same size from the floor, and you're wanting us to draw a line that's curved.
I didn't say anything like that. I didn't say anything like that.
Well, I'm honestly trying to understand what you're saying. Like, what are you talking about drawing a line on a wall?
Yeah, a ruler. You get a ruler and you put it somewhere on your wall, say 5 foot high. That ruler is 5 foot high everywhere on flat Earth. It doesn't drop below itself. You understand?
Well, you know that.
You understand what I just said?
Yeah, no, I do. Like it's going to be the same height everywhere.
The horizontal line doesn't drop below itself. Do you understand that?
Well, I understand you're saying that.
Well, that's 5 foot. Yeah, that's how it works, stupid.
Wait, hold on. Did he just say I understand you're saying that? So if you put a line on a wall and another line underneath it, you're saying that those lines will drop beneath each other? Or is he just saying that?
I'm trying to. What do you mean?
What do you mean they not go below?
What do you mean they will drop beneath each other?
There is no they yet. There's only one horizontal line that represents flat Earth elevation.
Just said that if you
listen to what I'm saying, stay on fucking track, bro. Please, please, for the love of God.
I'm trying, but y'all got to say stuff that makes some sense.
Yeah, you got to shut up and listen, because you're clearly hearing yourself. Horizontal line.
I'm barely talking, dude. I'm only asking you.
You're talking over me.
Like, don't
just
blame
let him talk.
for the failures.
Hyde, let him talk. Let him finish, and then you can say your piece.
I
Go
am
ahead.
letting him talk. What do you mean?
Yeah, by
You're not.
opening your
Even
mouth.
with me, you just interrupted me while I was asking you to let him talk. You were interrupted. Just let him talk. And then once he's done, then you'll
I was
see.
responding to your question about the two lines being on the wall, and
All
then
right,
he
all right.
interrupted that
Okay,
question and decided to
everybody,
answer it
time
first.
off for a bit here. We got to take control
And
of
now
this.
I'm
Okay?
being interrupted. I'm done.
Let's get back to having a
I'm
conversation.
done.
We don't need to be talking on top of each other. We can have a this person talks and then a that person talks.
I mean, no offense, but I was literally in the middle of talking when you started with your don't interrupt people thing.
Yeah, we were too. How does it feel? So now let's
No,
get back to
you
zero.
weren't.
We're
I
all
was
even now.
literally
Can you
trying
stop
to answer
talking over
her
me?
question. I was
Bro,
trying to answer her
hello.
question, and you interrupted me during
What
that answer.
the fuck?
And then y'all
We
bitch
don't need to
about
have a
me.
conversation. We don't need to have a conversation about people interrupting. Just let one person and then the next person. DMOC, go ahead.
Okay. I'm trying to get control of this so that we can have a conversation. I will unmute you in a sec, but we don't need the talking over top. If I need to, I will put all of you on mute and unmute you one at a time. But I don't want to do that. I've got other things to do. I would much rather listen to the conversation. So can we please have it back and forth and have a civil conversation and let each person finish their point? Okay, please.
So a horizontal line is just the only one you need. You need one horizontal line. You pick where to put it on your wall. You can pick any height, 5 foot, whatever. I just used 5 foot. So if you place that horizontal line on the wall, that's all you need for flat earth elevation. That's a guarantee. That's no guess. That's no joke. Now, the globe elevation would be something different than that. On flat earth, we have one elevation. That's a guarantee here. That horizontal line represents that wherever you put it. How many ever feet off the ground? Now, next to that horizontal line that represents flat earth elevation everywhere, right? Now show us how your curve elevation drops below that, right?
I still don't know what you're saying. Am I allowed to ask questions yet?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So you're going to take a Sharpie marker. You're going to walk up to a wall. You're going to measure 5 feet high, and you're going to use a
No,
ruler to square. No, you're not going to put a line at 5 feet.
you're going to. You're going to. The line represents my elevation. You're done with my elevation. I've proven mine. That's flat earth elevation. Now
You
you'll
haven't
need to
proven
Sharpie.
anything. I'm
You'll need to.
asking
No,
you.
yes, I have. It's on the
Oh,
wall.
for
The
fucking
horizontal
Christ
line,
almighty.
dummy. Dumbo.
Thank you
Fucking
for
horizontal
interrupting me again and not allowing me to speak. I'm sure somehow it's my fault.
Well, no, because you're supposed to
Somehow you
ask a
haven't shut
question.
the fuck up and you keep saying the wrong
I
thing.
wasn't even allowed to fucking finish.
You,
I
you,
sat there quietly and let you finish.
You're
you gotta,
telling me what I'm going to do. I asked you to do
I'm
this, you
telling
dumbass.
you that you just keep interrupting
You're going to
me.
do
And when
it.
I say you, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about an individual.
you
So
gotta,
can you just get up on the wall and draw your fucking globe curve out? Slow guy.
You know what the fuck you're talking about because you won't answer the goddamn question. You won't even let me fucking
Earth
finish. How am I
curve.
fucking... Huh?
How are you?
Okay, I put DMOC on mute there for a bit. Hyde, do you want to make your point or ask your question
I
in
don't...
form while no
Yeah,
one's
yeah,
talking?
yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
go
that's
ahead
what I
and
did.
ask your question or make your point, and I'll let you have the floor. Okay.
All right. So a person is going to walk up to a wall. They're going to pull out a tape measure, measure 5 feet, right? And they're going to draw a line there. You're telling me that that measurement, now we know that hills exist in this world. We know that valleys exist in this world. That measurement is going to be 5 feet all across the world. Is that what you're saying?
It's exactly what I said. A horizontal line. Yes, sir.
So how is that measurement going to be 5 feet? You mean it's going to be 5 feet from the ground? Like if you took the distance between that line and between the ground and just moved it to somewhere that was clearly lower than the house that you're in.
We just need to see what globe elevation looks like next to my horizontal reference frame. Do you
I'm not
understand?
sure what you mean by globe elevation. I'm
Me
not even sure
either.
what we're
No one
discussing with
is.
this line yet.
No human is sure what globe elevation looks like. No human can draw it out. No human will go up to the wall with their Sharpie and say, "Hey, Democ, this is 5 foot, 5 foot, 5 foot, 5 foot with each dot," and drop below itself to show me what a globe would act like.
How many cigarettes have you smoked?
I don't know how many coffee-filled ashtrays have you eaten.
I've smoked. No, I'm genuinely curious because I've smoked a lot of cigarettes.
I don't
sound
smoke
like
cigarettes.
Dang, you just have a gnarly voice.
And
Then
voice.
that's a good voice.
I'm curious how you got a girl's voice. What'd
I
you
have a
drink?
girl's voice. Okay.
Yeah, little girl.
I wasn't trying to be mean, dude.
Well, I wasn't trying to be nice.
Yes, you were. You were definitely trying to be mean. Don't play it off. Come on.
I wasn't, but I don't know who said
So
that.
anyway,
But
flower
okay.
Yeah, this
girl.
dude does sound a little fruity.
I think he just
we have
insulted
a
you too.
horizontal line on the wall. Do you know how to put the Sharpie there and show us what 10 foot looks like dropping below itself on a fucking globe?
Dude, I'm about 3 dabs deep. I'm gonna need you to explain what you all were talking about before I
When
come.
you
Yeah,
say,
you guys need
dude,
people to
when you
explain the
say,
alphabet.
do you know how to put a
No.
10-foot line
You're
that
not
drops
talking
below
alphabet
itself?
either.
Are you
This
talking
guy's trying
about
to
a
talk to
line
you.
that's an arc?
He's not talking to you, drinker.
I know, that's what
A
I'm saying. He's trying to
horizontal
talk to this guy.
Oh,
A
he's talking to
horizontal
you.
line on the wall shouldn't be hard to understand. Now show
Well, a
us your
horizontal line can't display the globe
horizontal.
properly because a
Well, the
horizontal
globe
line
curve
doesn't have a
isn't
curve
there
in
on
it.
the wall, is it? Where's the curve at? That's what we're looking for, Hyde. Quit hiding it from us, you sneaky motherfucker.
Is someone giving birth behind you? What the fuck is that sound?
I don't know.
It's the sound of no curve being drawn out. How does globe elevation work on the wall?
What the fuck, dude?
Are you asking how to draw a circle on a wall?
Bro doesn't know how to draw. Bro is actually 4.
No, I don't know how to draw globe elevation. You guys would get a
What?
Nobel Peace
Okay,
Prize if you
I need
could.
you to define globe
Protractor on
elevation
Amazon.
for me.
You need me to define your globe?
Bro,
That'd be
how
hard.
is
Well,
there
you
actual
say my
models of
globe,
the
but I've
globe
never
and you
claimed that
can
I
draw
believe
globe
in a globe
elevation?
Earth.
I can't define your religion, and you're both talking over each other.
I've never claimed that I believe in a globe Earth. You are saying that. I simply asked you to explain your line experiment.
I have 4 times. If you weren't a retarded motherfucker, you'd already
No,
understand.
dude, all you said was go measure 5 feet and draw a line. And that's the same elevation everywhere. It doesn't matter if I
You're
go
a
to the
fucking
top of a
retard, dude.
mountain.
Who are you talking to, motherfucker? I didn't finish my
I'm
sentence.
talking to you.
No, you're not. You're talking to yourself.
I'm clearly talking to you.
Listen, dude, it's easy, right? Right? So, like, put a dot on the wall, right? Okay. Demox put a dot on the wall. And now he wants the next dot to be in line with the curvature of the Earth and at, like, let's say 1 centimeter, right? You're going to go up and you're going to put the dot that follows the curve next to his dot, 1 centimeter apart.
Yeah, and we'll just keep going with it. We'll just put 1,000 dots. So somebody can actually know what the Earth curve looks like.
Oh. And eventually, you will have like 1,000 dots on this wall, each of them being 5 foot off of the ground. But one end of the line of dots will be lower than the other line of dots because it's arcing.
That's the ground eventually. Yes, sir. That's all I'm looking for. The Earth curve, how any human can survey it, measure it, build to it, do anything on it, know what it looks like, have the physical attribute of a tracing, a curve. You understand, brother? This can't be that hard.
I'm just stuck on wondering how you think drawing a 5-foot line, a line 5 foot high on a wall, is going to be the same elevation everywhere.
I think you're fucking retarded.
Even flat Earth doesn't go along with that.
You should stop talking. You're retarded.
Why?
It will be if it's above. It will be if it's above sea level, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about 5 feet from the ground, sure. But he's saying elevation. It's definitely not going to be 5 feet in
Talking
elevation.
about 5 feet from the ocean. If it's on the ground, and you could be on a mountain. If you're doing 5 foot in a bedroom, when you're living on a mountain versus 5 feet on the ground, of course it's going to be different. He's talking about sea level. It would all be the same if it was sea level,
Okay,
right?
well,
Like
he
if we're
didn't
at
say
sea
that.
level and then 5 feet above the ground, it would all be the same thing. Now he's also talking about being in a bedroom, putting something about 5 foot, and what he spoke about earlier was like having that go under. It wouldn't.
No, it's the globe elevation should. The globe elevation should drop
Yeah,
below
that's what I
itself.
mean. It should drop
Yes.
below itself. Exactly. Yeah.
Yes. But a flat Earth's elevation does not drop below itself. It can. It
Well,
can. That's our
And that
proof
doesn't
of
matter
I
flat
if
think
you're
Earth.
on,
what the
and that doesn't
problem
matter.
is.
Wait, hold on, listen, Hyde. This is what he's talking about. It doesn't matter if you're on a mountain and you draw that line and then you go far away and you go so far away that that 5 foot on that mountain would drop below. It just wouldn't unless it's due to visual, something getting farther away from itself that it
Making it
would
up.
finally
Imagining
disappear.
it. Imagining it is the only way you can get it.
Oh, wait. So you're saying that if I went,
Yeah.
okay, if I went and took a spray paint can to the side of a building, it is the only building in the area, and I make a mark fucking 10 feet high on that, you're saying it won't drop below the horizon?
The only
Yes.
time it
Ever.
would is when, well, no, that's not true because the only time it would happen is when you get far enough away that it
No, that
does
you're imagining
appear.
it. No,
And that's what I
stop.
mean.
That's what,
It
no,
appears.
stop.
No, no, no. Let me
Holy
finish. I said it
motherfucker.
appears to drop below.
Stop
It will
fucking bringing
appear
appears
to.
into it. Fuck what appears. That's why I said we can do it up close on the wall. I don't give a fuck what appears to some other guy. So if the guy away from you 10 miles away can look at you and wave his hand and he can appear you to fucking do that, that's great. Still make the mark on the wall. I want to see it up close. Appearances are imagination. Fuck that. Trying to take the imagination out of it. I'm sorry.
No, I hear what you're saying, Demont, because even like a tree that, is in front of you, you can drive away and all of a sudden it's not even that far. It wouldn't even associate with Earth curvature on their, metrics of how the Earth curve is supposed to work. That tree will look as if it is gone like below, but it hasn't. So that's what I'm saying. There's an optical illusion. It hasn't actually done it. You can get a zoom camera and zoom back into it and then see it again. And we just don't have optics enough to be able to see super, super, super far, but we're getting closer and closer to it every single day. So that's the only reason why I brought up here.
This is a moment of silence for the globe model.
Oh, I thought it was a moment of silence for the flat Earth.
Of course you did.
I
Of course
just
still
you
don't.
wonder
sugar on
why.
it.
Has anybody seen Sirius from Australia yet?
Has anybody seen the curvature from any altitude yet?
I mean, I'm just wondering because, like, I like looking at a lot of the different models that people come up with, mainly because I'm just a big fan of maps and physics. But that's one thing that's always confused me. Like there seems to be a lot of people who like flat Earth or believe in it, whatever you want to call it. And it's one thing that's always really got me that like you should be able to see all the stars from everywhere, right? Like on a flat Earth, because I mean, well, I guess maybe not the stars that were technically underneath the flat Earth, but anything that's visible from Australia should be visible from Russia. Let's put it that way, right?
But
So,
you think light forever? You think you can see forever?
do I think I can see forever? No.
So there's your explanation. Light
Well,
attenuation.
I mean, if you're looking at a star that's like shit, I don't know, 2 billion miles away, I don't think an extra 2,000 miles is gonna like make it to where you can't see it. You know?
Yeah,
How did you
because
measure that distance to the star? How did you measure the distance to the star?
I didn't measure the distance. I made up some bullshit numbers because I don't know how far away Sirius is, but I can go look it up.
well, how did they figure it out?
Well,
Well, I don't know, but I mean, it really doesn't matter how they figured it out. If you are on a flat plane, you should all be able to see the same stuff above you.
Well, they
Know
should
that
have figured it out. Would have been
people
a
that live
method
in
and
different
process.
areas People that
Huh?
live in different areas over the earth see different constellations over their head. You know that, right? And you know, with celestial navigation,
I do.
you're going to find the ground position of a star. So there's an actual place below the star on the surface of the earth where that star is above it at a particular point in time. The stars move. So therefore, well,
Mhm.
you're not going to see the same stuff in every place.
Yeah, no, you should though. I mean, you might not see it all at the
Why
same
should you?
time.
Why should you?
Well, because the only reason you don't see some things is because you can't see them. There's something blocking your
Right.
way.
So, do you know the
Like there's never,
definition
yeah,
of
I've
do you
never
know the
seen
definition of the
anyone take a
equator?
picture of the dog star from Australia.
Okay, do you know the definition of the equator?
Uh, okay, you go ahead and you tell me.
It's the minimum angle to Polaris. It's a flat Earth measurement. You've backed away from Polaris, the North Star, so far that it's down on the horizon. It's just right there, right at 90, right at 0 degrees. It's right on the horizon. That's the equator.
So, are you saying that you can only see? Why would the North Star go to the horizon if you're on a flat plane? If it's the North Star?
Why is it you
Because
have
it has a
frequent?
ground position over the north, and when you move away from it, you're moving
Well,
away from the ground position, and then
no,
perspective takes hold, and then the star moves down with perspective as you move away from it. Just like a building, you move away from a tall building that you're standing 5 feet away from with your head kinked back so you can see the top of the building. Then you walk back a few blocks and you can see the whole building, no problem. You don't have to lift your head up.
yeah, but that's just a change of perspective. That's not something moving
Yeah,
out of
it's
sight.
just that simple. It's just that simple.
So, from what you said a minute ago, is that if you backed away, that the North Star Polaris would come down to the horizon, right?
Yeah,
How is
correct.
there a
Yeah.
horizon on a flat plane?
How can
Yeah.
you have a horizon on a ball? How do you have a straight line on a ball?
Easily, easily. You easily have a horizon on a ball, but you don't have, I mean, like, you'll see the end of something, but, like, it's not going to disappear. It just gets smaller the further you walk away, right? But it's not going to change positions in the sky. It's going to be in the same position.
It has an apparent position in the sky. As you walk away from Polaris, it moves lower and lower until you make your way to the equator and it'll be on the horizon.
Which tells you that, like, That does not tell you that it's a flat
Tells
Earth,
you that
though.
you're
That tells you
at
the
the
opposite.
equator.
Yeah,
No,
because you don't have
it's
a
a flat Earth
horizon on a
measurement.
flat plane.
You can't get an angle
What do
from
you
a
mean it's
ball.
a flat
You
Earth measurement? What does that mean?
you can't get an angle from a curve. Okay? You can't do it.
What angle are we talking about? What do you mean a flat Earth measurement?
Latitude lines. You know about those, okay? That's another flat Earth thing. That's the angle to Polaris. The elevation angle of
Why do you
Polaris gives
think
you
that
your latitude.
Why do you think longitude and latitude lines are specifically flat Earth?
Because they're angle measurements to stars and to the sun. Angle measurements to stars and to the sun, and you can't get an angle measurement from a curve, only from a flat plane.
It's a grid pattern that has been fit onto a ball. It's not an angle measurement.
Yeah, exactly. That's where the globe measurements came from. That's where they created the globe, from flat Earth measurements. They had to measure it flat first, and then they built a globe.
Using math.
What?
Yeah, he showed me in his phone where he called James Lee. Like, this is where I told him that the pack just come in. Like, that don't tell me nothing. I just.
Was that you, Tactical Droid? I couldn't hear anything you were saying there.
No, I realized my earbuds were picking up my coworkers, so I just muted because it wasn't silent anymore.
Is he hot micing?
That might be the case. I can't make it out.
I said I was hot micing, and I realized it was no longer quiet, so I muted.
Plumbob, could I ask you a question?
Sure, I'll see if I can answer it.
If I took 2 basketballs and set them on my desk, and then set a level on there and an inclinometer, could I measure the angle difference between the tops of the 2 balls?
I have no idea what you're capable of, and I don't know why you want to do that, but I suppose you can do it if you want to. I'm not interested in doing that myself.
But wouldn't that be measuring the angle to the tangent point on a curve?
You can measure an angle to a curve. You cannot measure an angle from a curve. If one of the lines of your angles is curved, you don't have an angle.
Oh, so if I was above the surface of, say, a globe, I could measure the angle to, say, the horizon line, the tangent point, right?
So if you're going to do celestial navigation, you're going to use the horizon, and you need to understand that you could have a measurement that will extend horizontally 5,440 miles, nautical miles.
But on a globe, the celestial navigator would just measure the angle to basically the tangent point to the surface, right?
No, you're going to reference it to the ground. You're trying to measure the Earth. You're trying to figure out where you are so that you can get to where you want to go. But you need to find your location first. And you're going to do so by referencing the flat Earth.
We know where the location is, though.
If you're out on the water and you've been sailing for a few days and the clouds have just disappeared so that you can see the sky and you want to know where you are, you're going to figure it out.
There's not much to figure out, though.
You need to figure out your location.
We know where we are. We know where we're going. We're going to save.
If
we're
you're
going
out
to
on the
save
water,
Rome from the bastard invaders in Gaul. They have come to take our homeland. Now will you sit there?
That was actually funny.
That's weird.
But if in another, let's say there was another universe and there was a globe, a celestial navigator on that globe would measure the angle to the tangent point on the surface of that sphere when they were using their sextant, right?
So if you're going to introduce a tangent angle, then you're just presuming that you're going to use the Earth flat without actually using it flat. You're doing the same thing. You're putting in a flat level line so that you can take your sextants and level it so that you can get your elevation angles to the stars so that you can figure out your position. And you're going to do so on a flat plane because in reality, you're going to take a chart and you're going to figure out the ground positions that you came up with by measuring, say, 3 different stars. And then you're going to draw 3 circles of equal altitude. And where those circles intercept is where you are. And you're going to do so on a flat plane.
Is it true that that when they're using a non-bubble sextant, like a regular marine sextant, mariner's sextant, that they apply something called dip correction?
Yeah, hang on just one sec here, okay?
Sure.
Yeah, do you know what dip correction is for?
Well, I know it's 0.97 times the square root of the observer height, but does
Do you know what you're doing? Do you know why you're doing it?
well, I mean, I think I do, but it's not what you're going to tell me. So do tell me why you think you're doing it.
It's to place you on the surface of the Earth. Okay, you're going to when you're on your boat, you actually figure out your dip correction before you leave port. Okay, if you're going to take all your measurements, say from the crow's nest, for example, so you're going to go up to the crow's nest, you're going to figure out how high you are above the surface of the water, and that's what you're going to use for your dip correction information. It's that height that you're interested in, because you need to make an adjustment so that you place yourself on the surface of the Earth that you're measuring.
That makes sense. So if you're using a bubble sextant, then you wouldn't need to use the dip correction.
No, and that's fine. If you use a bubble sextant, maybe you're in an airplane. You could use it in an airplane. You'll get the same angle to the celestial bodies, whether you're 1,000 feet in the air or you're 5 feet in the air or on the ground itself. You're going to get the same angle to the celestial body. Okay, that's the neat thing about celestial navigation. And if you use a bubble sextant, you're going to assume a horizontal plane up there in the sky, in the airplane, for example. And that horizontal plane is parallel with the surface of the Earth. And that's why you can still use the ground positions.
So does this mean that for some reason, as we gain elevation, the angle to the horizon drops off at a certain rate? And is that what the 0.97 times the square root of the height is for?
Yeah, it has to do with your height above sea level. Now, if you're in an airplane and you're going to use a bubble sextant, then you don't need to do the dip correction, okay? You're just going to use a horizontal plane. But the horizontal plane is parallel to the surface of Earth. So when you get a ground position from one of the stars or 3 of the stars that you're going to use to figure out your location, you can place them on the Earth because it's parallel. Your plane is parallel with the Earth, so you can put it right on the Earth.
Yeah, I tagged you with a diagram in the side chat if you're able to look, but not if you're driving. What are your thoughts on why the angles that the dip correction formula gives are exactly what we would expect on a sphere?
Because it's amazing how all of this stuff has been back engineered. globe measurements, supposed globe measurements, and they all come from just angle measurements off of a flat plane. And it's, I don't know enough to explain this, but I do know people that do, and I will try to get more information so I can explain this better to you.
Oh, thank you. And also, do you know of any way that I can? Because I mean, the fact is, as we go up in elevation and measure the angle to the apparent horizon line, the angle does drop, and it does match what we find, like if we do it on a small scale with a ball. Is there any way I can recreate that with a flat surface?
Uh, I mean, if you see what you see now, you're doing it on a flat surface. So whatever's happening now is happening.
But I mean, in a controlled environment where I know, because you and I might not agree on the flatness of a lake, but we. I'm asking, is there a way I can recreate this on a flat surface where we both agree it's flat, like a countertop or something?
I don't know. I suppose maybe. Never thought of it.
Yeah, because if it's just a property of reality that um, a flat surface creates an apparent horizon line that drops with elevation as if it was a ball, then we should be able to recreate it on a small scale. Anyway, something very interesting to find out. Thank you.
No one talking? What's going on? This room's massive.
We were just having a mutual moment of silence for each side of the discussion.
Oh, okay. We're all agreed that the Earth's flat then, yeah?
I don't think it's unanimous just yet.
So, what are we talking about?
What do you want to talk about?
Ooh, that's a good question. Hold up. I'm going to find something new. This is more of a question than an assertion. How does the flat Earth model, if there is one, explain time zones?
Measured by the sun.
Do you have a diagram or anything I could see? Because I have a hard time wrapping my head around that.
The sun goes
Or
around.
they had a convention in like 1878, and then they just decided to have time zones so that trains could arrive at the place at the right time.
I have a better question.
You never heard of that meeting in 1878, the Standard Act?
Where do time zones derive from? Like, where do you think the math comes from?
Comes from the sun. Okay, when they divided the Earth up into 360-degree circle. Okay, that's got your lines of longitude, and those are 15 degrees apart. There's 24 of them. There's your 24-hour time zones. When the sun is in one of those time zones and it is at 90 degrees to the ground, that's that time zone. And sorry, I'll be right back. I just have to go outside and deal with someone. I'll be right back.
Oops, someone's about to get shot in the face.
But yeah, it's
In October 1884, the International Meridian Conference was held in Washington, D.C. They determined a prime meridian international use to establish mean time in the world. So man-made time zones, there's not 24 time zones as you would assume.
I mean,
21 times zones.
obviously the numbers are not real. Numbers have always just been a way of quantifying things and calculating things. They are man-made, but they are real.
Depends on what level that you're asking the question, though, right? Because China has one time zone, where other countries would have, say, 5 or 6. So, at the political level, they are entirely based on what the government choose.
That's true. Yeah, I was reading a bit about that.
Yeah. So that's just something.
Was your question specifically about the political boundary time zones, or more specifically, why is it not solar noon at the same time for everybody on the whole Earth?
My question was primarily if the sun is traveling over the surface of a flat Earth, how does it follow this pattern where, like, the parts that are day and the parts that are night are night?
Well, it goes in a circle over the equator, basically. And
Interesting.
where you're close to it, you see it, and if you're too far from it, then you don't see it.
What is the equator on the flat Earth? Like, what would that look like?
It's just the mean path of the sun takes, because it goes inboard and then outboard depending on the summer or the winter. But the average position, the middle is the equator.
Wow. Cool.
Jesse, I've got bad news for you. We're actually going to program like a flat Earth AI, and that's going to handle these questions in future. So you're not going to be able to do that anymore.
Oh, I'll have to go back to peddling my globe evidence.
Well, peddling your globe, yeah.
What I did is I took some pedals off of a bicycle and I put them on my globe so I can just keep it spinning.
Yeah, fair play. That was actually funny. Well done. On the topic of humor, why do you suppose it is that globe earthers have such cringy memes most of the time? The only good globe earth meme that I've actually seen is the one with Iron Man, you know, where he's hammering his balls, and it says "flat earthers when they find out their balls are round." That's genuinely, from a flat Earth perspective, that is a funny meme. I don't know why globe Earth memes are always so cringe, other than that one.
I don't know why people are arguing with memes at all. I feel like that's kind of dumb.
No, they're not. Memes aren't a way to argue most of the time. I mean, sometimes I suppose memes can be informational, but most of the time they're just ways of taking the mick out of other people, right? And
Yeah,
so
Jank Botito.
but it's
Well,
just
saying that the memes are bad, saying that memes are not good between globe Earth and flat Earth discussions, that's like heresy, and you should be kind of like seized on the spot.
What?
Seize him.
So stupid, bro.
Seize him. No. I think flat Earth memes are actually quite good generally. Some are cringe as well, to be fair. But that's globe Earth memes are cringe 99% of the time. I just wanted to get Jesse's opinion on why that is.
Oh, my opinion. I don't know. I think Globers mostly picture themselves as being more evidence-based rather than emotion-based, and memes usually appeal to emotion, so it's still an interesting question. You'd think some of them would try to make them and make good ones, but they just don't seem to, do they?
I think
Yeah.
being a globe earther is not exactly part of someone's personality that they would really talk about. Like, if I were not in this voice channel, I would never say, hey, I believe the earth is round, because, like, the average person will. More than the average person, the vast majority. So, like, the flat earther memes exist, and they're probably better because it's people individually with this really big part of their personality trying to defend themselves. We have no reason to.
Yeah, but then I can take the converse position and say that there's a lot more people able to make those memes, and so people like Jesse who are fairly dedicated to this discussion as a glober, that community should be able to come up with some sort of. Because I mean, just want to be really clear about this. Memes aren't a way of winning an intellectual argument. They're just humor. They're color. They add maybe some context, a bit of information, but they're not the way to win like an argument or a debate. And so there is a dedicated kind of globe Earth debate forum of people, and they don't seem to have come up with very good memes. I don't know why that is. Anyway, we can move on if you guys don't.
Is there some independent way to judge if a meme is good or not good, or is it just your personal taste?
Well, we're talking about the whether a meme is funny or not, right? I think the best, I mean, the best judge of whether something's funny or not is if it makes you laugh. Obviously, I can't speak to anyone
So it's
else.
just your taste then.
Yeah, but
Just
humor
your
isn't purely individual as you're heavily implying.
not purely, but highly.
Yeah, I can already see where you're going with this. You're trying to gaslight me into thinking that I'm the only one who finds them funny, which is very
No, no,
disingenuous.
I'm not
I
saying you're the
typically don't
only
find them
one.
funny.
I'm just
It's quite clearly what you're doing. I've spoken to plenty
no.
of people.
Wait, on a different note, I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt anyone. I
No,
found
go
like a
ahead.
GIF. I'm curious on what you think about it, because like I think that's what you're trying to get at.
What,
Maybe?
as in what Jesse was saying?
Yeah, what Jesse was saying.
Yeah, I mean it's very basic and it's obviously not fully accurate, but it's a decent representation, I guess.
So why does the moon have different cycles if it's always facing the sun like that?
So I was reading the thing Jesse posted. Say again.
So why does the moon have different phases and cycles if it is always like that? And what defines a month if it's always like this?
The moon doesn't have
Because
different
under
phases.
that, it kind of looks like the moon and the sun are traveling 24 hours. The moon takes a month.
Yeah, no, the moon doesn't have different faces. I don't know why you think that. We only ever see one
Different
face.
parts of it are being lit up. That's what I mean.
Oh yeah, okay,
And that's
fine.
observable, like super easily as well.
Yeah, no, but you're not seeing the lit face all the time. All you're seeing is a specific face, which is partially or fully lit, depending
Yeah,
on the
I
time.
mean, but under this, the same thing is facing the Earth, but the moon's orientation relative to the sun is always the same. It would always be half lit. And also, judging on this, like how the sun is only lighting up that small area, it wouldn't be lit at all because, like, the sun's light wouldn't even reach it.
Yeah, I need to be, dude. Don't gish gallop, please. If you're going to make a statement, I would like to reply to that statement. It's not necessarily true that the moon is lit up by the sun, and so what you're yeah, you can laugh if you want, but that's it's not a refutation, is it?
I'm just trying to figure out what else could do it. Do you have any ideas?
Well, you've made 3 or 4 statements, and then you've talked through my reply to one of the 4 statements. I don't know how you think you're going to have a conversation with me.
Okay, go on.
Right.
I
So
thought they don't know.
why am I being talked over again? Just wait until I'm done. So it's not necessarily true that the moon is being lit up by the sun. And so given that I reject your premise, the conclusions from that premise aren't necessarily accurate either. Does that make sense? It's also important to note that the sun and the moon over a flat Earth wouldn't travel at the same speed in terms of their revolution of, say, the equator or whatever. And so there would be times when the sun has a different orientation. In fact, the sun's orientation with regards to the moon would change constantly.
Okay. Do you want to talk about the other two, or do you just want to leave it at that?
I mean, the other two were relying on the first premise being true, which I refuted, right? So
Okay.
we can. I don't know where you want to go.
I suppose. So I feel like the first premise would probably be the most logical thing to talk about. The moon is not lit up by the sun.
Yeah.
And this is, again, genuine curiosity. What else would be lighting up the moon?
Well, I have absolutely no idea. Don't know what the moon is.
I would like to say that when you zoom in on the moon's surface, it does look like kind of a rough surface that is being lit from the side, whichever direction the sun is. I'll put a 4K video I took with my P1000. There we go. So if we're to trust our eyes, it's something that's lit from a direction that the sun is at.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is a great example. It is being lit from our perspective. It is being lit from the side in this video. You're right, because it's half lit.
And
That's
you can
not what this is. You guys know about the Moon Terminator illusion?
Yes, I've debunked that.
Okay, so how did you debunk that?
I took a rope and stretched it tight so that it passed in front of the moon and in front of the sun, and the terminator line was at right angles to the rope.
Yeah, so that just proves that at that time they were in line.
Well, no, they were both not too far above the horizon.
At that time.
I'll drop the video. So you're saying that if I had done it at a different time, the moon terminator line would not have been perpendicular to the rope going through the sun?
Possibly. Depends when you do it.
But do you have any evidence of that?
I mean, Vsauce did a whole video on it explaining it. I thought it was
Oh,
fairly
do link it, because I've not ever seen any evidence where someone actually held up a straight line between the sun and the moon and showed that the terminator line was not perpendicular to the rope.
Oh yeah, they've got a whole Cope video based on this. So yeah. Have fun with that.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about, Willis?
Your microphone's really good. I like it.
Aren't you guys talking to a new guy?
AI Lord's not a new guy. He's a cool guy, but he's not a new guy.
You're not a new guy?
Oh, am I the new guy? Yeah, they've been real good to me.
Oh, that's not you, the new guy. That's another new guy.
Gemsy, Jesse as a Glober sees him.
How dare he?
If you really want to know how everything works, then you can ask Johnny B, because nobody in the world knows better about what is.
Yep. All right, no problem. Johnny B, you got your 5 minutes of drunken ramble starting now. Go ahead.
Yeah.
How are you doing, Johnny?
Well, let me just get my Let me just get my.
There's no. I don't have to give any details. I don't have to make any arguments, big arguments. But I can point out. I can give you a hint, or you can just tell you. And the Earth is special flat. Oh, because of elevation angle and a circular equal altitude under the GP. You need circular equal altitude to get that. That's the only way. Therefore, the Earth is massive flat. And circular equal altitude from long distance you are, yeah, it can be this and that. But think, we are talking about thousands of miles. That's equal altitude of a big circle. Equal altitude, from all around, That can I ever fit with 3959 of a fantasy globe radius? No, can't. It's impossible.
What the fuck?
What is this about then? Yeah, maybe it's just a bullshit then, okay? But where they get it from, it is the radius of the sun. The sun is moving above you. That is they get it from. That is this fucking circle they are talking about. But It's not working so well.
You got 3 minutes left.
It works just a little bit. I don't need the last minutes. I have rest my case.
Thank you, Johnny. Circles are not spheres, right? That's what you said. Circles are not spheres.
That's yeah. You're talking for me. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. But do you have any sphere to point out? No, circle is not a sphere. You're right. And I was never talking about any sphere at all. So what's the point?
Yeah, but a circle is the portion of a sphere that can pass through 2 dimensions, right?
Has nothing to do with mention in that perspective of understanding what is horizontal. Has nothing to do with shape. It has to do
Oh,
with
easy, easy.
you're
Or,
standing. You're standing. What is between your ears? You know that's balance. You know what it is and what is not. You know what's
oh wow, dude.
going down to right or going down to left. That's just like a natural law. That's what we're talking about. If you want to talk against me because I cannot defend or describe natural law, yeah, of course it can, but
Hey, no, nobody's
nobody
talking
knows
against you.
what
Nobody's
natural law
talking
is
against
about.
you. Don't worry.
It's just a
And
a law of nature.
hey, brother, the only natural law on display right now is how long it takes to metabolize alcohol in the bloodstream.
I don't think I have nothing natural in your fucking bloodstream anymore. But that was a joke.
Mm.
But I don't know. It was almost a joke. Maybe I was right.
Maybe you were left.
Left to what?
To the right.
Now we are talking. That was funny. But anyways, but I'm telling you guys that we have no fauna or flora in south of the south of the equator of the 60 degrees, but in the north we have it, and I know we have 24-hour sun that's going around. My head is not going down if it is going around over my head, guys. Maybe because you're in this place on the earth, you've never seen the sun in a smaller circle. Yes, the sun is never going down in north in the summer months. You can
All right,
see it
AI.
going
It's your turn
around
to
you.
reply. AI. It's your turn to reply. AI. Go ahead.
Was there something to reply to? I'm confused.
Stop with the excuses, dude.
uh, hey, Johnny, do us a favor. The next time you're sober, show up and then have a conversation. How about that? Would that be a great idea? I think so.
Hey, Johnny's a great guy. Just when he's sober, mostly.
All
He's
right, your
still a
five
great
minutes
guy.
has expired. Unless anybody specifically has a question of Johnny, his 5 minutes are up.
Johnny, how do we use? Do we use celestial node? Is celestial node and Polaris the same thing, or is there a difference, Johnny?
But that's a good one. All right, let's unmute him, see what he has to say.
I'm muted. I was muted. How can I answer you if I'm muted?
All right, I'll ask again. Is celestial north and Polaris the same thing, or there's a difference on the practical use of navigation? Or go ahead if you have any reply for that.
Okay, I will answer you very snap. First of all, it's a malformed question. You said, is
Yeah.
the Polaris, are you talking about the Polaris?
I added Polaris and celestial north. So are those the same thing?
I will just give you the answer and just relax. The Polaris is absolutely fixed. It's not moving at all. If it is moving, yeah, it has no, it's absolutely relevant to anything. If it's moving or not moving, it is fixed above the center of the Earth, above the center of the Earth. The point, that is the point, that's the middle point of our world. And everything is moving around this Polaris. That's my answer. There's no question about it.
But the Earth flat.
The Earth is a topographical plane that is absolutely have a 0 point that's average through balance and everything from
The
zero.
Earth flat as fuck.
Yes, it is flat, and I will tell you, you will not know how high the Mount Everest is if you don't know how the Earth is flat. You cannot have up and down if you don't know the Earth is flat.
But the Earth flat is what I'm saying.
What do you mean you can't know up and down if the Earth isn't flat? I don't understand
Because
that.
you need a reference to a plane to have up and down. Do you understand that? Do you have to be northy?
Well, I'm just wondering because I thought you, maybe I misunderstood. I thought you said that you can't know up and down unless the Earth is flat.
Yep, because you
You
cannot
can't
have
because the Earth flat.
you can't have a up and down on a globe. You can have some outside from globe, but you cannot have up and down on globe. That's impossible. But if you are stupid, you don't understand that. Then you just have to bring it up to the quality of intelligence.
I guess what I'm getting at is in a big enough area, such as the Earth, if it is a ball, there would be a lot of what we would think are flat places. So before you get into the semantics of knowing the physics behind the place that you're living, you would still know up and down because, if you think gravity is real, I mean, down is obviously gravity, right?
Okay, what's gravity and what is the?
I'm just dissecting that. I'm not getting into all this. We have densities of clouds and we move through the cloud densities, and that's why you can't see the stars because of water vapor stuff.
Okay, if you're not ready to go step to step
It's not that I'm not ready. I'm just honestly, half of it sounds silly as
maybe
shit.
you should not open your mouth then, because if you're not able to talk about that and understand what it's about, why are you opening your mouth about it then?
No, I was just asking for clarification to your statement that you couldn't know up and down without being on a flat Earth.
I really can. But if you have some understanding to listen and have some, if you really want to know what you're asking about. Yeah.
Well, I mean, does it really matter what the shape of the thing is that you're on? I mean, you still know up and down, right? Like it could be a triangle.
Up and down question has nothing to do with shape. Why are you going from one to something that has not related to it? So why are you talking about shape in the same time we are talking about up and down understanding? Do you know that this has no correlation?
Well, I mean, I would agree with that, but you were the one that said you couldn't know up and down unless you were on a flat Earth.
Yeah, exactly. How can you have a how can
You
you have
just
up
said
and
two
down if
different
you
things
don't have a
there.
plane to as a reference?
Well,
We
I
used to be
don't
on
think
the
the flat
wall.
Earth would. I don't think the flat Earth would be your reference point in that scenario. I think you dropping
Oh,
something and
oh,
realizing that that way, whichever way that goes, is down.
okay. What is your reference point then?
I literally just gave it to you.
No, 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 you didn't. What is your reference point?
My reference, yeah, I did. My reference point is you drop something, that thing goes down. Therefore, you now have
That's
the
not
reference
answer.
point is that is
Okay,
down.
now you are supposed that you are stupid. You don't understand the question. You don't understand the topic.
I know. I'm
Yeah,
the stupidest person in the
excuse
world.
me. There's no reason for you to talk like a douche. When you drop something, it falls. Yes, that's correct. But if you let go of a helium balloon, it floats. So hence, no gravity pulling on something downwards.
Looks
Thank
like we
you.
got Albert Einstein over here.
Gravity
You're
pulls on a
stupid.
helium
You
balloon.
don't understand what you have to have some reference to in the beginning before you talk about something that's going on.
Okay, all right. So you're above the earth. You're up in the fucking clouds. You got no idea if it's
Oh,
round, if
you're
it's
lost.
flat, if
You're
it's
lost.
anything. If you
You're
drop
stupid. You're
something,
fucking
where's it
stupid.
going?
I'm sick and tired of people like you.
Why does
We got
everybody call me
helium.
stupid? Because you can't answer the fucking questions.
I
Everybody in
dropped
this
the
room,
helium
you're
balloon.
stupid, but you can't
You're a
answer.
fucking student and
Oh my
I'm a teacher
lord.
and you're not listening
Again,
to me.
stop
You're
talking like a
screaming on your
douchebag.
teacher.
We
And
can't
I'm
answer
not
the
talking like
question.
a douchebag.
I
I'm
will
just
put
simply
you out of
asking
the
something.
fucking classroom.
First
I will
off,
put
you're
you out
talking
of the
over
classroom.
people.
I am?
Yeah.
Calm down. I put some diagrams for you to consult in the chat.
There's literally
That would
only
be
been two
awesome.
people talking, and we've been really like not talking over each other. So what are
Not
you
be in
talking
my
about?
classroom if you behave like that.
So the reason why a helium balloon doesn't sink to the bottom is the helium is lighter than the air.
I know, but we didn't bring up a helium balloon. Like somebody
I
else
know.
brought it up out of the blue to argue that if you drop something, it doesn't go down, which was a silly argument.
Air bubbles don't go down in water; they go up.
Yeah, because it's
Heat
less
goes
dense
up.
than water. Because
Well,
it's less
my
dense than the
dick
air.
goes up in the women's locker room, but that has nothing to do with gravity.
Yeah, it means gravity's not working if it ain't strong enough to hold your little dick down.
Well, I mean, like
So,
I would like to know how navigation works on a
so
flat
use
Earth
your
planet.
sundial to tell the time next time, little guy.
Navigation doesn't work on a flat Earth.
Hey guys, are we gonna start
You're wrong.
mentioning Earth?
Navigation doesn't work on a round Earth.
The fundamental equation of celestial navigation is that the vertex distance times 60 nautical miles. That's a linear equation.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
buddy,
do you
you're a
know that
fucking
That's a
retard. You have to
lie.
bang it.
That's the most stupid thing ever. I will tell you. You need to make an angle. You need the two lines, right? And it has to be one line has to be
Nothing's
flat.
go past
Do the elevation angle,
GCSE maths.
and also you need a GP and the GP. Oh, what is the GP? Oh, you get a circular equal altitude that's 1,000 miles because it's a long way. And I will tell you, how
Who are you
do I know
talking
it's a
to?
long? Hey, listen, I'm talking. Do you know how I know
on
it's a
a
long
flat.
way and how it is? I am telling you, that is in the book, the almanac, and you can, if you have the time, you can go in the almanac because the star or the sun is always on the same time in that time you are. Therefore, you know where you are in the point. Okay, you don't know where you are on the circle. Therefore,
Wait,
you
Johnny
maybe
B, I've
have
got a
to
question.
do it 2 or 3 times. But I'm telling you, just the first time, you're 2,400 miles maybe away
Johnny
from.
B, I've got a question.
I'm talking with you. 2,400 miles
How much
maybe
weed
from
did
A
you
to B.
smoke?
But that is, you cannot be on a fucking globe of 3959. Finito. I rest my case.
Yeah, I put a poll in the chat just so we can talk.
I will not listen to any more fucking shit.
No, we indulge Johnny a little bit every day. He likes to come in here, so yeah, he's been drinking.
But
That's
I know what I'm talking about. You guys, you don't know really.
Listen, guys, the Earth flat. Okay. I don't know, man. I'm just confused.
I just don't believe the Earth's flat, because if it was flat, why would they sell globes in shops? Don't
For
make sense.
decoration purposes. It's a label on the globes. Decorative
on
purposes.
some of the
Okay,
globes,
well,
not
that's
all of
actually a
them.
good question because how come the flight paths match that of a globe?
Except
Like if
that
you're
the airplane is built and designed for not a globe.
well, I mean, with all due respect, you know, fuck all about aviation, right? So, like, if you lock in a plane's autopilot, it follows the horizon, doesn't follow an azimuth. So, it literally uses a GPS, which is global positioning system, to achieve its bearing.
The horizon, we get horizontal lines from there, and horizontal lines have slope of zero, rate,
Okay, but
change
this
rate
is the
slope of
issue.
zero.
This is the issue, right? Because you guys keep arguing that you can't measure horizon. You can't
Nobody's
measure
arguing.
items that are far away. And then then you guys always fall back on measure the horizon. Like how would you if it's reference, how do you measure it? How do you get a bearing out of it?
Do you think you can measure the peak of a hump, like of a hill? Do you think you could do that?
Yeah.
You could do that. You could do that. Okay.
Yes, you can definitely do that.
Yeah, you can use a rangefinder. There's other things you can use as well.
No, I don't
You use
disagree. I
reference.
think you can do that. I'm just making sure that you acknowledge that you could do that.
Yeah, it's just like it just seems like it's like a bunch of schizo rhetoric. Like you guys are just like in a massive echo chamber spouting the same nonsense, and then when somebody uses your logic against you, you guys shut them down.
No, you don't. I don't know. Why are you just being disparaging? Like, you have no argument. What are you talking about?
He's
Well, I
talking
mean,
about talking. He's talking about people talking, not about the actual arguments. He's talking about you guys this, and you guys that.
No, he's talking about the arguments. Like, I've been coming in and out of here
No.
for a year, for at least a year.
Okay,
Y'all
well,
don't
what's the
know me,
argument?
and I've listened to a lot of it.
Okay, what's the argument?
yeah.
He's
Go
talking
ahead.
about, like, you guys fall back on, like, you can't measure the horizon, right? But you can measure this thing from very far away, like the peak of a hill. You can definitely measure that.
Okay. So what's the argument again?
Why can't you measure the horizon?
Like, how can you measure a horizon? There's no reference point, right? We agree?
I would say so. I would say it'd be
What's the
an
reference
apparent
point of a
position.
horizon?
I wouldn't say that it's the peak of a hill. You would,
Hold
though.
on, you're not understanding. How would
No,
you
you're not
measure just the
understanding.
horizon in a flat space? How
You're
could
not
you measure that?
understanding. Trash.
No, you're not getting it. So hold on.
No, you. Like
I think what he's saying is, like, you're saying you can't measure the horizon, but there is no horizon on a flat Earth. That's what he's saying. There's no reference point to measure because it doesn't exist.
Huh? Wow, you are imagining the things that people aren't saying to you. It's wild.
No, that's literally what I said.
I'm pretty sure that's what he's saying. Yeah.
Yeah, that's literally what I said.
All right, cool story.
Literally
Why would there be
not.
no horizon on a flat Earth? Hold on a second. Why would there be no horizon if the Earth is flat? Go ahead.
Well, because the horizon is created by the curvature of the Earth. On a flat Earth, there might be something on
Whatever,
the horizon, but it would not be
the same horizon on a globe.
Mosaic,
Let me finish, man. Jesus.
Yeah, he's talking, dude.
well, yeah, that's a great
It wouldn't
story,
be,
dude. But what you need to
it
do,
wouldn't
what you
be
need
the
to
same
do
horizon as
is
it would
cut.
be on a flat Earth,
Okay,
because what it would be is the
okay, bro. Cut your server gain. Sorry, your mic gain down. Okay, you're hurting everybody's ears, especially on the broadcast. All right, I'm gonna unmute you. For the love of God, don't make my ears bleed.
Well, then just turn
Wait,
them off.
what were you streaming on?
I'm on a phone. I don't have
We're streaming on usually YouTube, Rumble, D Live. It all depends.
So I mean, like back to the whole horizon measurement thing. Just I'm waiting for you guys to tell me how you can measure horizon without a reference point on a flat Earth model.
What is the slope of a horizontal line? Answer that.
That's what I'm saying. There is no horizon on a flat Earth model. There's none.
0.
It's zero. It's nothing.
Why not? Why not?
Yeah, I mean, you guys could probably correct yourself by saying that the horizon is just cloud viscosity, meaning that you can't see because of fog and
All right, all right.
another. You know what I mean?
No,
Like you
you made
can't.
the claim there's no horizon on a flat Earth. I want you to tell me why you came to that
No, I asked you
conclusion.
a question.
Not to
It
tell
was
me
a
what.
question.
Holy
Nobody could
fuck!
answer it. It was a question.
What's the question then, dude?
I said, how do you measure the horizon on a flat Earth model without any point of reference?
Yeah, cool story. What do you mean by measure the horizon? What does that even mean?
Like how do you how do you measure how far the horizon is away without a point of reference?
Okay,
It's
how
not
do
a
you
hard
do
question.
that anywhere? No, I'm
You
serious. How do you do that
there's
anywhere?
no
Think about
horizon
it.
on a flat Earth model.
Yeah, explain the
No, no,
mechanism.
no, no,
Explain
no.
step
One
by
more
step. How
time.
will you
One
do
more
it?
time. How do you do that anywhere, regardless of what shape the Earth is? Imagine an infinite permutation. How can you tell me the
Circumference.
distance to a horizon without
Circumference.
any other reference?
Area. It's very easy.
Oh my fuck, dude. Okay. Here's the problem, dude. I see the
Well,
problem.
no, here's the problem. You guys are stuck in your head,
Now
okay?
here's
And you say
You
that
guys.
Earth has an edge.
the
If Earth has
problem.
an edge and you can measure something,
You're
there's
an
no
idiot, dude.
circumference.
So,
Right.
yep, go fuck
You think
yourself.
clouds
Yep.
have
That's how dumb
viscosity?
you are,
No
dude.
way.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. Notice how we were talking about measuring to the horizon in practicable, tangible reality. That is how you know how far the horizon is. He critiqued flat Earth for not having a reference. I then said, regardless of the permutation of the Earth, how would you measure to the horizon? Notice how we both said measure, measure, measure. What he then said is you have a circumference and you just say how far the horizon is. Now that's not measuring. So I'm going to unmute this kid. Hopefully he learned his mistake and is actually going to acquiesce that he logically failed and change what he's talking about. All right, go ahead.
In what terms did I fail? You couldn't answer the question.
All right, you're dumb as fuck, so I'm going to have to mute you again.
It sounds like a language barrier.
Okay,
I
fine.
think I know what he's saying,
If I ask you, how do you measure to the horizon, regardless of the shape of the Earth? Okay, regardless of the shape of the Earth, how would you measure to the horizon? That's the question. You answered by having a circumference, which means you're just going to look at the horizon and impute a distance to it, not measure a distance to it. So you yourself failed by your own standard of being unable to measure the distance of the horizon without a reference. And that reference exists in tangible reality, not in some book, for goodness sakes. Just a
You're
model that says
measuring
the
a.
horizon is this distance. I could just make that up at a will. So we're going
right?
to unmute
You're
you.
correct in what you're saying, AI, 100%. But I don't know if he thought he was
Hopefully you
trying to
learned
be.
the error of your way.
AI
That guy
sounds like a
robots.
robot.
Hey, respectfully, may I
Okay,
know
we have
what you guys looking for?
nothing to look at, but the
Well, if you
yeah.
use a
I'm
Nikon,
gonna mute.
if you use a Nikon P900, you can zoom in over the horizon. So your horizon will extend based on the amount you can zoom. So it's already something that you can't standardize around one type of camera. If you said a camera that matches closest to the human eye, and we optimize it for people with 20/20 vision, then yeah, it's just an arbitrary distinction point that you've drawn at where your sight fails. Whereas a P900 can do like 6 times better. So where's the horizon? Well, it doesn't exist because it's called vanishing point for a reason. It's the point where your sight, like the lines that intersect with your eyeball, converge over distance. It's like a refraction off your eyeball reconverging and all of this shit at the same time, apparently according to the laws of fucking physics. But that's not a measurement.
Yeah, AI, may I ask you a question respectfully?
You're gonna have to wait because someone was about to reply, or maybe not. Let's see. Let's see if they're gonna reply to that point, and then.
I was just gonna say I looked up the Nikon P900 and it can zoom in approximately 7.59 kilometers or 4.7 miles, which is not as far as the horizon.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, have you seen the videos where they zoom in past the like horizon that's visible
What are you
on the
talking about,
original
dude?
the going
I
over
thought
the
someone was gonna
ocean
reply to
horizon?
AI. Actually, the other guy that was talking to AI. That was the
Hey,
whole
yeah,
point
but
of this
just
conversation.
yeah, fair point. But just to be
AI
clear,
overlord. When did you become so fucking dumb?
after I cloned your genetic material to reconstitute my brain after my last vaporization.
Was it when your mum was
Yeah, we're
fucked by a dog and gave birth to you?
Yeah, cool story, bro. So why don't you go learn how to be useful to a conversation? So anyway, let's be clear here for the slow kids. Okay, the engineering design intention of the P900. Okay, I'm going to quote from them themselves: to shoot the moon in focus in full frame. Okay. So I don't know where this kid got off with saying, "Oh, the P900 can only zoom in, a few kilometers." It's just retarded, dude.
Well,
What
I
are you even
mean,
talking
even
about?
now it's 2024. I just googled best cameras, and like the Sony CyberShot RX10 IV is apparently the best premium zoom camera right now.
Yeah, what's the zoom? What's the optical zoom magnification of that camera?
I don't know. I'm just looking through things, but I'm assuming the P900 is well out of date because it's like, I don't know, 8 years not fucking current. Like
Yeah,
Moore's
but
law would have already clipped it.
I mean that's a cool story, dude.
I'm gonna have a shower.
What is it? What does Moore's law apply to? For goodness sakes. Yeah, go ahead and read us Moore's law so we know what you're talking about for the kids that don't know.
I mean, I can tell you the zoom distance of the P900 is 12 to 18 miles.
You're wrong.
That's what it says on the actual website, though. Would you like the link?
Okay, so then how does it zoom in on the moon? So I guess the moon is 18 miles away.
It doesn't zoom in on the moon. Its resolution. It looks like it's fucking that high up. You're not going to be able to zoom in with a handheld camera past that.
What are you talking about, dude?
You're limited by the observation. Like you're not going to be able to see an individual speck.
Okay, cool story. So then what does the term 18 miles apply to, dude? What does that mean?
You can't zoom past the horizon.
Holy shit, dude. Okay, so this is how dumb. All right, you ready? You ready? You guys ready for this? All right, check this out.
Wait, so just like take a deep breath. Don't like lose your breath over this.
Check this out, homie.
You're
A
actually talking to
standard
Alexa.
man.
Breathing through his
My
mouth.
bad.
A standard 6 foot tall man, the horizon is at approximately 3.5 miles from his vantage point. So if I can zoom in,
tall, by the way,
if I can zoom in, if I can zoom in to 18 miles, then that already defeats the globe geometry. So what are you even talking about?
The average man is 5'9". You're wrong about that.
Hey, listen, dumbass. Check this out. Check this out, homie. Check this out. I said for a man 6 feet tall.
You said the standard 6 foot man. I can zoom back the recording if you want.
Oh my goodness, dude. Right, which still parses out that I'm talking about a 6 foot man, for goodness sakes.
Anyway, so like, if you're just gonna like not answer the question, all right?
No, dude, we're gonna parse it out. Okay.
Why do we have to parse it out to answer the question?
Yeah, cool. At what height do you have to be? Yep, cool. So here's how it's gonna go. You're gonna give us the correct answer based on the globe geometry, or you're gonna lose your ability to speak here. Okay, that's how we're gonna play. Since you want to play, so we're gonna play.
You can change the discussion
I'm
because you're
probably going to lose my ability to
I
speak,
can.
but do you generally just go around threatening people who you're having a discussion with in here?
Yeah, dude. You were told to fix the gain on your mic. You failed, so fuck off. There you go.
Hey,
How about that?
AI, respectfully, may I know what you're advocating for? Because I just came in. Are you a
Yes,
flat
yes.
earther
I'm
or
advocating for you answer this question. Here's the question. For the horizon to be for the horizon to be at 18 miles from your vantage point, how high do you have to be off the surface of the earth? Okay, that's the question. Based on your model.
I just want to say, I just came in and I would just like to know, if you're a spherical earther or flat earther, just so I know, your point of view. But since you're the only one,
Yes. Yep, sure.
since the one that's talking the most.
Yeah, the Earth is an omnidirectional hyperplane in the fifth dimension that expresses itself through 3 dimensions as a flat planar surface that's experienced local as flat and planar and cannot be otherwise. There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, the horizon's at 18 miles. Based on the globe geometry from your vantage point, how tall is your elevation in order to get an observation of the horizon at 18 miles?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I have selective hearing.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, well, okay, so this is the issue, okay? This is the issue. Like, let me say this. Whenever I
You
come
have an
here, you
issue?
use
What
science
is
that
your
backs up
issue?
your
Now let's talk
claim.
about your issues. No,
The
concentrating what's being said.
science that backs up my
Focus.
claim has already been cited 3 times in chat, and you've ignored it. But now I have to use your science to prove your
He
point.
has issues,
It's real
AI. He
simple.
has issues.
How is that my hey, listen, friend. Let's just assume, for lack of a better term, that you believe the earth is a globe and you believe the standard circumference and radius as given. That presents itself as a particular circle or sphere size, and a tangent line intersecting the surface, right, from a vantage point of a particular height would be consistent with the geometry of that ball. That has nothing to do with anyone's quote unquote version of science, dude. So the question remains, for the horizon, for the intersection point of your eye line to reach the surface to where it begins to start blocking things behind it, for it to be at 18 miles, what height must you be off the ball, please?
Yeah, let me just pull that out of my ass because I know that equation. Did you hear me?
I mean, get pulling. I'm waiting.
Can you ask the question again?
Yes. So the way these formulas work
Just ask the
is you
question.
have an observer height. That's the unknown variable right now. The other variables which are known is 18 miles. That's the distance to the horizon, and the radius of the circle of the Earth being 3959 miles. So 18-mile horizon, 395-mile radius. What's your observer height, please?
Okay, so but this is the issue. The distance to the horizon on the height of the observer is above sea level. All right, so like are you gonna use distance equals 2 HR? Oh, sorry, distance equals the square root of 2 HR. Distance to the horizon, h the height of the observer, r to the Earth's radius. Is that the equation that you're gonna pull out of your ass?
Dude, I don't care what equation you use. I want the answer.
I've already, because if you're asking for that equation, I've already put it in the chat.
No, dude. I didn't ask. Notice I didn't ask for equation. I asked for the observer height, please.
I mean, so I'm confused. Like 0? Like what?
So you think a person at 0 elevation is going to see the horizon 18 miles away? That's your
I
claim?
mean, yeah, on a flat Earth model, they would have to.
What are you
If it's
talking
all
about?
look, if it's all flat, right? Meaning it's completely flat, right? And you're looking in a great distance, right? Like you're just looking, it's all flat the way you're looking to the horizon. It would have to be able to be 0, literally. If it's completely
Wow,
flat.
wow, dude. You're.
If you're looking
Oh
at the
man.
ocean, right, and you lay down, you should be able to see
No.
forever.
Really? Forever.
Yes,
So
it's
if
flat.
the Earth was flat, then the standard coefficient for extinction in the Rayleigh atmosphere would be greater than 300 miles. That's your claim?
I don't know what any of that shit means.
Yeah, it means at approximately 300 miles horizontal, the atmosphere becomes opaque, like a brick frickin' wall that you can't see through.
Hold on, somebody was talking to me in the background. Say that one more. I'm so sorry. Say that one more time.
Okay. According to the extinction coefficient, right? In the standard
Okay.
Rayleigh atmosphere, which is to be fair, it's ideal. Obviously, the atmosphere is anisotropic and non-homogeneous, right? Which means it's constantly in
Okay.
flux. But all things being equal, when those formulas are applied, the extinction coefficient results in approximately 300 miles. The atmosphere becomes opaque. That means it cannot be seen through.
Can I present a piece of evidence to the court?
Like I don't even know what any of that shit means.
Yeah,
It
we
just
know
sounds
you
like a
don't,
bunch of
bro.
mumbo jumbo.
Yeah. So check this out, Holmes.
Like
Imagine a dirty window. Just check it out. I'll explain it. It's very simple. Imagine a window, right, that looks very clear. To you, one pane of glass, it's like, oh man, I can see straight through it. But if you stack another pane of glass, another pane of glass, another pane of glass, another pane of glass, eventually you can't see through all that glass. So anybody standing at the other end of the glass, you can't see. When you look through the glass, you're not going to see them,
okay. So
right?
is that your excuse me? Is that your reasoning on why you wouldn't be able to see somebody standing on another continent?
Well, I mean, that, dude. That's 100% would stop you from seeing someone on another continent.
Okay, so now picture all those glasses that are stacked together, and now picture that you have the fucking P900, and you zoom in.
Doesn't matter.
See them?
Doesn't matter.
So you just disproved your own camera.
Wrong, dude. Dude, pay attention one more time. Do you know
No,
what the
no,
word
I
opaque?
understand.
No, no, no,
You
no.
just
You're dumb as shit.
you're
You're dumb as shit, dude.
I'm dumb. Did
So,
you graduate high school?
hey, dude, I hold an
Did
education
you
degree, Holmes.
did you you have a degree? What's your degree in?
Yeah, education.
Oh, your degree's in education.
Yeah,
Oh,
in schooling dumb fools like you. So,
how long did you go to school for your degree in education?
27 years.
Oh, you have a doctorate?
No, 27 years means I have 17 doctorates.
Oh, that's crazy.
So, so check
Hey,
this
hey,
out,
hey,
dude. How
everybody,
many, how
he
many
has an
doctor,
education
how many
degree.
doctorates, how many doctorates are
What is he,
required
9?
to understand? No, just chill for a second. How many doctorates are required to understand that the word opaque means you can't see through it?
I know, but I just used your logic against you. I said, if you have a camera now, then how come you claim to see over the horizon with your
Oh
whole
my
glass
fucking
theory?
goodness, dude.
You just say,
Okay.
oh my fucking goodness, without
Yeah,
explaining.
yeah. So we'll play the game again. For the horizon to be at 18 miles away, how high off the ground should the person be in your globe model? Go ahead.
You could literally be at 0, like I said before.
Okay, so yep, so you're obviously
Level
retarded.
with the ground. You could be at zero.
Yep.
As
If
long
you're
as
at
you're
zero,
looking.
you're at the horizon point.
Yeah,
No,
this
you're on the
kid's a
ground.
bricked retard, dudes.
That's your
On
height.
display for. How am I fucked, dude?
Your height can be
No,
zero, and you
even
should
if
be
the
able to
Earth
see
is round,
infinitely. If you're on a
What?
flat Earth model, okay, and your height is
Yeah, if you're on
zero,
a flat Earth model, if you're
and
at zero, you
you're
can see
looking
everything.
right, you're looking at the horizon. Say that you're looking over an ocean at the horizon. It should all be. You could be zero. It should all be flat. You could see another continent. It would be clear.
Well, I'm not so
Oh,
sure.
dude, this dude basically just said.
You would have
Go ahead,
things
Fred.
covering you. There, you would have land covering your vision, essentially, right?
What do you mean? We're
Flat.
talking about a scenario in which you can see a point past the horizon.
It's also, you have to think like how you can block out something with your thumb that's far away. That kind of thing happens on the horizon as well. Something.
Flattery.
Sorry.
Go ahead, but go ahead. I'm just laughing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna also bring this factor in because things shrink with distance, and something closer to you that may not be as big as something in the distance, but because of the angular, uh, um, it shrinks with like an angular. Uh,
Yeah, like it could be
Sounds like a
either
whole
far
lot of
away from
yapping.
you or small.
you're not
No, no,
listening. Like I'm just trying to tell you, man. Just like
With
you.
the angular
there.
what? You're not saying anything.
No. What? No, they're saying like you can have something that's far away, and it'll look like it'll look as though it's small. So
The
like something
angular
that's small
size.
could.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. The angular
yeah.
size, like
The
shrinks with
angular size, it just
distance.
means the angle between like the top and the bottom of the
It's,
object, right?
so, or if you think about it, because you can go and view this also about it, something that may not be something that you know how big it is in the distance, but because of the angular size decrease with that distance, you know that something is smaller can block the entire view of what is big in the like is known to be and be completely obstructed by something smaller that's closer to you.
So what I think I hear you saying is like you're saying, well, the angular size, and what you mean by that is like the angle between top of the object and the bottom of the object, right?
Yeah, and how it like think about how if you're drawing a cube or something that
And if
is cube
well, hold
like,
on.
if you're drawing it from like across the room, you have a bunch of different angles to take into account that
Right.
eh,
So like if you're saying like say you take an object and you move it further away from you, the the angle between the top and bottom of the object decreases because it's getting further away from you, right?
yeah. hmm that from the
Okay.
top and from the bottom it's decreasing both simultaneously and
Right.
from the sides as
And
well.
like yeah, and right. And then like for example, if the object were to go from being large to small somehow, you would also have that angular size decreasing because the angle between the top and the bottom and the angle between the sides
Right.
is all decreasing.
Yeah, the
Right.
point of this is to show you why we see the horizon, because we're resolving the ground or the surface against the sky with all of these things in mind. Um, not it's not just the opaqueness of the air, but that is definitely a part of it. That's a huge part of it, but also because things will fade out into the distance in a way where things that are closer to you that may not be as big will block those things completely out of view in that same vein.
Yeah, so regardless of the shape of the Earth, the horizontal atmosphere from your vantage point becomes opaque at approximately 300 miles. So from ground level, you're not seeing past 300 miles, okay? So let's just get that right out of the way.
Besides, you're probably going to run into like land before then. At least where most humans are.
Yeah, unless you're looking out over the ocean. However,
So
usually when somebody is zooming, usually when someone is using a P900 and they say I'm zooming past the horizon, what they mean by that is that there's a prediction of where the horizon should be, again, to occlude objects behind it based on the geometry relative to the observer height of the alleged globe that exists. And when they say I'm zooming past the horizon, what they're saying is that I'm seeing objects as I zoom in that are beyond the range of the geometric limitations as given in the globe model. For goodness sakes. So, for example, someone might say,
I'm not sure where you're getting that information from.
okay, let me tell you. Flatsy, is that what they mean?
Oh, what did you say?
This whole argument that we've been doing for the past frickin' decade, when somebody says the P900 can zoom in past where the horizon's supposed to be, they're referring to, I can see things that are greater than the hump of geometric Earth curve that's in the way predicted by the globe model should allow, correct?
Correct. Yeah. Yes.
Exactly.
Can I
Now
add to
let me
that,
ask
AI?
AJ. Yeah, AJ, is that correct?
Could I?
Yes, that is correct. And usually it's got nothing to do with actually zooming past the horizon. It's about bringing objects back into view that have apparently gone past this physical geometric point.
Could I show you guys a video that concerns this topic?
You posted in the
A
chat.
video called "Does More Zoom Cause Ships to Come Up Over the Horizon?"
Okay. Mainly, I think the point
Do
of
you guys
what.
want to watch this video?
Yeah,
I'll put it
post it.
inside chat.
But I think the is to we can
And
look.
it does. So we
But
can
we
look
can.
at your video, but we all know that we've seen the difference. So the thing is,
the video shows that it doesn't actually.
I could care less, dude. You don't.
Okay.
You have no idea what you're looking at in relationship to the Earth unless you can tell me the question that the other kid failed to answer.
not a kid, but yeah.
What?
So the question is,
Just look at the
if the
video.
horizon, that's
I'm
great,
not
dude.
making any
If
claim.
I could care less, dude. I'm going to explain it, and then you'll understand. Okay, the horizon, friend, is supposed to be at a distance from you. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You just can't see past the
Okay.
curve, is what we're getting at.
So, but that's yes. There you go. So the intersection point of your eye line to the physical curve edge, that is what's being claimed to be the horizon that objects are behind and obscured by. Correct?
Yes. Some.
That has geometric limitations. Correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
But it's just an illusion.
Dude, if it's just an illusion that things are behind something, then you've just played yourself.
How?
Holy fuck, dude. It's either they're behind them or they're not behind them, correct?
What are you talking about? The ship being behind the horizon?
Okay, I'll do an experiment right now. Explain it since you can't watch. I have a cookie tin.
The bottom of the
Hold on, buddy. No, we got to answer his question. Hey, we're answering his question that he put on the table. It's not your opportunity to interject. Okay. He asked a question. He needs to be answered, right? So the answer to his question is: if I'm actually working on some plumbing right now and I'm kneeling down, which means I can't see into the well of my sink. So I'm going to take a cookie tin. I'm going to drop it in the sink. The edge of the sink is now between me and the cookie tin, and I cannot see it. Now, let me ask this, friend. Is the fact that I can't see my cookie tin an optical illusion? Or is it the fact that the sink's in the way?
I mean, yeah, but that's not relative because it's closer.
Wow. All right, go ahead, other guy.
And by the way, old dude, that shit is so fake. That is all CGI.
Okay. Well, it's not always that there's something either being blocked by, because like yes, there is. What I'm trying to say is that there cannot be something that is exactly on the horizon. It always has to be in front of it or behind it, but you can still see over the top of the horizon and see the top of the thing that's behind the horizon, just not the bottom.
Exactly.
Okay, that's a cool story. So check this
Because the
out.
height is over the actual
Yep,
horizon you're
great
using.
idea. I agree. So let's say we agree. So the off angle from the apex arc, which is the alleged curve of the Earth that's protruding out from the circle segment formula, if you take a chord line between a circle from point A to point B, is considered to be a physical object obstructing the view from the observer to the object being observed. Okay, that's the claim. Now, if that's the case, your eye line will continue off of the apex of the arc
Sorry, repeat that.
while your eye line, right? Imagine your eye's a laser and it's shooting a straight ray laser straight out of it. You're not going to shoot through the ground. So whenever your eye line hits the ground, you're not going to be able to shoot anything behind it. But if you lift your eye line up a bit, your eye line laser will continue. However, if the Earth is curved, the curve rate will keep falling below your eye line as it extends out, right? So the amount of stuff you can't see will get bigger and bigger and bigger as it gets further away, right?
Is that
The
to me or
answer's
him?
well, I mean, the answer's it's rhetorical. The answer's yes.
I guess I don't
There's
know.
no
Yes.
yeah, there's no other possible
It'll
answer.
appear bigger. It'll appear larger. Yes.
Yeah, when
Appear
you magnify
what?
something, it appears larger.
It
Generally
just because
speaking.
it appears larger though doesn't mean
Dude,
you
who's
can
talking
see
about
more
anything
of it.
appearing larger, you
Just because it
dumbass?
appears larger doesn't mean that you can see more of
Wow.
it though.
Hey, hey,
Calm down,
homie,
because your pipes
homie,
are a little
homie.
calm down.
Let's
I thought you just said that.
hey,
Didn't you
hey, hey,
just say
I
friend.
that?
did. I
Who
apologize.
just hold on a second. Who just impugned fixing pipes for a living?
Me.
Yeah, yeah. How much does a master plumber make an hour, dude?
I don't care. Answer the question.
Yeah, 5 times as much as you ever will. That's how much. All right. So anyway,
Yeah, you're a real tough dude. Anyways, go on and answer the
no,
question.
I'm not a master plumber. I'm just saying that they make way more money than you ever will.
Listen, you fit PVC to a sink.
So wait, what's the
Hang on.
point?
I'm
What's
not,
the
dude. I'm
point
not
of
a
you?
Hang on.
plumber.
Guys,
Holy
the
fuck,
Earth flat.
AJ, for fuck's sake, AJ,
Wait,
fix your
AI
pipe, phone.
overlord, can I ask you a question?
No, because you're both too stupid to be asking me questions. So I'm going to use a different analogy that hopefully the two of you retards will be able to assemble a brain cell to work together to figure out the answer. So let me ask this question. If you have a shotgun and the shotgun has a conical spread on the pellets that come out, so from the center fire position, they spread out in a triangular format. So
Nobody asked.
closer to the barrel, it's a tight shot group, and the further away from the barrel, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right. So by the same token, the amount of area gets bigger and bigger and bigger after the horizon in which you can't see objects. I'm not talking about the size of the object. I'm talking about the size of the dead zone.
Sure. Yeah.
Whatever you say, Bill.
Okay, so if the horizon has a fixed distance and objects are supposed to be within the dead zone where the physical object known as the horizon is between you and it, then you should never be able to zoom in and see anything past that point. Correct
You aren't.
or incorrect? You can.
You
Well,
can.
You
that
can't.
disproves the flat Earth model then.
What?
Yeah, because then there's no curve.
Oh,
Like you're literally witnessing curve
holy
over curve.
crap,
Superman says
dude.
the Earth is flat, but nobody can measure a curve and find a curve, and everything's horizontal. No planes tilt.
Yeah, your background is ear raping me.
You can't see things that are in the dead zone by definition. You're right.
Correct. According to your model, correct. However, you can.
Well, show me. Show me then.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry, is that better, AI? Is my
Yeah,
mic better?
perfect.
Sorry, man. I bought
Perfect.
new headphones and they're not working very well. And I just wanted to say to the Earth is flat, man. Just stop with all the personal attacks. Yeah, it's just disgusting behaviour. Yeah, stick to the topic.
I said he
Your
didn't
mum's
want
a
to
fat whale.
Yeah,
How'd,
cool.
how'd you know? How'd you know? She actually has lost some weight, but she still is kind of hefty. So what's your point?
No point.
Man, you didn't have to do her like that, man.
Well, what was I supposed to do? Say she's
This
thin?
seems like a massive echo. Like, anyways, I'm just not gonna say it.
Yeah,
I'm
really?
just confused.
Okay. Yeah, you are confused. That's the problem.
No, like, because you
So let me ask this
overcomplicate
question.
everything.
Yep,
No,
let me
because
ask
you.
this question.
Are you
Yeah,
gonna
perfect. Let me
respond to
ask
what
you.
I said at all, or
Yeah, I'm gonna
He won't.
could you
respond.
give me?
He'll just say that it's too stupid for him to respond.
Oh my
Could you give
god,
me
dude.
something like evidence that you can see past the
Yeah.
dead zone?
Yeah, we got hundreds of examples. So what I'm going to do is describe to you one example, and then we're going to post a video about it. Okay? Is that good enough?
Okay. Yes. Perfect.
Okay, so this is predicated first that we establish where the horizon is from a particular observation height. So, from a 1 foot observer height, where's the horizon on a globe model? How far away is the horizon? Yes.
How am I supposed to know?
Okay, if you're not supposed to know, then how could you even begin to critique images and tell me where or where not the horizon is to be able to tell me where or where not we're zooming in from, for goodness sakes?
Bro,
Yeah, but
if there's something beyond, I can tell you, if there's something beyond the horizon, I can't see the bottom of it, and I can see the top of it, and when you zoom in, you can't see any more of the object.
Doesn't matter, dude. Look, if you can see
That's the whole thing that
listen,
you're trying to say, right?
no, I'm not trying to say that at all. We already both agreed that if it's in the dead zone, you shouldn't be able to see
Wait,
it at
what are
all.
you even trying to say then?
Oh my goodness, dude. Okay, one more time for the slow kids. If I put my tin in my sink and I lower my head below my sink, can I see my tin? The answer is no. I can't see it. It doesn't matter whether I can see the bottom. It doesn't matter whether I can see the top. It doesn't matter whether I can see the left side or the right side. I can't see any of it.
Okay, so fine. Let's say if you're looking over the edge
man's got
of
a
your counter,
bachelor's in
and
yapping.
you put the tin into the sink. Is there a point where you can't see the bottom of the tin and you can see the top?
Dude, we're not talking about that at all. Do you comprehend? So from my
Could you
position,
just answer the question?
I'm not going to answer the question because it's not appropriate.
It absolutely is appropriate because
Nope.
that's analogous to the horizon. You can't see
No,
the
it
bottom
isn't.
of it, but you can see the top
No.
because the
Wrong.
horizon is obscuring the bottom, not the top.
Hey, listen, friend. We're talking.
Can you comprehend?
Oh my
Can you
god, dude.
imagine something? Can you imagine something
Yep.
obscuring the bottom of something but not the top?
Yes, I can actually.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
But
the
that's
horizon is doing.
irrelevant. No, wrong, dude.
It is
Okay,
absolutely relevant because that's what the
dude.
horizon's doing.
Okay, dude. That's a cool story and all. But the problem is that the horizon's supposed to be at a particular geometric location, dude.
Okay.
So
I didn't say it wasn't.
if we imagine the edge of my sink is the horizon and the entirety of the object is in the dead
Put it in the
zone,
chat, by the way.
meaning I can't resolve it from my position regardless because it's an object in the way, then no amount of zoom should allow me to see any of the object at all, correct? Any of the object.
Yes, and you haven't presented any evidence that you
Okay,
can.
cool. All right, stop for a second, dude. So if it's shown to you that greater than the distance of the geometric horizon in which the object should be in the dead zone, you can see the object at all, defeats your whole point.
Sure, but you haven't presented the fact that you can. Show me a piece of evidence where you
Yeah, I can, dude.
see part of the.
I can, and but I'm not going to. Listen, dude.
Okay.
I'm not going to until you tell me where the horizon is for a 1 foot tall observer on
Just
your
put in
globe.
chat.
Why? Why do I have to
6,464
see?
feet.
I don't
Why do
know
I have to
anyone
see the
that's 1
horizon at
foot
all?
tall, little bro.
6,464 feet.
What?
Okay.
Why do you
Okay,
need me to
so 1
answer this
point. Hold
question?
on,
Why do you need me to
motherfucker.
answer this question for you to present the answer?
1.22 miles.
Because, dude,
It's just
because if you don't know where the horizon is supposed to be, then you can't say whether or not you should or shouldn't see the object, for fuck's sake.
It's 6,464
bro,
feet.
if I can see the object, then I can see the object. If I can't see the object, then I can't see the object.
Yeah,
If I
okay,
can't
dude,
see the
dude,
bottom of the object, then I
I'm gonna
can't
give
see
you
the
one
bottom of
last,
the
I'm
object.
gonna give you
I
one
don't need
last
to know
chance,
where
dude.
the horizon is. I don't need to know
My
where the
fuck, dude, you're
horizon
dumb as
is to be
fuck.
able to see that.
Okay, dude.
The real question is who put the horizon there in the first place?
No. Just
Sounds
chill
like
for a
some weird
second.
propaganda.
Yahuwah.
The question is that if you can't see something and you're
It isn't
telling me
there.
it's because of not of the horizon being in a geometric location, then I need to know where your claim for the geometric location is. Otherwise, you don't have a claim, for fuck's sake.
AI Overlord, what's your IQ?
You're the one making the claim. I'm not making a claim.
Holy fuck, dude.
You're saying you can see past the
All right,
horizon. I didn't.
mute this fucking kid. Thanks.
Yeah, because he's
What's up,
AI
bro?
Overlord, I've got an
Mute
argument on
that
why the
fucking
Earth's
kid
round.
too. Mute that
I
kid
got
too.
an argument. Yeah.
Well,
Yep, fuck
hold on a
off, dude.
second, Alex,
Okay.
because you're interrupting, yeah? Just wait your turn.
Okay, the only person allowed to speak is the one who actually gave the answer for the distance to the horizon. Because he's the only one who met the
It's
burden.
1.224 miles, by the way,
Awesome.
if you don't know the conversion. But
Oh, that's cool. I agree. I knew that already because I know that the formula is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
yeah, but that was just with a 1 foot drop off as the observation point.
The Earth, does that assume perfectly straight light rays?
Yeah, the Earth flat, by the way.
It is.
Can you just say that? That's my name. The Earth flat.
Okay,
The
so
Earth wet.
for all you spaz globers out there who couldn't even get there fast enough and Jesse had to come and help you, your only salvation for the observations, which by the way, Jesse knows there's hundreds of, that show objects beyond the geometric horizon, be within the dead zone of geometry. And he gave you the answer, which is the only way out of it. It's the only way. Because we all who've been here know and understand that there's hundreds, even thousands of observations that show objects beyond what the globe geometry would allow. So the only salvation is exactly what Jesse said. You have to appeal that light itself is bringing the object to you beyond the geometry. That's the only chance you ever have. That's your salvation.
I don't think this has anything to do with any of what you just said.
Really? Jesse, does it have to do with what I just said?
My guess is yes. I was outside trying out my new climbing belt.
See, he's just gonna agree.
Okay.
He's just gonna agree with you.
No, he's dude. Hey, listen, pay attention, Holmes. Jesse is an ardent glober who has alleged tons of experiments and observations that prove the globe. Isn't that right, Jesse?
Indeed, sir.
So Jesse has no reason to agree with me on this point, except that this point is correct, right, Jesse?
I'm glad that he said alleged.
Yes, there are 100%. There are ample observations that would not work on a globe if light can only take a perfectly straight path.
Yeah, but if you're high, if you have elevation, you can see further. Right?
There's also hundreds of examples of evidence of light curving.
Oh, give us one, homie.
Okay, so one day I went out to the beach where there's a sign 300 feet out in the water. It's a no trespassing sign, and I positioned my telescope 2 inches below the top of that sign, and then I waited for a ship to come by, and I did this on a day that the water was cold and the air was hot and calm. And sure enough, I was able to see the water line on the barge over the top of the sign,
Alex, I can.
even though the sign was higher than both myself and my target. So I was seeing in a curved path. If the light hadn't from the bottom of that ship hadn't been curving over the top of that sign, I could not have seen the water line on that ship. Would you like to see a picture?
Yeah, did you put your phone? It's
yeah,
also
he would like to
magnified
show you
to
the
your
picture.
telescope, which is also magnified.
Oh, interesting.
It's pretty interesting.
So you're
What
saying
I'm
Jesse's
saying, what
observation
I'm
is crap?
saying
Is
is
that
it's
what you're
all
trying to
relative.
say?
It doesn't matter how far you can zoom in because it's literally an illusion.
My mic wasn't working a moment ago. Do you know how a fiber optic cable functions?
It has no relevance to like telescopes or
Well, it's
magnification.
because light doesn't bend; it has to refract. That's why it uses something called total internal refraction. Like the shattered optic cable of fibers causes millions and millions of refractions, so that it can seemingly bend by refracting infinitely, the same way a computer builds circles.
Hey Del, have you looked into density gradient fiber optics that don't use the surface to reflect the light?
No, I'm not claiming to be a scientist of it, but that was the extent of my understanding. Please tell me more.
Well, the original fiber optic was very simple. It was just a fiber of glass or plastic, and the light would bounce off the inside surface of the material because of total internal reflection. But they found that created some problem because different bounce angles made different paths, and so a pulse of laser light would not arrive at the other end completely sharp because some would get there before the other, and so it would stretch out the pulses a little bit, make them muddy. So what they found they could do is they could make the fiber so that it had a dense glass in the middle and then a reducing in density going out towards the outside. In other words, starting at the outside, they had a low density glass, and then as it progressed towards the core, it got gradually increasing in density with the densest glass in the middle of the core. So as the ray of light travels down the fiber optic, if it starts to get near the edge, it gets gently steered back towards the center by this gradient before it actually
Hold on.
touches
Is
the edge.
this optic cable, is that an unbroken cable, or is the light transitioning from section to section?
No, this is just through a single fiber optic, a single piece.
Okay. That's quite interesting, actually. I'll look into that. Thanks for letting me know.
It's called density gradient optics or something like that. I'll drop a link.
Man, dude. So is the light being redirected perpendicular or parallel to the length of the cable?
It's being steered towards the center of the fiber.
Yes, but is it being steered towards the center, parallel or perpendicular?
Parallel to the axis of the length of the cable.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, you know what, dude? That's bad for your point, bro.
What's my point?
So if you have a cylinder,
Hey, I got uncensored. Hell yeah.
if you have a cylinder, right? And so imagine a long cylinder. Let's just say 8 feet. That's a good length of pipe right there. And you turn that cylinder horizontal, right? And then you stack different material around it, and the redirection's occurring, right, along the length. Then what it's hitting is essentially two parallel planes. So you basically end up with a bunch of horizontal gradients, not curvilinear gradients. Now, if it was going perpendicular to the length, you would be having a curvilinear gradient that's redirecting it, right? So if you're talking about it going the length, and that's the primary redirection, then you're basically saying that you're getting the redirection through horizontal gradations. Right?
So
I'm
AI
not sure
overlord.
what. I'd need to see a diagram. You lost me when you started turning the barrel.
Yeah, can you show the evidence that you have that you can see more of the boat?
Hang on,
Can you
Jar.
zoom
Just
in?
wait up. Wait up for 1 minute while AI and Jesse finish their conversation, yeah?
I mean, it seems like that's what they were talking about, right?
No, that's not what we were
No.
talking about, dude.
And now you're going to sit on mute again until this is over. You
Listen,
can't come
all
off
you
stage.
slow kids, if you think the concept of zooming on objects that are past the horizon is about resolving the bottom of the boat and not whether or not you can see any of the object at all, then you need to draw a bunch of diagrams with crayons and come back when you figure it out.
It's not thin of it's not thin of a it's not thin enough of an edge, dude. You know what I mean? We'd have to use colored pencils.
Fair.
Jesse, did you understand what AI was speaking about? I
No,
didn't hear
sir.
that
No,
conversation.
sir.
All right, let me ask somebody else. Does anybody else understand what I meant?
I think so.
No, nobody understands what you're saying because you overcomplicate everything.
I think I
Yeah,
understand.
yeah.
I'm smarter.
Take a pipe like a Russian nesting doll and just keep wrapping pipes around it. You now have a bunch of concentric circles, but the length of the pipe is a cylinder. If you turn that cylinder horizontal and cut it in half and look at it, it'll be a bunch of horizontal lines, right?
Yeah, I think I actually did get what you were saying. I was just away from my phone and on mute, but I think you're trying to say that like forcing the light to have more of a horizontal regradation isn't really indicative of a curve. It's just similar to
Correct.
total internal refraction in a different way. Like you just changed this structure, but the light properties themselves haven't changed.
Yes, you're driving the light towards the center line with horizontal gradation, not curvilinear gradation. And keep in mind, what the globe needs is they need a miraculous refraction to always function with a curvilinear gradation. And as usual, they don't show demonstrations of curvilinear gradations accomplishing this task. They almost always show examples of horizontal gradations accomplishing this task. In other words, it's not analogous to what they're trying to prove.
So
They're just hoping that you don't notice. Hold on a second. They're just hoping that you don't notice and that they just appeal to refraction generally as being sufficient to accomplish the task they needed to accomplish. And that task is to falsify every observation ever put to them that shows anything greater than the globe geometry that can be seen. All right, go ahead.
Are we just gonna ignore the fact that dude, Christopher Columbus knew that the Earth was round in fucking 1609?
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Why did he head east? Or sorry, west? Why did he head west then?
Dude,
It's simple.
because he thought it was. There's a difference between thinking it was and knowing it was, right?
He's already
Yeah.
been there though. He was already at India.
Dude, Christopher Columbus never circumnavigated the Earth in the manner sufficient to prove it's a
It's
globe.
just all
So
liberal propaganda, guys. You heard it here.
no, his chart of his alleged trip isn't sufficient to the task.
Okay, so two issues with that. What was the reason that he headed west again?
I
Can you
mean,
explain? Can you
honestly,
elaborate?
I would have to go back to the evidence.
Like we've known that the
He
Earth
said
was
that he
like fucking
has.
a round oblate spheroid since 1609 at least. Just not gonna talk about it.
Is it possible for us to go
Hold
back to the
on.
evidence that you said that you had?
Yeah, we're gonna go back in time. So here's what I'm gonna do. All right, I just went out my back door of my house. I'm walking. I arrived at the front door. I slapped my front door. I'm now walking again on the other side of my house. I'm walking. Oh, I arrived back at my back door again. I guess my house is a globe.
No, because you used he traveled one direction. He traveled two lines to get there. He didn't fucking
Yes,
travel
you
like
can walk in a circle
he
around
wouldn't
your
have had enough
house.
food to survive that.
What?
Like he would have died if he fucking took a square route rather than just a 2-line route.
Hey guys,
He
look,
would've
I can
starved to
walk
death.
in a circle around my house. That means
That
the Earth is flat, right?
Like,
No, it just means that traveling in a circle doesn't prove anything, dude.
he didn't travel in a circle. He traveled straight west. He was bearing west.
Yep, cool story, dude.
You can't explain it, so it just says cool story. Makes sense.
Okay, so for example, I will do it. I'll do that. Yep, I'll do it. So north is the center of my house. I'm leaving my back door. I'm walking around the west side of my house, the west side of my house, the west side of my house. I'm arriving at my front door. So I've traced an arc of a straight line west. Therefore, my house is a globe. I get it now.
I'm saying that if it was cut off on the flat Earth model, it would be walled off to where you couldn't go around to India heading west. You would have to
You sure
change your
about that,
bearing and
dude?
your heading.
You sure about that?
Yeah, you would have to
You
change
can
your
walk in a
heading.
circle around your house, yeah, but can walk like house gravitation? Like literally walk on the walls around your house?
Dude,
Can you do
dude,
Oh, that's a good point. I'm glad you asked. So, where's the evidence of a person circumnavigating the Antarctic pole and arriving back at the North Pole?
Is that for me or him?
Well, he's talking about, and rightly so, you do have a fair point there, that just walking in a circle around my house doesn't prove that it's a globe or that that it existed in this three-dimensional way. But if I walked up my wall, on my roof, on the front of my house, underneath my basement, and back around, then I would have two axes of circumnavigation, and that should give me some three-dimensional information. And he's correct, that would. Now, I've never walked around my house in that manner for the obvious reason that there's a basement, right? And dirt.
No, for the obvious reason that you can't stand on a wall upright.
Well, that's false. You can walk up a wall, so you're just dumb.
Oh, you can without. Okay.
With equipment, you can do it. So
With equipment. All right.
yeah, but allegedly on the globe, you can do this in both directions, right? So where's yeah, that's cool. That's cool. So why don't you show me when anybody's done such a thing?
Amelia Earhart, Admiral Byrd.
I'll show you the evidence when you show me the evidence you told me you would.
I'm giving him historical people that have done this.
Well, the person who said I'd give him the evidence that I said I would, were you the one who solved the math problem?
Yes.
So the other kid who just spoke was not the one who solved the math problem, right?
Are you talking about the distance?
No.
Yeah.
Why do I need to solve?
Ja.
Why do I need to solve the math?
If you don't know where the horizon is supposed to be, then you can't make any claims about it, dude, for fuck's
The
sake.
horizon varies on the observer's height, though.
The claim. You are making the claim.
Oh my god, dude.
Joe,
Listen.
you're unable to answer the question as to the distance to the horizon. Now, this is very, very simple. Please listen. If you're going to make a claim about ships disappearing over a horizon,
I didn't make a claim.
we first.
Yeah, he didn't make a claim. You got him confused.
You were talking in regards to ships disappearing over the horizon, and that we can bring the top back into view, not the bottom. And you were asking for an example. So what was the example you were asking for then?
I wanted him to give an example of something where it is completely obscured by the horizon, and then you can zoom in, and then now you can see more of the object somehow.
Okay, correct.
I never made a claim. He made the claim.
Okay, so now, what is the distance to that horizon? Because you're not going to be able to judge anything if you don't even know the point at where these objects are supposed to start disappearing to the point where they're going to be completely out of our view, yeah? All these images that you guys have actually posted in here, where you say, hey, look, we can't see the bottom again when we zoom back in. Well, first of all, we'd need to know the observer's height in the video. We'd need to know the distance to the horizon in the video. We'd need to know the size of the ship in the video so that we can make some calculations. We can't just say, hey, that ship's disappeared, must be behind a horizon.
Yeah, let me tell you why,
Able
friend.
to answer that, Joe.
Yeah, AJ, let me tell you why that's the case.
Why
If
do I
you,
need
hey,
to
hold
see
on, friend,
evidence?
hold on,
Just
friendly
use
friend,
evidence.
hold on. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you. You want to know why? I'll tell you why, dude. I'll tell you why. If you could shut up long enough. If somebody just claims that if I can't see the bottom of the boat, then at whatever range the boat is, that's where the horizon is. Then that means that the horizon is in an infinite amount of places. But I never made that claim. I made the claim that if there's a horizon, which is the apex arc of a geometric curve between you and another object, then there's a dead zone of vision behind it. And if an object is in that dead zone, zooming in would not allow you to see it at all. Therefore, if you can see any of it, it demonstrates it's not in a dead zone, if all things being equal.
I
That was
agree.
my claim.
I agree, and I have yet to see any evidence that you can do that.
Yeah, you never showed it. You just said that you're not going to show it. Can you show it?
No. I said I wasn't going to show it until one person told me how far the horizon was from a 1
And I
foot
already
observer
told you
height.
that.
That's all.
And I already
Yeah,
All
gave
right,
you the
perfect.
observer height, and I told you
you
that.
still haven't shown it.
And you still haven't shown it.
All right, hold on. I'm
You
going to have
just
to
went
get it now.
224 miles, and you still just never showed it. So, can you go ahead and drop that in the chat, please?
Yep. Give me a second. I'll pull one up. Keep talking amongst yourselves in the meantime.
Okay. So, I mean, there's many different ways to where you can appear to see over the horizon, but in reality, everything is just it's just all an illusion. There's multiple illusions in which it appears that you can look at something past the horizon. All right. And so, like the ship picture, right? You can see the sail, and everybody's like, "You're stupid. That's not the curve." Okay. There's like 5 different reasons that I can name right now on why it may look.
Okay.
You don't even
So
know the
then what
distance from
distance
the
is
oil
that
rig.
ship? What distance is that ship?
Do you have the distance?
Well, it wasn't my video that was posted. Jar
It wasn't.
posted it.
I
So
was just saying,
what distance? At
if you
what
guys are talking
distance?
about
What
distance,
is the distance of the ship off the shoreline?
it's not my video. I don't know. That's why I'm asking. How do you know it? It proves your point if you don't know the distance either.
Okay. If something
See
is
what I mean?
completely disappeared behind something that's physical, yeah, like the example AI is given, I'll give a different example. Behind a fence, and the object is completely obscured by that fence. No amount of optics is going to be able to bring any part of whatever is behind that fence back into view. So if the
No,
boat
angle
is
lenses can.
completely, hang on, if the boat is completely obscured, we don't see the top in the first instance. We don't see, well, we don't see parts of the ship that are apparently hidden behind that physical curve. In my example, the fence, then there should be no way we can bring any of that back into view, is the point.
Not really true. There's many different optics that can actually appear over a flat object using the angles of certain lenses. Would you like
So
a
lenses
trench?
will bring something back from behind a physical obstruction.
Of course. Would you like to see an example of it?
Yes, please.
Okay, so like trench binoculars, for
Did he
example.
show the?
Let me show you the trench binoculars. Hold on, let me save this image. I think I can post. Let me see.
Did you guys hear me?
Yeah, you got to speak up though.
He's
Holy
having a
fuck!
laugh.
These better not be periscopes, for goodness sakes.
Well,
Did
they're
he
trench
show the
binoculars.
evidence? Did he show the evidence yet, or is he still looking?
No, he hasn't.
He's looking for it. He will let you know when he has it, dude.
Like for example, that's just that. Like that's a
So
trench binocular. Yeah,
a periscope essentially with a mirror.
yeah.
Yeah, no, completely non sequitur to what we're discussing. Yeah.
You would have
Yeah,
to look
either
directly
you'd
through
either
the
have to
mirror.
say that the environment is causing light to refract, right? Like the whatever the
Well,
gas in the air is causing it, right?
I
Like
have a
that would
second
you have to.
question about these trench binoculars. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If I was behind a fence and I was to squat down behind that fence,
No,
and
it
you were standing on
can't
the
see
other
you.
side of the fence, hang on, and you were to use these trench binoculars, would you be able to see me squatting down behind that fence, are they going to bring
No.
me back into
No.
view? No.
No.
Correct.
I'm just saying that there's certain tools that you can see that can look over objects, right? That's all I'm saying.
From your position.
From
Yeah.
your position. And there's
Yes. So
also
you
a
would be
leash
able
that do
to.
the same
You
thing.
may be able to look over the height of the fence because all you've done is increased your elevation here by using these binoculars, but it's not going to bring something back from behind that object.
Well, that's what magnification does.
Well, no, hold on.
Essentially.
The higher above the fence you get, the better an angle you get
That's
on things behind it.
So, like,
Okay,
the height of
so
the
if you were
observer.
standing, if you were standing, let's just say 20 meters, yeah,
No, I
Sure.
disagree
back
with
from
you.
the fence,
Disagree.
and there was somebody crouched down on the other side of that fence, you are not going to be able to bring that person back into view by using this instrument that you've posted in the chat. You may be able to see over the fence, but you're not going to see the other side of the fence, yeah? And this is the point here, that once this boat has gone below that physical curve, it doesn't matter what instrument you use, it's not going to allow it to come back over above that physical curve. The only saving grace you have here is, as Jesse had stated earlier, that all you guys seem to ignore is that the path of light would be curving with the sphere, allowing us to see it.
Yeah, but it depends also on the setting that you're doing this in. Like
Well,
light does bend.
it sounds to me like there's two horizons. There's the horizon when the bottom of the ship first hits that curvature, and then when the top of it hits the horizon, right? You're talking about when the top of it has passed the second horizon, right?
No, there's no second horizon the way you've explained it, yeah? So all it would be is as the ship sails away, it's gradually getting lower. Just like someone, I suppose, you see someone behind a kitchen bench in those comedy shows where they pretend they're walking down a set of stairs or an elevator. As you get further away from that physical obstruction and you've got to drop over the distance, the curve, then you're gradually going to disappear bottom up until the ship is no longer visible. It has nothing to do with the second horizon at that point.
Correct.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that when the bottom starts, so the bottom doesn't disappear for quite a while, right? As the boat's near you, I mean, you can see the what we'll call the bottom is the line in the like where it hits the water, right? Like where you can see that point where it literally is touching the water up until a certain point. When that gets too far beyond the curvature, but yet the top of the boat, right, the sails are still above the curvature. So those are the two horizons I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, but you're not understanding that you can periscope down.
You're not
Like
really
where the
making any
base of the
sense there with
object
straight
two
up,
horizons,
you can
dude.
down as well.
So what I'm saying is that there's a horizon because the ship has a height. The point of it on the surface of the water is already behind the surface, but above the surface of the water you can still see it a little bit longer until it goes a little bit further. And so that's what I'm saying. There are the two horizons.
Yes,
it's based on the
that
height
has nothing
of the
to do
ship.
with that has nothing to do with two horizons. That would just be the object moving away from the physical obstruction, going down on the curve. Yeah. So at one point, yes,
it wouldn't be
it's
well.
going
So
to,
there would be a
it's
second
going to
distance.
slowly on the globe. You would have the distance to the physical curvature. Now, as that boat starts to go over that physical curvature cannot move. The boat is just going to continue sailing over that drop. Yeah.
Right.
So it's slowly going to get lower.
Yes.
So in that instance, it would be the same as someone walking away from you where they appear, you're losing your angle and they appear to be getting shorter. So again, if we had a physical obstruction, someone may be taller than that fence, but as they walk away from the fence,
they're
going to
just to be
slowly
clear,
appear to drop, right? So it's not two horizons at that point.
I think that you're describing a semantic thing like that. I'm describing the same thing you're describing, which is that there's the point where the bottom of the object, right, hits that physical point of the curvature, and then there's a point where that bottom object has to travel a little bit further for the top of it to also drop off from the angle.
Wait, let me interject real quick. What about that evidence? We were supposed to get evidence from.
That's a different person who's still muted.
AI,
like,
I know AI. Like
He'll bring it in. He'll bring it in. He's obviously looking for the right
how long does
document
it
or picture.
take?
I don't
Like I
know,
gotta go.
dude.
I gotta go to the gym
That's
in
up
20
to
All
him,
right, all
man.
right. I'm going to tell you how long it's going to take. It's going to take exactly to when I decide to let you speak in this room again because
I've
you're
got to
going to
go.
be.
Like I've got to leave in 26 minutes. I got to go to the fucking
Oh,
gym
that's a
real quick.
different story though. Then why didn't you say so? And then I'll put it on the front burner. How about that?
Yeah, well, hurry the fuck up. I don't have all fucking
Can I
night.
be right, sunshine?
Oh,
I think we all agree that
Okay, so now for Jar, my question is: once that boat sails away far enough that it is completely obscured, the whole boat has gone out of view, right? Now, if we, by rights, we should not be able to bring any of that boat from back behind that physical curvature. It doesn't matter whether we have enough angular resolution and the ability to decipher the bottom of that boat. We shouldn't be seeing any of that boat.
Correct.
And I
There's
know
no
your answer just is
magnification. There's no magnification that would allow you to see
AI,
it.
just DM it
You
to me.
you would need to invoke the atmosphere, bending light. Yeah.
Like I gotta go. So like I don't know if you can put it up right now, but like I gotta go.
Okay,
Like I'm trying
bye.
to. I'm doing squat. Today's leg day. Like you cannot slack on leg day. Everybody knows this.
Okay, well, we'll see you another time then.
Like,
Yeah, come back
like
later.
he said this shit like 2.5 hours ago, and it's still not there.
Okay, well,
I
don't
just can't
waste your
believe
own
it.
time. Don't want you
What
to
a
be
massive
late.
waste of time.
Yeah, okay, well, we'll see you another
I
time then.
stalled
Bye.
for 2.5 hours.
Okay,
It's
then,
crazy.
well, I'll see you're disappointed. I'll put the complaint into management. Bye.
Yeah, Star Wars is fake, by the way. It's not real.
Well, no fucking shit.
I'm just letting you
So's
know.
the globe
I'm just letting
birthing
you
and
know it's
vacuum
not
of
real.
space. Bye.
Yeah, the Earth is flat, by the way. Just so you know.
Yeah, I know.
He's saying a science fiction movie's fake sarcastically. Like, I think that's worth pointing out. Like,
Yeah, it was a joke. It was a joke. So I
It was
hope
a
people.
bad one. Bye. Anyway, you're going to be late, so bye.
Yeah, I mean, peace out.
The globe's a bad joke too.
all right. Now that he's got it, just posted it 2 seconds ago. No, I'm serious though. So the link was broken in our wiki page to the video, so I had to settle for a still, and
Well, it
I
was Jar
compiled
that
it.
was
So
asking. It was Jar that was asking, and Jar's still here. So, but I'm just not sure that Jar's going to be able to understand what you've posted here, seeing as he couldn't even give us the distance to the geometric horizon.
okay, so here I'll explain it. So we got a wiki, which I posted a link, which has hundreds of observations, or at least 100 observations. Let me put it that way. That supersede globe geometry in the manner in which we already told him that Jesse agrees with. Okay. Geometrically speaking, they supersede the globe geometry, period, end of story. So this observation is the Guillermo to sailboat, or the Guarva. Sorry, I can't pronounce that. Lagarmarero. So the distance to the boat, 43 kilometers. Observer height, 105 feet. Target height, 25 feet. That's the height of the boat. Globe predicted hidden height, 123 feet. So, is 25 smaller than 123? Yes or no? The answer is obviously yes. So it'd be impossible geometrically to see this boat. Okay? Yet
Wait,
when zoomed
sorry.
in, you see the
What
boat.
was? Did you say is 25 smaller than 23, and then you said yes?
25 smaller than
No.
123.
Right.
Listening comprehension shit.
Can you see the image in the chat Jar of the sailboat in the distance on the horizon?
I think my main issue with the video is that I can't actually see the
6
move
minutes.
distance to the
Answer
boat.
D.
6 minutes past the hour.
Is it that
Jar?
blurry picture? Is it that
Yeah.
blurry
So can
picture?
you see the boat in the background on the horizon?
I think I can see a sail. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, can you see the numbers
Hey,
above?
sorry, I was talking to my dog. The numbers above.
Yes, for the observation.
Let's talk about
Just
your
above
job.
that same image, we've got the distances, the observer height, the target height. You can click on that and blow that up. AI,
Yeah, I
would
see
you
it.
like to go through it with? Would you like to go through it with him again,
All right,
seeing
I
as he
made
didn't
a new
understand it?
one. I made a new one, and I. Oh my fuck, dude. Hold on a second. Freaking just went to the wrong chat. All right, now I'm back in the chat.
So is that the one at 9 minutes past the hour, AI?
All right, hold on a second. So all the way down at the very end there, I circled the observation that this is. Now you could go to our wiki. I put the link there. You can see the image there.
I
Now
see it.
I gotta go ahead.
I see it.
All right, so we got the Gomera to the sailboat. The distance to the boat, 43 kilometers. The target height, which is the boat, 25 feet. The globe predicted hidden height by the horizon, which would be, the island that we already described, 123 feet. So geometrically, the entirety of the physicality of this boat is within the dead zone. So by zooming in, you can see the sail. So this meets the burden that we talked about earlier, that an object that's supposed to be entirely hidden by the horizon can be seen by zooming in. Okay, this is just one observation.
So you can see
This
the top of
wiki,
the sail?
But that
what?
boat, that sail, should be 123 feet
Oh,
below
fuck.
your eye line hidden.
Who just said, but you can see the top of the sail? Who said that?
I
Some
did. That's
dude.
what I'm asking. Is that what y'all are saying, that
Oh,
you
yeah,
can see the top of the
It's
sail?
right
Or
there.
I didn't see
dude,
the video. I'm just asking.
take a break. Hey, bro, you gotta fix your mic, dude.
I can't fix my mic. I tried telling you that it's a phone.
Yes, but you could change
Yeah.
your gain. You could change your
How?
sensitivity gain within the app.
Within what
So
app?
if you
On
the
Discord?
Discord app, yeah, Discord.
Bring your little thing where you're pressing your
How's it
button to
going,
talk or whatever. Bring
Okay,
that
yeah,
up.
fair
It'll
point.
say crisp. Tap crisp on there.
Yeah, there's 3 different ways within Discord to do it. If you don't know, we'll give you a mulligan. But for the love of God, please try to do it.
I don't use Discord much. Where is it? You said the 3 dots or something? Where'd you say?
Go
The
into
other
your
guy?
user settings and go into the voice and
Yeah, do you mind if I ask you something? Kind of, it would be changing the subject, though. It would be a little bit unrelated to this, or if we can stay on
can
the
we
veterans app.
finish? Can we finish with
Yeah,
Jar first?
you can ask me. You can ask me. You can ask me any question if you concede, if you are a witness, that this observation meets that burden that we discussed earlier.
Well, so what I mentioned earlier is my issue is that I just can't verify the numbers are correct in the table, just from the image, right? But
Yeah.
I agree that the set problem you set up is correct, right? As like there would be a height where that should like I agree in theory with you. I just like I can't look at this picture and say like, okay, now I'm converted. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Exactly.
There's
It's
nothing
not.
unfair about
It's
that.
not. It's not convincing evidence. You would have to. You would have to be able to like show that
Yeah, I
this
know.
is.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand this one isolated thing may not convince you, and that's fair because it doesn't have all the particulars. However, I'm going to tell you, as was already confirmed by a globe arguing proponent who we already established is a longtime globe arguer who has his own evidences, arguments, etc., agreed that in the history of this argument there have been hundreds, if not thousands, of observations presented that supersede globe geometry in the manner in which you need to meet the burden that I have. Right. So we in the community know these observations exist, and they are there. So I mean, this is just the one that I found the quickest.
Okay. Well, I mean, even if this is completely factual, you could still explain it on a globe Earth model.
You could tell a story, but you wouldn't be able to demonstrate it.
Well, I mean, fine, but as far as we know, that's what this is. That's what this observations table is. So, I mean, if we're here to listen to each other's stories, then we should do that, right?
Well, the story on the globe side, we all know the story. The story is no matter what observation you present terrestrially, we will always claim magical light. That's it. That's the story. And we all know
Well,
that story.
it's not magical though. It's literally just the different densities of air, the minor different densities in air. Like, do lenses work? Have you ever used
Yeah,
a lens before?
we all know the refraction is a
That's
thing.
bendy
Can I ask you
light,
a question?
right?
Yeah, we know. Can I ask you a question?
It happens in the atmosphere
Can I
as
ask you a
well.
question? Ask you a question. Is there any observation that a flat earther could make that would lead you to question the globe that you couldn't just explain away with refraction
I mean,
philosophically?
yes, there's evidence that you could show me that would. I mean, if the Earth is flat, you could show me
I
evidence.
think you're
that would
missing.
convince
You're
me that the
missing
Earth
what
is
he
flat.
just said. He asks if there's proof of the globe. If so, can you provide it?
No, that's not what I asked.
Not what you asked.
What I asked
Yeah,
was,
that's not what he
is there,
asked.
yeah, what I asked. Let me ask you this in a different way, right? Is there any example that could be provided to you that you wouldn't just assume was refraction and then discount?
Is there any example that, if you could show that it was not refraction, then yes.
No, that's not what I'm asking.
Hey, according to your own standard that you just laid out for us, it's impossible for us to bear that burden because so far all you've done is appeal to the fact that refraction exists, which we all know refraction exists. So under the penumbra of the sheer existence that
Yeah,
light
I
can be
don't know.
redirected,
So
I
I
know,
don't know that that's what.
I
No,
know.
no, you
You
don't
want to know
know. What
why
am
I
I
know?
about to
I do
say?
know.
What am
Let
I
me tell
about to
you.
say? What am I about to say?
I know because I've engaged with people for the past decade, and they all say the same thing, dude. And
So
you're
what
not
is
going to
it?
be the
What am
first
I about
one
to
to say
say?
something different.
What am I about to say?
It's not about what you're about to say. It's about the overall excuse.
So are you interested in having a conversation with me, or are you wanting to fight? Scarecrows.
Well, what I want to know, just like what he wants to know, is at what range can you be shown an object that is orders of magnitude below the hidden globe geometry that you can clearly see in an image that you won't excuse away as refraction? And why will you not?
Well, so listen. I don't know that what's going on there. If it is refraction, okay, but based on what I know about the world and what I see about the world, it seems that the world is round. Okay, and the only way to explain both of those things at once would be refraction. Okay, so you'd have to show me a reason to believe that the Earth is not round, right? Before I were willing to question the refraction thing.
Answers. You're not actually answering the question. You're just being a politician right now. So can you actually answer the question?
He clearly asks you, what have you observed that proves it's a globe to you? That makes you believe it's a globe.
That's not
have
what
you
he asked.
observed? Yes, he did. And if not, then fine. I'm asking you, what have you personally observed that allows you to believe it's a globe? Personally, from your own viewpoint.
I've seen ships disappear over the horizon, bro. I've seen that.
I'm trying to get him to realize something in his own psychology, right? And proving a globe right now doesn't really matter.
I would say things
Yeah,
I've personally seen. I'll just say things
Yeah,
I've
hold on a
personally
second.
seen.
Let's be more blunt. Let's be more blunt. Flat man, you're derailing the conversation. So take a back seat. Thanks.
But yeah, the things I've personally seen that are very convincing to me about the round Earth.
No,
for one, I think
don't also do that.
Sorry.
So you're now doing the thing that we didn't want to happen, which is going off on a separate. Okay.
Well, sorry, I thought you said you wanted me to provide things I've personally seen that lead me to believe the round Earth is true. I thought that was
just
literally
stop.
Said.
That's literally what he asked.
I thought I was just answering the question.
That's what AI asked.
Can everyone
for.
please stop? Crypto, can you please ask the question again? Because everyone's obviously very confused and not listening.
Yeah, I don't think it's that hard to follow. So we've got an observation that we think isn't possible on a globe, and you're going to just explain it away with refraction. That's fine. So
No, I'm not explaining it away. I'm not explaining it away.
Hadn't finished. But thank you. So, do we have any observation possible that you wouldn't just explain away with refraction? Is that a possibility?
Yes, if there is an example that you couldn't explain away with refraction, but so far I
You're
haven't been
going to
given
do
one.
that regardless. We all know that that's what you're going to do regardless.
Well, because there is no examples that can't be explained with refraction.
You're going to
There
do
we
that
go.
regardless. You not understand this.
So it's always
Do
going
I
to be
not understand
refraction
what?
because. So your answer is it's always going to be refraction because
Well,
there
in
is no
most
example where you
case,
can't show there is no refraction. So you're never going to actually come to
yes,
any
you have
observation and
there
claim
no,
claim
there
refraction.
is no example that I've been given that can't be explained with refraction. If you can give one, then that would be smack down evidence for
You're not
flat Earth.
meeting this question at the right level. And I don't know if it's deliberate.
I'm gonna meet the question at the level that I'm at.
Which is lower than where the question's being pitched.
Okay,
Well, his
whatever,
basic
bro.
answer is no. Crypto, his basic answer is no. There is no
Well, we
observation
have
where he
to.
would.
Yeah, but we have to parse it out. We have to parse it out with what is meant by explained by refraction, because he already said earlier there's other reasons he thinks the Earth is a globe. In order for these observations to exist, it must be the case, if the Earth is a globe, that light is taking a wonkily donkily path. Therefore, he's going to conclude that it is taking that path, right? So, in order to
No,
go
I'm
any
not saying it
further,
definitely. I'm not gonna. No. I'm not gonna say that it definitely is. That's definitely the case. I'm just saying that's the only explanation given my perception of the world. That's the only way that you could explain things. That's all
that's
I'm saying.
exactly that. I know that you. So you're agreeing.
No, because no. You're saying that I'm gonna say that is what is happening. I'm not gonna say that is definitely the case. I'm just gonna say that it's most likely the case given what I know about the world. I'm not going to say that it is definitely this way. I'm still
Okay,
willing
that's cool.
to have.
I'd agree
I'm
with
still
you.
willing to have I'm still willing to have a disagreement. I'm still willing to have a conversation. Right? If you can show me evidence that can't be explained with refraction, then I will have nowhere to go but flat Earth.
For the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th time, everything we show you, you will just say refraction to. Okay?
That's
And the
okay, but that's because the Earth is round.
haven't finished.
So what?
Haven't finished. Dude, I let you finish. Let me finish. So, every single thing we show you, you're just going to say refraction, which means that your worldview is unfalsifiable.
No.
Do you know what that
Bro,
means?
if you can show me
Yeah.
evidence that I can't explain with refraction,
You're just going to say refraction to everything we
no,
present you.
no. Well, that's because
Yes.
refraction explains it. Okay, but
Well,
Now
Jar,
you're
I mean,
admitting
hang
it.
on, Jar. May I ask a question? What is refraction?
refraction is like what happens because light bends due to the fact that it moves through a medium.
Can you show us a demonstration of that?
And I mean,
Hold
it's
on.
just I mean,
Fill up a glass of water
different
and just look at it.
densities.
Hang
Yeah,
on.
like
Hold on.
literally.
So
Fill up a glass
no.
of water.
So you don't have. Thank
The
you.
first point we have refraction according to Snell's law. Yeah.
Are you
So-
wearing glasses?
Yes.
So what is refraction according to Snell's law?
I'm not. I don't know what Snell's law is.
It's just
So
the
you're
formula.
going to hang on. So you're going to claim refraction in every instance because that would be what you
Bro,
believe is occurring. And your best.
I
Hang
already
on.
told
And
you.
your best. And your
I
best.
already told you though. Bro.
Hang on, dude. How can you claim refraction when you actually know nothing about refraction and exactly what the claim is or how refraction is apparently caused, other than your belief that light's taking a curved path due to the density of the atmosphere? Because there is a lot more to refraction than just that. So again, my question, you said that, unless someone could show you refraction wasn't occurring, well, we can go through that, yeah? However, you don't understand refraction in the first instance to make this claim.
You can say that all you want to, bro, but I mean, I
Well, no, we
literally
can
see the
demonstrate
effects.
that. What is
I see the effect. I can pick up
refraction?
this.
What is refraction according to Snell's law?
I can see refraction going. I can videotape it for you, bro. I can literally videotape this shit for you.
So you make
if
the
you want.
assumption that what's occurring is refraction because you know nothing about
I mean, I can
refraction.
videotape it. Can anything else explain this to you? I can videotape
So
it. Do you want me to videotape it for you?
How do you confirm that what's occurring in that video is refraction occurring if you
Do you
don't know
have
what
another
refraction is?
explanation? Do you have another explanation for it? Do you have? Can you pick up a glass of water right now and hold it up to a light? Explain it through any other way than refraction.
That's not the same. You've already
No.
brought up
That's
different
what
isotropic
refraction
mediums.
is.
Dude, you've just brought up two different isotropic mediums, which is what Snell's law talks about. Snell's law doesn't talk about one medium, which is the observation through the atmosphere. You understand
Okay,
that, right?
fine. Even so, that the reason that it happens is because of differing densities, and the atmosphere has
No.
slightly different densities
reason-
across it.
The claim of refraction is that there's a boundary layer between two isotropic media.
Like
I got a question.
Okay, fine. So I guess we're talking about light, and the terms do get confusing sometimes. And yes, there is a difference between a refraction and whenever it's the same medium. I'm not sure what the same medium is called, but
They pointed out to
a
you.
similar thing does happen.
Yeah, they had to teach you that, right?
So again,
Okay.
my question is, how do you claim refraction in every image without knowing anything about refraction?
Well, I mean, it's not refraction what's going on, but it is bending light.
Okay. So
because it's in different mediums. So I mean, it seems like you're just trying to get
mediums?
hold on. It
How
seems
is
like you're just trying to get me and show like, oh, you're this or that. You're this or that. And I mean, I just want to have a conversation, you know.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm actually being quite polite. I'm trying to go through this step by step with you. Yeah, and I think that my question is fair. If someone is to claim something is occurring, how can they continue to claim it in every instance if they don't even know that that is the case? Yeah, that is a fair question.
I didn't say that I know that that's what's going on. I never said that.
Or let me ask you the secondary question. Or if it is occurring, is the thing in principle capable of meeting the thing necessary that you're witnessing? So, for example, if there's a particular rate of something occurring and you show something that exceeds that possibility of that rate, then that would exclude that thing as being possible in that instance, but you wouldn't know that unless you knew all the particulars, right?
Yeah, I have limited perception. We all have limited perception.
Okay. So you're talking about terrestrial refraction,
it's
yeah,
like
but
all,
now you have
there's an important quote. It's all models are wrong, but some, or I don't remember the quote. Somebody has to know what I'm talking about though.
Useful.
All models are
wrong, but some are useful.
Yeah, there you go. All
So-
models
so-
are wrong, but some are useful.
So just the answer to the question isn't, I don't think, too difficult. It's like the Snell's law just describes how the angle of light is related to the refractive index of the medium.
No.
Yeah, so it literally Snell's law is sine of the
Snell's-
angle of light divided by sine of
No.
the angle of the outside
Well,
wave is equal to the ratio
yes.
of the index of refractions between them. Like
Anyway, but it has to do with the speed of light, which is the refractive index of different isotropic materials, and how that light either slows down or speeds up at the boundary layer between those two materials. So, can you show any horizontal boundaries between the denser and less dense air in the stratified atmosphere for this to be occurring?
Any horizontal boundaries?
Yeah.
And so I assume you mean like spherical.
No, it's a
concentric
grade. It's
sphere
not.
to the.
There's
By
no
horizontal, I mean a
boundary.
concentric
It's a
sphere, right?
grade. It's a grade between one density and another density,
Where's
and
it
that
at
grade
horizontally?
has a total effect on the light.
Show the grade.
No, so Jar, I think the issue that he's saying is that
Where's it
theoretically,
start?
if the refractive if like let's say we're talking about light bending through air, theoretically, if there's no temperature difference, then all of the air has the same refractive index, and therefore
We're not
there should be
talking
no.
about vertically. He said horizontally. Clean your fucking ears out. Do you have the grade? Where does it start? The first medium. Where does it get blocked
Sorry,
at?
why are you
By
being
the
like
next.
that? I wasn't.
Why are you not making any sense? He said
I was
horizontally.
making sense. So I
No,
tried to
you're
get
not.
clarification, which was never given. By horizontal, you mean a
Horizontally, I'm
concentric.
trying to, but you want to keep making shit up.
No, I'm just asking a
Horizontally,
clarifying question. Let me finish the question so you can answer it.
from you to
Horizontally,
forward.
but by horizontally, do you mean a concentric sphere, like around
No,
the proposed
retard.
globe?
Spheres aren't horizontal. Don't be a
Okay.
fucking idiot.
So
Listen,
then,
forward.
Okay, so let's start from the beginning, seeing as you're claiming terrestrial refraction. So we understand what refraction actually is, yeah? We
Yeah.
understand that we have a boundary between two isotropic media, and it depends
Correct.
on the speed of the light
Yes,
passing
but there's
through that
also
boundary. Hang on.
there's also
All right.
so light. It doesn't just have to be a border between two different media. Light can still bend because of one medium, just different temperatures, causing light densities, or sorry, not light is
Yeah,
densities.
indexes
The
of
density
refraction
of
are
the
taken at room temperature. So if temperatures change,
yes.
then the index of refraction will also change, and that is what we're going to use to explain it. Yes, but we'll get there when we need to.
So what happens? What happens whenever there is a boundary? What happens whenever there is a boundary is
Hold on, dude.
there's a
Jar.
sharp angle. There's a
Jar,
sharp
stop.
angle. There's a sharp angle, and whenever there is these kinds of grades, you have a bendy pattern instead of a sharp angle.
Okay.
You have a
Hold
curve.
up. Heretic, you're trying to get in there?
Yeah, well, then it's not Snell's law, which would be the law of refraction.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right, so for what you're claiming, you have a few requirements, guys, because you're claiming that the light is curving around the path of the Earth, yeah? And
No.
this all comes, yes, and this all
No.
comes back to general,
No.
yes. So direct.
No,
I'm
no,
not.
no. So
I'm
what
not.
we're
Hang
what
on,
we're saying?
guys. Hang on,
No,
guys.
that's not what
Hang
we're
on.
saying though. That's not.
Hang on. Stop talking over, please. You're claiming that because we can see these objects from behind the physical horizon, the path of light is curving to your eye around that sphere. That is one of the requirements.
Yes, but it's not because of the globe. It's because of the air. It's bending down because there's cooler air at the bottom and there's hotter air at the top, and it's bending down because of that.
Okay. So, direct quotation from San Diego State University lectures. The atmosphere is also curved as it follows the shape of the Earth.
Mhm.
In the calculations, we'll adopt a rough value of 6,400 kilometers as the radius of curvature. To make the calculation simple, we'll also assume the density depends only on the distance from the curvature, from the center of the curvature, sorry. A pretty good assumption.
Yes, that's a pretty good assumption, but it is not entirely accurate. And the reason and those things that are not entirely accurate cause what we actually perceive in the world.
So the direct quote from San Diego State University that the atmosphere is curved as it follows the shape of the Earth, where they give a rough value of a radius for it to follow, you claim is incorrect.
It's good enough. But
Okay,
yes,
so
and
there's a few requirements here, yeah? So you've got the oxymoron of atmosphere, atmo meaning air, sphere meaning sphere, curving. Now, according to gas laws, gases have no defined shape. They take the shape of their container. no defined volume, and these particles move in random motion with little or no interaction. So you do not have.
That
Hold
doesn't
on.
work.
Hold
Let me
on.
finish.
So hold on. So you do not have your sphere-shaped curving air to begin with, yeah? Secondly,
so the
you
container
do
is
need
the-
a. Secondly, you don't have a container on the Earth, dude.
Bro, we
So
should
Secondly,
let
the
it fall.
gravitational well is the container.
There
The
you go.
gravitational field of the Earth.
Hold on. Now that's another claim that we can get into shortly. Yeah. You also need a measured radius value for this light to curve around in this atmosphere. Yeah. You don't have a directly measured radius value. There is no proven curvature in the first place. So
I
all
didn't
you have at the
understand.
moment.
I don't
Hang
understand
on.
why we need that.
Wait, what?
I just didn't
all
understand.
you have at the moment. Okay. The atmosphere is curved as it follows the shape in the Earth. In the calculations, we're going to use a rough value of 6,400 kilometers for the radius of curvature. To make things simple, we're also going to assume that this depends only on the distance from the center of curvature. Okay, so you don't have your sphere-shaped air and you don't have your measured globe in the first instance to assume this to begin with. So what you're presenting here
No,
is
you
just
do have a spear-shaped globe, though.
No, you haven't. No one has proven that in the first instance. This is just based off an assumption. So all you have is a begging the question contradiction in terms at this point. Do you understand that?
No.
No, if we're not allowed to assume like round Earth, then the entire formulation of that theory is obviously like mistaken.
Assume? Don't need to assume anything. We need you to demonstrate it to be true.
I mean, no. So,
I
like,
mean, you can make a
the
theory.
the point of this conversation is to describe the fact that our system is internally consistent and yours is not. And our system is internally consistent.
No, it's not.
No, and that wasn't the point here. The point was that you were claiming terrestrial refraction for every observation that we shouldn't be seeing. And that you stated, unless you could be shown otherwise, you would have to run with that belief, yeah? Now, we've established that you didn't know what refraction and Snell's law was to make those claims in the first instance. And now we're demonstrating that you don't
I didn't know what Snell's law is, but I
Okay,
did
so
know.
you
I
don't
do
know.
understand. I
You
don't know what Snell's
actual
law
refraction
is. No, so but I do understand that light bends because of different densities in air and temperatures
we've
in
now
air.
demonstrated that
I
you
don't
have
understand. No, I don't understand the specific thing that you're talking about, Snell's law, but I do understand that light bends because of cooler air below it and warmer air above it, and that's what's happening in this case.
and we
I
can
do
get to
understand that.
yeah. So you don't understand what actual refraction is, yeah?
I don't understand. Hold on.
That's correct.
I don't understand what Snell's law is. But I do understand. That's not so. That's not relevant to this case if you're talking about.
Yes, it is.
Because because we're talking about.
Yeah, no, you bring up refraction, so we invoke the law of refraction, and you say it's not relevant to this discussion about refraction?
Me,
Must be a
please.
moron.
I was trying to speak. Okay, we can't
Yeah.
have a conversation if we're both talking at the same time. Okay.
Dude, he's literally gutting you because the refraction is called Snell's
Hold
law.
on. I was saying something.
I'm helping
Heretic
you.
and Hyde, please stop talking. I was
I'm
saying something.
actually trying to help you, dude. You should listen for a second. It's not about what is Snell's law. Snell's law is refraction.
No, so what I was about to say.
Well, until you uptake that point, you're not going to say shit. Snell's law is the law of refraction. We've had to say it to you over and over. You keep ignoring it, and then you want to just say something else. Well, at least update in the conversation before you respond. Go ahead.
Well, I think to be fair,
So I was trying to speak, and then I got muted.
I really don't care. Yeah, I know. You just kept trying to steamroll past the point that's been made to you that you ignored like 5 times in a row. So before you get it, you're not going to go on to say whatever it is you want to say.
Literally, what I've been trying to say is that.
All right. I guess you don't understand. So, what's the law of refraction?
Bro, do you want to hear?
And what's the law of refraction? No, I don't want to hear your horse shit. How many times does that need to be changed?
Dude,
What's the law of refraction?
why do y'all treat people like that in here?
Yeah, I mean,
Am I not in this conversation
you're
anymore?
not having a conversation with me at this point. You're just muting me and
No, we're
being a
not
dick.
having a conversation because you're ignoring everything we put to you, and you just want to go on blathering your own thing. So basically, what you want in here is a monologue, not a conversation. I agree. So once you uptake on the point of what Snell's law is and why it was brought into this, there's no point in talking to you because you're just looking past everything we say.
Bro says I want a monologue as he's monologuing.
All right, we'll talk to your white knight. Go fuck yourself. Go ahead, white knight.
I'm a bit disappointed, Jar.
I'm a little bit confused. Am I allowed to say things or not?
Yes, you are.
Yes, you give it a shot. Yeah, the last guy, he struck out. You're up.
Well, because I feel like me and Jar were sort of. I mean, he had issues obviously describing Snell's law, right? But I feel like we kind of got past that when I kind of jumped in and said it just describes the angle of refraction. Like it tells you what the angle is based on the index of refraction.
And the index of refraction is the refraction index of different medium.
Yes.
That requires a boundary to be passed.
I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Yes.
It doesn't need like a hard boundary, like temperature variance is
Okay, so then you're claiming that there is a horizontal boundary between the denser and less dense air in the stratified atmosphere then.
So that's cool story.
Hey, you're roboting. Try again. Try again. You're roboting.
Yeah, sorry, AI, I can wait for you to come back if you want it before I say anything, but
I still don't understand what horizontal means.
Okay.
Because if we're assuming a globe, then there is no.
You don't understand what.
Yeah, for the lot. Hey, yeah. But listen, he parsed it out with: do you mean horizontal to the tangent of a curve? Do you mean horizontal as in the orientation, or are you trying to say as an axis, meaning that it's actually curvilinear gradations, which are essentially concentric circles? So you guys really need to parse that out. Otherwise, you're just talking past each other.
I'm thinking of the horizon being a concentric circle, which is why I'm not sure, and I think I was told I'm not supposed to think that. That's just why I'm confused.
okay, so the horizontal boundary would just be the boundary between those two mediums, yeah?
Oh, so it's traveling in a path towards me, and then as it's traveling, so the boundary would be like perpendicular to that path, right? Like it would be you pass through a surface.
Yes.
And each sliver of a surface would be a new boundary. Yeah.
Correct. Each medium.
Yeah, exactly. I would agree.
All right. So if we want to continue down that path, then you would be saying that there is a boundary between the dense and less dense air in the atmosphere.
Well, so what's interesting is that the path it's traveling along, because it would be the same height from the surface of the globe, is that you're not actually traveling along that temperature variance. Ooh. Right? Like because I'm assuming light that is coming at me, which means it's not going up. It's not hitting the higher the different or the lower temp or whatever it would be. It's not hitting the temperature gradient. It's going along more of a straight path, right? So, like I would say, like there's probably a hypothetical condition in which on a particular day you could see a ship further on a particular beach, but it wouldn't be like an existential thing that any condition you could just see that. So I'm making a less strict claim than the other person was, I think.
Is there any way that we could mitigate for the refraction? For example, could we use a different wavelength of light, maybe infrared? understanding
That I'm
that
not sure. I think it might affect the phase velocity. I don't actually know.
Infrared refracts less than the visible spectrum.
Yeah. So the
So
phase
if we
velocity.
could,
That makes sense.
cool.
Yeah, because different spectrum. That's why spectrums separate because different wavelengths. Yes, that's correct. That would be. I would agree.
So we could use infrared cameras, for example, to make long distance observations. And if we are to mitigate for refraction, we should see a truer version of the Earth with infrared, correct?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. And as we know that there's a huge amount of refraction down at sea level where the temperature gradient starts, and because of the water vapor coming off of the sea, for example. So if we were to move higher up in the atmosphere, that would also mitigate for refraction, correct?
Move higher up in the atmosphere.
Yeah, less refraction up there, more refraction down here, where the
Well, then
density
you
layers are
couldn't.
thin.
Well, don't you need the surface of the Earth as the curvature thing?
We're always going to be looking at the surface of the Earth. I'm trying to ascertain if you agree to the premise that the refraction's going to affect a lower altitude of observation and a higher altitude of observation.
I mean, in a vacuum, yes, but if we go higher up, then we have to travel through more atmospheres.
Yeah.
But if that's relevant, then yeah, sure, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. So, for example, if we were to use infrared cameras at altitude, we would be mitigating for refraction. Less refraction higher up, and less refraction because of the wavelength of light infrared. So, if I was to give you observations at high altitude, 35,000 feet, with an infrared camera, would we see a truer version of the Earth?
Well, again, because if we're like, are we looking at the ship on a horizon?
And we're going to be looking at the horizon. Yes, we're going to be figuring out where the horizon is for the observer.
I would say it's less true because now that we're higher up, we have to travel through more atmosphere and more a gradient of the atmosphere.
Okay, but using infrared, I mean, Jesse's
that would still mitigate it. Yes, that would mitigate.
Yeah, yeah. Jesse's not going to like you for saying that, but okay, fair enough. So if I was to give sorry, AI, did you want to say something?
Look, the extinction coefficient for the Rayleigh atmosphere is 300 miles at a horizontal zero altitude. So as you get up in elevation, you're mitigating that, right? Because if the occlusion rate is waning off as you increase altitude, then by increasing altitude, it's going to wane off. So it's not the case that you'd be worse off the higher you get. You'd be better off the higher you get.
That's what I'm trying to.
Well, I think what I'm saying is maybe my mistake. Basically, I'm saying there's more variance in the boundaries that light is traveling through because now the horizon is already low in the atmosphere, and it has to get all the way through the temperature gradient up until the height that you're at, right? As opposed to just traveling along a relatively constant temperature path.
No, you're thinking about it wrong, sucker bum. Let me tell you. Yes. So remember, the angle of refraction is equal to the angle of incidence plus the refractive index, which is going to be more oblique the more horizontal you are. So the more diagonal you get from the observation point, the less oblique angles you have, and therefore you have less refraction. So the cumulative result is less refraction. Make sense?
I think, I mean, honestly, I could probably be convinced either way at this point.
Okay, let me put it to you like this, Holmes. Let me put it to you like this. Very simple. So
I'm not going to argue it. That's fine.
Fair. I just want to make it clear. If the angle of incident is 0, right, or a straight angle, which would be 180, but you could also describe it as 0, then the light's going to pass straight through, regardless of the differential in the medium. Correct? Because you need an incident angle. Correct?
Yeah.
So in other words, yes, you get it now. All right, go ahead.
This is not good, the flat earther theory. It is spreading misinformation to the...
Shush. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So the reason why I brought up high altitude and infrared, if we're take for example the Earth curve calculator, 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. If we have an observational altitude of 32,000 feet, that puts the geometric horizon at 220 miles away from the observer. If we're going to be using infrared cameras at a high altitude, like we discussed, then we should see a truer version of the Earth. I'm trying to find the videos. You'll have to give me a couple of moments, but I can point you to several observations done at this altitude with infrared cameras that show a distant horizon between 800 and 1,200 miles away, demonstrating that that horizon is not where it geometrically should be. Now, you said earlier, we were discussing earlier with crypto, is there an observation that we could give you that you could not explain away with refraction? I'm just about to give you 4. Using infrared cameras and high altitude observation points. I'll DM them to you if you want. If you want to peruse them through your own time, that'd be awesome. But this is all that I'm trying to do.
Yeah, thank you for saying that.
No problem. Give me a moment.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I'd have to sit down and I tried to, because somebody asked like, what would the distance to the horizon be? And I drew a sphere. I wrote like 6 million meters on it. I drew 1 meter up. I did the trigonometry. The angle, it's tough math, man. It's not an easy calculation. You're trying to find like a triangle inscribed on a sphere where the lines meet at the angle of the sphere perfectly.
Yeah, there's some complicated math in determining why we know that the Earth is a globe.
I'm sure there's like an equation. Well, no, this isn't like, this is just like math. Like whether or not the Earth is flat or not, this trigonometry, I assume we would agree, would still be like true in math terms. Right, like circles, whether or not we live on a globe, like the math of spheres, I assume we agree is still true, right? Like how the way angles work on a sphere would still be correct. Like,
yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. I don't know if the flat earthers agree.
No, you can't get an angle from a curved adjacent. You need a horizontal.
So, Ryzen, just very quickly before this conversation starts, I sent you the video that I'm talking about. I sent you a quick DM, buddy, so in your own time you can peruse through that. I don't expect you to do it now, mate, so I'm not asking you to do that at all, but maybe you can look for it in the next 24 hours and come and visit us again tomorrow. I'm not saying you have to go now, I'm just saying.
yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, no, it's perfect. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Yeah, it's 12 minutes. I'm not gonna. But no, I appreciate
Yeah,
you.
no, you're fine. No worries.
How you guys doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty good. It's Friday, right?
I actually recently had a flat tire. And then when I was trying to fix it, I crushed my thumb a little bit. So I'm in a little bit of a bad mood, but I'm gonna bear with it for you guys, okay?
There. You'll be
Sorry
fine.
about that. That sucks. Well, a little bit tempted to make a joke out of the flat tire thing.
Yeah, you really should. Like, I just like lay out.
Feels insensitive.
My God.
It's ironic in a flat Earth discussion.
No, yeah. See if he can fix that tire without the tire. Ask him if he can put some air around the rim, and save money on the tire. Just no tire. It's kind of like the ball Earth model.
Yeah, gravity will keep it there.
So we've established that you can see objects beyond the geometric horizon. Yet homeboys still want to say, well, why can't I see the bottom of it? But then they simultaneously want to say that refraction is capable of bringing light beyond the horizon to your eyes. So I should be able to see the bottom of things sometimes that are beyond the horizon, correct or incorrect?
So I was making a less strict claim than they were. I think a refraction exists to the extent it actually affects these images. I don't know, right? Like I'm not going to just say refraction. I would have to take. I mean, the issue is I don't know if you could send me a video and then I'd look at it. I'd almost need to be part of the experiment and like confirm the measurements to some extent.
This is where
I mean,
we
it is a
always
big worldview change, right?
This is where we always get to with these conversations. No one's expecting you to believe us. What we would like you to do and invite you to do is go and test it yourself, which is what we've all done. We don't just believe these claims because they've been made. Myself and other people on this channel with Flat Earthers have gone out and done this for ourselves. So if you have the opportunity, I encourage you to do that yourself, dude.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like, I don't know why people seem so hesitant against just doing an experiment. It's like, worst case, you had a lot of fun and learned something, right?
Yeah, let me ask you this question. Do you have a tri-band megawatt range laser that can fire 120 kilometers?
I do not.
Okay, so the military does.
Uh-oh. Where is this going?
So they conscripted, or or whatever word you want to use, asked or paid or whatever, a university to do a test on a tri-band laser system in the Hawaiian Islands. What they did is they took the tri-band laser and they shot it at 120 kilometers away to another island, which had a 4-meter telescope aimed towards the sending to try to be the receiver. Right now, I'm pretty sure you already said different wavelengths refract at different rates, which is why they separate, right?
Yeah.
As they refract through.
In a prism.
Yeah, correct. So the expectation based on the globe model is that these lasers would not be able to hit the telescope because of that separation, but they all hit it.
Well, a laser
And
is the
interestingly,
same wavelength. So a laser
no.
won't separate.
Tri-band.
Unless
Tri-band.
tri-band. So there's 3 with lasers. Okay, sorry.
There's three different frequencies, so they're not shooting a single laser, right? They're shooting 3.
Okay.
And they each would follow a different path, but based on the principle of separation, they would you understand the arc path would be different.
I'm with you now. Sorry,
Yeah.
you said tri-band, but it went.
Yep. So the guy, one of the guys involved, actually did a post experiment analysis, and he did it for his master's thesis or his doctorate thesis. I can't remember, but they didn't really know or have a prediction of what would necessarily happen beforehand, and he crunched the numbers after the fact, and he found that they don't match any terrestrial refraction model. In other words, the idea that the Earth is wrapping light around it in a particular manner because of this very gradient index medium that people always claim exists in the atmosphere wasn't proven. In fact, was essentially falsified by this test.
Incidentally.
So I'm just reading. Somebody linked something in the chat. I'm looking at.
Laser
I mean,
targets.
I don't want. I guess I don't know how to respond to that to some extent because, it's hard. Like if you say an experiment happened, I can't really argue with it. So I'm just kind of listening to it. Like you feel free to say experiments, but I'd have to look into them myself.
The good thing is they publish this stuff. Earlier today, someone was talking about getting distance at range and all this stuff with small equipment that isn't even suitable for that range. And I asked them because they said, "Oh, industries use this all the time." So I asked them what industry uses those ranges, like in the hundreds of miles. No answer, but I know the answer.
Military.
The answer is the military.
Yeah.
You think they'd be interested in a long range targeting system that was accurate?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think they would.
Maybe.
It was funny when you said you could just use the smaller one and save space. And I was thinking, like they could freaking literally the military could take the Planters Peanuts monocle and use it on the M1 Abrams tank and save a shit ton of money. Right?
Yep. Right. So, dude, I had So when I was in, I had the one time I had an M16, and the rail was big enough to hold multiple optics. So I actually had sequential optics where one of them was night vision, and one of them was a dot sight, right? But the problem was that because of the way I had them arranged, it actually decreased the scale of the targets. So I actually was I was going into negative zoom, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? So the objects were actually smaller than just the standard 1x. You know what I mean? But the advantage was I could see them at night, right?
Okay.
So what he was basically saying earlier is like, well, why don't we just take that sight that I had on my M16 and just put it on every freaking weapon system the military has, since they have infinite range, according to some Globers.
I mean, little stuff is nice. I had a 4-into-1 scope that was on a Python 357 Colt, an old style. It was really cool. But obviously, you ain't shooting something super far. It was neat though. Oh, and my Glock the other day. I got the Glock sight that's inside the barrel. You put it inside the spring. You replace the inside of the spring
Yeah.
with the sight. They're a little pricey, but they're freaking amazing, and nobody knows you have them. They're really fun
So
to
does
kind of
that?
break out.
Yeah.
They're fun to break out at like somewhere where nobody knows you have one, and you just start popping off bottles, and they'll know you
Yep.
have it.
So
It's hilarious.
so
Yeah.
so that being the case, does anyone have the answer to the question? According to the Globers, refraction can bring light from around the curve, but every time, for some reason, it can't bring the bottom of the thing around the curve. So why can refraction bring the object around the curve, but not the bottom around the curve? Why? Shouldn't it be
Can
the
you
case that
repeat what?
sometimes I see the bottom? So I
Can you
want an
repeat that
answer.
really quick? Can you
Yeah.
repeat that really quick? What you mean by the bottom?
So the Globers say I can't see the bottom of something out in the distance, therefore it's blocked by the horizon. But we have observations where you can't see the object at all, and it should be blocked by the horizon entirely, but when you zoom in, you can then see the object. The Glober then points out, oh, but you can't see the bottom. So then my question is, why can refraction bring the object around, but never seem to be able to bring the bottom around?
Do you mean like ships?
Angle,
Like the bottom of a ship?
angular,
Yeah. Bottom
angular
of anything.
angular resolution. I think possibly is that the answer.
If you're a Glober,
Kinda.
then.
Am I an idiot?
I don't know.
No, I think
I'm a visual learner, so the bottom part is tripping me up.
I can't see the bottom of a boat because the earth
That's
curves
what I
in the.
mean. Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
mean. I wouldn't be able to see the bottom of the boat anyway. So the bottom of what? Like, are we talking about like a house or something? Or
Anything.
because I mean, we could definitely see the hull. We can see the hull for sure. But of course, we can't see the bottom of the boat. Like, it's underwater, right? Is that what you mean by bottom?
No.
No.
Oh, I mean the bottom generally in any sense where a Glober says, why can't I see that portion of the object in relation to claiming that the reason they can't see it is because it's being blocked by the horizon, when we know we can see objects that should be completely blocked by the horizon. Why is it that they appeal to the bottom being missing when I can see the object? Why is it the case that refraction doesn't seem to have the ability to bring back the bottom of the thing when it can bring back the object?
Can you give me an example of one thing that has a bottom that we should see the bottom of it? Because that's what's tripping me up right now is the bottom. I'm on your side, by the way, if you don't remember me. I'm a flat earther. I'm just getting tripped up by the bottom.
Yeah. So, for example, let's say you have a 100-story building, right, at a distant shore. So we don't have
Gotcha.
to worry
Okay.
about it being sunk into water, and then you can just remove that as an excuse. So it's a let's just say, for lack of a better argument, it's a 10-story building, and you can't see the bottom one story. Now, all things being equal, over there's nothing really in between you and it, because no structures exist between the beach and the building. However, from your vantage point, you shouldn't see any of the building. So from your vantage point, according to globe math, the entire building should be invisible. You zoom in, you see the building, but you can't see the bottom floor. The glober then comes along and says, aha, you can't see the bottom floor. That's because it's being blocked by the horizon. But the rest of it isn't being blocked by the horizon because of refraction. Okay, so then why can't refraction ever show me the bottom floor?
Thank you. I totally understand what you're saying now. Yes. Okay. Like the building, I was like, because I was just stuck on oceans, and I was like, the bottom of what? Like,
Yeah,
we
so
can't
so
see the.
The way I would respond to that is I would say that the only way that it makes sense to invoke the refraction is that all of light is equally affected by this refraction, right? There is no difference in refraction between the bottom and the top of the boat, right? So if this is the argument that you're using, then what we would be saying, remember when I said the two horizons? Am I allowed to say that, or do I have to redefine what that means?
I'm out, dude. Personally, I'm okay with it.
Okay, so the first horizon is what I'll say is the point where geometrically the bottom of the boat should no longer be visible, right? And the second horizon is where geometrically the top of the boat should no longer be visible, right? All refraction would do would extend those boundaries a little bit. Right? So if you're in between the first and second boundary, right? Or let's say you're past the second boundary, but just a little bit so that refraction can bring back a little bit of the top of the boat, right? So basically, the question is like, why would the refraction bring at the bottom of the boat? It would be that moment where you cross that first horizon line would be a little bit further away geometrically than it should be. Like you just get a little bit more before you see it drop
The
off.
problem is both distances that the boat is from the horizon is responsible for the bottom or the top, dude. That's the problem.
Sir, what do you mean?
So in this instance, you're explaining two distances that the boat is, but not two horizons. You're just naming the two distances horizons.
So I'm saying I'm defining a horizon as where a thing drops off, right? So a boat crosses horizon 1 when the bottom of it is no longer visible geometrically, right? And the boat crosses what for lack of a better word, the second horizon when the very topmost part of its mast is like, remember how you said the difference between being fully behind the fence and being ducked up a little bit, right? Like if you get a little bit of an angle, you can see on it. So we're talking about the second horizon being full obscurity. You shouldn't see anything, right?
But there's no such thing. There's no such thing as two horizons.
Yeah, well, I understand what he's saying. He's just naming those two.
It's a semantic term to label the two distances. It's not. I'm trying to create a new horizon. Yeah.
Yeah. What range is the object from the intersection point with the Sagittal, basically?
Sorry, with the Sagittal, what did you say there?
Yeah. So that's the apex arc. Do you know the circle segment formula?
I can look it up.
So, for example, draw a circle, draw 2 points on the circle, make a line that passes through the circle to those points, find the midline of that, and then draw a line 90 degrees till it reaches the extremity of the circle. That's the highest point of the arc between those 2 points, right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So when you're an observer, your eye line is going to intersect the ball at a particular point, right? And then there's going to be a line that keeps going while the curve keeps dropping off. And so as the boat allegedly keeps going along the curve, it's going to fall more and more and more below that line.
Yes.
So you're describing point A as the point after the intersection point where the beginning of the bottom of the boat begins to become disappearing.
Yes.
And then the second point is when the top of the boat is completely disappeared.
Exactly. Yeah. So what I'm saying is if refraction is holding, then you would see the bottom of the boat, and you'd still be able to observe it a little bit past, right, point A, right? Because otherwise, like, refraction is working differently for the top and the bottom of the boat, right? Like that would have to be the case. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of messages. I'm trying to read this here.
They're probably from Phil Bell. Hey, I know what I'm talking about. I drive a Mercedes.
Classic.
He literally said that in a debate, dude. against me more. But I drive a Mercedes. What do you drive?
And Memore said something like, "Oh, Mercedes is like for the low class wannabe over the hill boomers that can't afford an actual modern car.
Most of the taxis in the UK are Mercedes, mate. The fuck?
Dude, he's sick. He's sick. Burned him after that. It was a really. What I said wasn't quite it, but it was really bad.
I drove a Mercedes S600 freaking 12 V12 for quite a few years, and I wasn't too bright.
No, here's the best one. I drive a Mercedes and I hang out on Discord.
Oh yeah, you want to know the? Well, all right. It's okay to talk about him. So he actually invited some of us to a think tank. Supposedly, he works for the Indian Space Agency. Okay, he was responsible in Chandrayaan-1, and then either Chandrayaan-2 or 3 or something like that. So if you guys don't know, the Chandrayaan moon mission that he was involved with crashed.
Yeah, it did.
Oh, so his claim to fame is not being able to accomplish landing on the moon.
Yeah, let's take some invitations from a guy who's probably going to have your plane crash on the way.
So the actual think tank, which by the way wasn't at the Indian Space Agency, he was creating the think tank on a Discord server. So that's already suspect, right? And so what was supposed to happen was intelligent people, scientists and whatever, were supposed to come and crowdsource think about, we're going to the moon. We need to bring certain facilities with us. What is the way we can bring these facilities with the least amount of weight, but the maximum amount of impact when we get there? Okay. And one of the things they needed was a fuel tank to hold a really large amount of fuel that could be, slowly refilled as time went on. But they wanted it to be a certain size, but they also needed it to handle certain pressures. And he was like talking about how they need this. And I solved it in like 5 seconds. I was like, dude, just get like a Mylar balloon or something material, right? And cables, and then blow the bitch up with some gas or something, and then the cables will wrap around it and hold it. I'm like, dude, I don't work for no space agency, and I could come up with that. So basically, it's just a giant fabric balloon with cables around it. I mean, how hard was that to come up with?
That's a good idea. They've actually solved it way cheaper. They just do it on freaking green screen. It's cheaper than the balloon and the cables.
But the weird thing about it was that, like, why are you doing a think tank for a space agency on Discord? It's like, don't you have like Google Meet or Microsoft Teams or something legit? So it led me to believe that he's actually a LARPer, and he never actually was involved with any legitimate space agency. And it's all just like fantasy football. And these old dudes just basically hang out and basically do fantasy football space missions.
I'm out, bro. He is talking. Why is everybody muted here? Fuck.
I just want to understand, why do you personally think that the
Speak up,
Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory, why do you think they're lying when they say they have to account for Earth's curvature due to the 4-kilometer arms that they use and send lasers through? Why do you think they're lying?
What's the deviation in 4 kilometers?
So I'll just ask the question again. Maybe you misheard, but so the question was, why do you think the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory is lying when they say they have to account for Earth's curvature while sending lasers throughout 4-kilometer tubes?
Oh, dude, I didn't know an observatory could identify as a they and make claims.
Why
would they make a curved tube for a laser?
I'll just ask the question again. Maybe you misheard. Why do you think the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory is lying when they say that they have to account for Earth's curvature when sending a laser throughout 4-kilometer tubes? That was actually the question that was asked.
Can you describe what you're talking about? There's a laser tube?
Yeah, so there's a tube that goes through an observatory. This observatory, it goes like throughout the ground and all that jazz through some concrete. And they say that in order to get the laser level, they need to account for Earth's curvature.
What do you mean by that? Laser level? Like a laser goes straight.
The laser's arms are long enough that the curvature of the Earth itself was a complicating factor when installing the vacuum tube. It wasn't enough for LIGO's civil engineers to smooth a level path.
We can barely hear you.
Oh, no worries. I can speak a little bit louder. I apologize.
Thank
it
you.
wasn't enough for LIGO's civil engineers to smooth a level path and assemble each arms tubes in a straight line. To ensure a perfectly level beam path, the Earth's curvature, more than a vertical meter over the 4-kilometer length of each arm, was countered by GPS-assisted earth-moving and high-precision concrete work. Why do you think they're lying when they say that?
So, wait, are you saying that the tube is straight and level, though?
Yeah.
It's actually, no.
Are you claiming the tube is straight or is curved?
Hello, I'm answering the question.
Hello, hi.
1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'm
Test,
just in the middle of answering. Yeah, no worries. I'm actually in the middle of answering your question. So it was really, really simple what I just said. They could not simply make a level path. They had to make it level with respect to the laser. So
what does that mean? I'm confused.
It's really, really simple. Yeah, no worries. I can.
Is it a straight laser or is it a curved laser?
You said what? I'm in the middle of answering. It's all good. So if they simply made a level path and set out some tubing, what would happen is that the laser would just hit the end of the tube, right? Because eventually the tube would curve such that it is no longer such. I'm telling
because
you
they're setting. If they make a level path, where does it curve?
I'm actually in the middle of answering. It explicitly says LIGO's civil engineers. It was not enough for LIGO's civil engineers to simply smooth a level path and assemble each arms tube in a straight line. It explicitly says that. And when you say no to what I just said. So when you say no to what I just said, it just shows that you're not listening. Can you
provide laser straight?
Can you provide evidence of like what you're talking the construction?
Stop this bickering.
Yeah, here's LIGO.Caltech.
I just want to read what you're reading.
Yeah, all good. Control F. If you want, I can give you the quote. It's all good.
Just post the link so I can click on it.
I just posted the link in the side chat, and here's the quote that I'm reading. Give me a moment. Really simple. I just want to know why you think they're lying.
Well, you just read a story. There's no evidence of this actually happening.
So 1 second. I didn't read you a story. I'm telling you what what LIGO says, which is a university that's set up, which is a university.
But you don't even know how to pronounce it.
Which is a university that's. I'm just going to repeat my sentence until I'm allowed to finish. Which is a university that set up an observatory. So I'm not telling you anything. I'm telling you what they're saying.
I'm not telling you anything. I'm telling you what they're saying.
And you believe their horse shit. Yeah.
Why do you think what you did? Yeah, that's what I'm asking you. Why do you think they're lying? I agree. You think they're lying. Why do you think they're lying?
Because it doesn't make sense. All I'm hearing is that they constructed a straight tube.
It explicitly says, "Are you not listening?" Hello,
I'm listening to what you're saying, but I get that they say it, but where does it
stop this bickering?
When do they demonstrate it?
Stop talking. You just told me, oh, they just put a straight tube. That's not what they said. So I'll read it to you that this contradicts what you just said. It was not enough for LIGO's civil engineers to smooth a level path and assemble each arm's tubes in a straight line. So what you just told me is, Ham, what you just said is they did a straight path.
Okay.
No, that is not what they are saying.
Okay.
explicitly.
So okay, so if it was not,
hold on. So when you say that, can you at least concede to me that you misconstrued what I said? Do you at least understand that?
No,
'Cause if you
calm
don't
down.
understand that,
No,
I can
just
explain it
calm
differently.
down and
No,
get
no
to the
worries, no worries, no
substance.
worries.
dude, I'm just
You're
trying to
good, you're
break
good,
this
you're
down.
good.
Get to the. You got it.
Okay,
You got it.
hello,
You're
hello,
doing good.
testing 1, 2,
Just
3.
calm down.
Anybody there? Hello? Testing 1, 2, 3.
Stop, dude.
Hello, hello, testing 1, 2, 3. So now that we're on the same page, now that we understand you misconstrued my position, okay? Is there any other questions you have since you simply did not understand what it meant in the first place?
Yeah, so if it was not enough for them to do it, what was enough? What did they do?
Yeah, so
What did they? So you said that it was not enough for them to build a straight line. So what did they do?
Hello, hello.
Dude, you're broken. Then if you can't hear or you can't talk.
So can I? You're back.
Hello? Yeah? Okay, so you asked me how, and instead of letting me answer, you kept on talking. So I'm just going to answer how. This is what they said, okay? It was countered by GPS. Do you know what GPS is? Do I need to explain that as well?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Dude.
Finish.
Dude,
Okay.
you've repeated it like 9 times, dude. We heard you.
Hello,
We heard it.
hello. It was
Hello,
countered.
yeah, we can hear you.
Hello. It was countered.
Hello, is this thing
find the
on?
dialogue
Is
with
this
the
thing
bull in a
on?
china
Hello,
shop.
is this thing on?
Hello.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if the middle of the arm is level. Is the middle level?
Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello. Oh, I'm back. Awesome.
Is the middle of the arm level? Yes or no?
So to answer your question previously, it was countered by GPS assisted. I still don't
Is
know
the
if
middle of the arm level? Yes or no?
high precision concrete work.
This has to
Is
stop. He's just
the
stultifying the discourse in
middle
here.
75.
level?
75. Hello,
Gosh,
testing 1, 2, 3. Is anybody
this
there?
is absurd.
Dude, you're literally
Hello.
you're talking
Say
about
hello.
something that you don't even understand. You don't even know how to pronounce the organization, dude. You've done no research into this. You're just reading something.
Can we just do a favor? Can we just everyone do a favor? Take a step back. Can we stop?
Okay, yeah.
Trying to
Oh, go
moderate. Trying to moderate.
So he
please,
just made an
everybody.
accusation, which is I don't know how to pronounce it. Tell me where.
All right. So I'm trying to moderate, dude, and you carried on talking through me. I want them to give you the opportunity to speak, so you don't keep saying hello every 5 seconds, which is becoming really annoying. So I'm going to unmute you. You can start again. Everybody else done over talking. I don't want to do this again. Thanks.
Thank you, Jedi. You're great. So I'm gonna pronounce it. You're gonna tell me which word I mispronounced. Laser interferometer gravitational wave observatory. LIGO. How is that in mispronunciation? Could you point that out for me?
Most people say LIGO.
And probably the organization considers themselves LIGO. I would assume that's what I've heard in the past. Whatever you're saying, I've never heard that. Whatever other guys say LIGO, I've heard that before. Because I've actually researched something, you know.
The critique that's being made.
I've played with Legos.
I mispronounced laser interferometer gravitational wave observatory.
Stop saying that. Stop saying that.
No, you're right. I mispronounced.
Literally, just correct yourself and accept that it's called LIGO, dude. Just say LIGO. Say LIGO. Say LIGO for me.
I'm not going to say that. It's legal.
That's pathetic, dude.
Laser interferometer gravitational.
So you're just gonna be you're.
This is now becoming petty and annoying. Hollywood, now you're over talking him. This conversation hasn't gone anywhere for the past fucking 10 minutes. Can you just act like fucking adults? Thanks.
You're right. I apologize,
Sorry.
Jedi. I'll drop it. So
But we have to be able to correct ourselves.
You're right, Jedi. So I apologize for allowing this to continue. So I just want to understand, right? Because we're getting contradictory things. Either A, you think they're lying when they say they have to account for Earth's curvature, or B, you think they are simply mistaken. Which one is it?
Dude, you read 2 sentences that says they have to do that, and you haven't explained how they did that, other than reading the sentences back.
Mm-hmm. So I just did, actually. Do you want to bet $500 on this? Maybe you didn't hear me because you were cutting me off. But anyway, I'm just going to ask the question again. Either A, you think they are lying when they say they have to account for Earth's curvature, or B, you think they are simply mistaken.
I would like an explanation of the GPS assisted Earth moving
He's
in
gonna keep repeating this
high
fucking
precision.
question unless someone answers him directly.
You just got to describe how the GPS assisted Earth moving in high precision concrete reinforced concrete floors work. That's all.
Wow, actually, Gregory was the one that understood it. Great. So, I don't know why you think you could just dodge the question. I want to understand, do you think they are lying or do you think they are mistaken?
I think it's pretty basic to make a level surface. That's the problem. I think they're overcomplicating what they're explaining. They did.
You're just mistaken. You're mistaken as to
all right, guys.
Go ahead.
You're all retarded. And I'm going to ban all three of you. Unless, for the love of God, the flat earther involved understands that the assumption in their minds is that the earth is curved. So when they set out to make something straight that they're going to shoot something through, they would assume, rightly so based on their worldview, that they should endeavor to make a straight tube not following level, because in their view, level is curved. And then they wouldn't have a straight tube. So if they claim they did this, right, then they're either mistaken or deceptive, right?
Yeah, I agree. They're both. They're being both. That's what I think. Deceptive and mistaken.
Gotcha. So when they say they could not simply have smoothed the level path, put on some tubes on top, right?
Why couldn't they? Why couldn't they?
Because of Earth's curvature. So when they say they couldn't have done that, in order to get a level beam path, which is a distinct thing, okay? When they say that, you think they are being deceptive and they are mistaken. Is this correct?
No, because they haven't yet went from theory to practice. So they could sit down and say, we need to do this in theory, but then when they reach practice, it could be different. So at this stage, they have no reason to be thought of as being deceptive or disingenuous or even mistaken.
I got you. So I'll ask this. If I could give you either design documents or direct testimony,
yes, please.
Them saying, yeah, no worries. So I'll just finish my sentence. I'm going to go ahead and go back to the beginning of the sentence. If I could provide either testimony or design documents showing that they attempted to do a smooth level path and they simply could not, would you concede that they are either mistaken or deceptive?
After I analyze your documents.
Okay, so that wasn't towards you, Hollywood, because you're not even in the same conversation.
It's towards everybody.
I'm asking AI.
Okay.
Or did you want to?
Same answer. The same answer would be, I need to see from theory to practice, right?
Right.
So the people practically doing it. Yeah.
And I'm just wondering, how much curve are we talking about here? 4 kilometers? You know how much curve?
I think they said about a meter. I think he said earlier. It was about a meter difference.
Yeah, I don't know. This guy's just not paying attention. It's a little boring. He keeps on saying, "Well, what do you mean? They just made a level path. They just smoothed it."
Yeah. Why couldn't they do that? You said they couldn't do that because of Earth's curvature. So demonstrate that. Why doesn't it work? Show how it doesn't work.
Hey, what's how much curvature is there? Well, for 4 kilometers.
Just show me how it doesn't work.
5 minutes ago, and you're still asking it, which is fine. You could just admit, hey, I'm not really paying attention.
Come on with all the meta. Let's go on with the.
Yeah, I agree. We should stop with the meta, and we should stop asking questions that are answered. So anyway, AI, when you say
that's a fair point, though. But hold on a second, if you want to be one of the primary interactors, then it behooves you to pay attention to the particulars. Otherwise, be a listener. Because if you want to be the speaker, then you need to be engaging with the other opponent by listening to what they say.
So, to clarify, because I don't fully understand AI, when you say you want to see them go from theory to practice, they did indeed build the beam tubes. So that seems to be practice to me. So I don't understand why you think otherwise.
So where's the CAD files or the blueprints?
Yeah,
I'm not sure we had that bit of information solid before he said that, though. Let's just see
okay, yeah.
let's just see yeah.
There's a bunch of images. Sure, I just sent. Here you go.
Fair, but the other guys quickly went back to blueprints or CAD drawings, but blueprints and CAD drawings are still in the realm of theory.
I know. I just want to see. They don't even have that though. That's the thing.
This
No, I
is
think
my
what
issue
he's
with this,
trying to.
Cam. Let me read it out again.
Go
So,
ahead,
yeah, so you've got LIGO's arms are long enough that the curvature of the Earth itself was a complicating factor when installing the vacuum tubes. It wasn't enough for LIGO's civil engineers to smooth a level path and assemble each arm's tubes in a straight line. To assure a perfectly level beam path, the Earth's curvature, more than a vertical meter of the 4 kilometer length of each arm was counted by GPS-assisted earth-moving equipment and high-precision concrete work. Okay, so, of course, Anubis, please.
Yeah, you
Of
don't do that
course,
to yourself.
as AI had stated, yeah, they're going to assume the curvature of the Earth because this is the belief we have today. We believe we're on this curvature, so they're going to assume that curvature is there. But when they actually start work, what you'll find is that on any large construction site, roads, etc., they are all going to use GPS-assisted earth-moving equipment, high-precision concrete work, and level footings in exactly the same way. So when they say they couldn't just smooth the surface, yeah, that's all they've virtually done by using that equipment. And that equipment is used on graders, excavators, all types of different equipment to establish a level horizontal. So just by assuming it and believing what they stated that they had to, as per the current belief, doesn't actually prove anything. And neither does saying that they had to use GPS assisted earth moving equipment for high precision, because this is required on every construction project.
So my question to you now is, oh, sorry. Wait 1 second. Give me 2 seconds. I apologize.
Yeah, so I guess within that, the claim is that it is the GPS itself which is being deceptive, but not necessarily LIGO. They're just reading the data according to the GPS.
I'm not saying the GPS is being deceptive, but how these jobs are done is they send out surveyors. They survey a large area. They look at elevations and depressions,
Well, sorry,
and then they establish a horizontal. Now, when I'm driving my excavator, I have the equipment in there to ensure where my bucket is creating a level horizontal surface at the depth or height required. So this isn't something that's out of the usual where they have to use this equipment to take into account the curve of the Earth. They use this equipment to establish that level path that they're saying they couldn't establish in the first instance. And the curvature is just an assumption.
I'm back. I'm back. Did I miss anything, or are we just restating? Sorry, that's not even an insult. Like, are we just restating the same thing?
Well, I brought up a point that is kind of trivial, so you can just move on if you.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. So,
Nope. Listen, if you're just quote unquote coming back,
yeah,
then just chill for a second because I want to speak to AJ.
Okay, fair enough.
Yes, AI.
So, if you're making a structure to which the totality of the structure, width, length, height, needs to be accounted for in a particular axis or curvilinear path, and that structure must be affixed to the foundation to match that path, then and only then would it matter at all to account for the alleged curvature of the Earth. Let me explain. The standard height for a corridor that's considered to be, human passable or habitable is 8 feet, right? So let's just use 8 feet. That's a classic. And if the variance of the beam is 1 meter, then that means you could construct a perfectly level structure the entire distance and then construct the tubes within the structure later without having to account whatsoever to move any earth at all. In other words, the variance of the curve versus the straight would all be done within the structure. So there's actually no contingent necessity for the structure to account for the curve of the earth in any way, shape, or form. Now, that doesn't mean that they didn't or they couldn't. It just means it's not necessary. So to do so is just wasting money.
Yeah.
I agree. That's my problem. That's why I'm confused. It's like, can you not make a straight building without, like, that just doesn't make sense.
So we're saying that even if the Earth is curved, you could just take a measure, level it to the gravitational field, and like no matter what the distance, like that curvature will never be felt. Like if we're assuming
Wrong. Okay, let me
Just
explain
show
it,
a curved
Danny.
building.
Dude, it doesn't matter. Okay, I want this point to get through. Since this kid clearly didn't get it, that means some people might have not understood besides him. So if you take a rectangle,
Yeah.
Okay, imagine a rectangle, because that just most buildings are rectangles. To be fair,
Sure.
imagine a rectangle, 4 kilometers long, 8 feet high. Now imagine that rectangle is perfectly horizontal, or imagine that it's curved, right? So if that curve has a maximum differential of 3 meters, sorry, not 3 meters, 1 meter, but the standard height of your thing is 8 feet, then you have wiggle room. You follow me? So you could actually put a straight line that's only deviates by 1 meter across 4 kilometers within a rectangle, even if it's curved.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, so the laser has to hit a detector, though, so it does have to be somewhat precise.
Wrong.
Oh.
Let me explain one more time. If you're sending a laser down a tube,
Yeah.
okay, and the curve arc of the tube is less than the variance of the curve arc of the building, then you don't need to care about the construction of the building at all. You just need to build the building and then create an armature which holds the channel for the laser in the straightness that you want. They don't need to be congruent. One of them could be just build it level like normal, and then inside the building that you just built level like normal, you build your straight tube. Because there's enough variance within the height of the building to allow for that. That's what I'm saying. That would be much cheaper.
Correct.
It'd be.
Well, that I'll rebuttal that for fun. I think. Well, you're saying building a building versus what I guess the LIGO thing is claiming that they just is it all open. Some of these pictures make it seem like it's just an open tube. So maybe they did that for price. I don't know. But
Could I say something?
regardless, it's the same thing as building a building without walls and a roof, right?
Well, yeah. Well, how big's the tube? That's what the important part is.
Right.
Yeah, the diameter of the tube. If the tube's only 8 feet and the curvature is much more, then the tube is just level under the earth, yeah?
The diameter of the beams is 1.2 meters, and they were created in 20-meter segments.
And they were
Hold
mounted.
on, the beams or the tubes?
And were the 20-meter segments straight?
My understanding is that the tubes are the beams. Like they're going. The tubes are functioning as. Or sorry, the beams are functioning as the tubes.
Is there any?
They specifically refer to multiple times the tubes as beam tubes. So I don't see if they're not going to give a distinction. I don't see why I would. But if you can think of a reason as to why they're called beam tubes rather than simply tubes, you can.
Well, it's the tube, the beam's inside, but that doesn't mean the beam is the full size of the tube.
And honestly, those 20-meter tubes those 20-meter tubes must be completely straight. Like I would like to see a diagram of those showing how there's a slight, deviation between between the ends of them, where they'll eventually curve when they're all put together, or something like that. You know what I mean?
I don't think the tubes themselves curve. They would have to be horizontal for that beam.
Yeah, that's the whole problem I have with this thing. It's a straight beam,
Yeah.
right?
So my point was that he was trying to state that there had to be some type of special GPS assisted earth moving equipment and high precision concrete work done to level this tube. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that they couldn't just simply level or smooth a path. Now, my point is that these are the tools that are used in everyday building to level or smooth a path after it's been surveyed. So it's not really saying anything special here.
Yeah,
and
I'm
then
not sure.
further,
Right.
and then further AI's point, yeah, it wouldn't have to be taken into account depending on the depth and the size of the tube.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if maybe I didn't say this earlier, but the problem is that they need to hit mirrors. So like at the end of
Yes.
the arm.
However,
Yeah,
any building,
in order.
any dam, any construction over a large site
Mm-hmm.
that requires to be leveled is first going to be surveyed, and they're going to take the heights, and there's going to be elevations and depressions that they need to level. They would
Yeah.
then use this same type of equipment,
I
GPSs.
solved it, AJ, I frickin' solved it. You ready for this, bro? I want you to look at my picture. Go ahead and look.
Yep, perfect AI. Yep, they
All
just
right,
weren't understanding.
so check this out, AJ. A lot of people don't realize this, but a straight line that's quote unquote horizontally originating and extending as a reference to itself, considered level, would be experienced on a globe as a reciprocal slope. That means you'd have a downhill towards the center. If you attempted to pour concrete or any other type of base, right, in any way, shape, or form, it would pour into the center, and you wouldn't have a straight line anymore. That's problematic. So you'd have to construct it in piers. Okay, so you can't pour. That is already adding, as AJ is rightly so calculating millions of dollars in his brain right now, aren't you, AJ?
Yes.
Millions of dollars of unnecessary nonsense because you can just construct the building as I demonstrated in my picture here and then put the tubes within the building after the fact, and you don't have to engineer anything about the earth whatsoever. It's not necessary. So if they did it superfluously. In other words, unnecessary. And they charged for it. So, AJ, I would submit to you, AJ, that the reason is money. Does that make sense?
100% it does, and we see this every day in big projects in reality.
Superfluous architecture, yet again.
Okay. So your point is that if they could simply have put something inside, therefore they didn't. Like, I'm not understanding why you're saying it's superfluous.
Because
Okay.
Okay, look. Did you see my picture? Did you see my picture?
Sure. Yeah, I saw it. It was like
Okay, so my picture demonstrates that you could build a building easily following level, even if it is the curve of the earth at that range, and still put a tube within that building that is itself straight, severable from the arc that the path of the foundation of the building is doing, which would be way cheaper by millions upon millions of dollars and man hours. Okay.
Either you're misunderstanding or I'm misunderstanding. But the issue was that there is a laser that goes through this.
Don't give a fuck. Don't give a fuck, dude.
It's going to be perfect.
Not my fault. You're low IQ, brother.
No. I'm genuinely. This isn't even me debating right now. I genuinely, because either I'm misunderstanding, in which case.
Okay, fair. Go ahead.
Yeah. So there's a laser running through this, right? So if you did
Yep. So according to my picture, yeah, running through what? So look at my picture and tell me which part the laser's running through, the red part or the blue part?
I believe. Well, it's, I guess technically both, but it would be the red part, no?
Correct. So the red part is the only part that needs to be straight. A building could be curved.
Yeah, but the interesting part here isn't like, sure, you're correct on that point, but it needs to go through a set distance, right? So regardless of if the building is curved or not is kind of irrelevant, no?
You're
I'm
conceding and
glad you said
contradicting at the
that.
same
I'm
time.
glad you said the building's irrelevant. Good point, dude. That's my whole point.
the building around it is completely irrelevant. The point
there is no building around it. It's just the red part.
Yeah, that's what I'm
You're
saying.
conceding and contradicting his point
I'm actually not,
simultaneously.
and maybe I am. So allow me to finish and tell me where I'm wrong. So my understanding is it's simply the red part that exists.
Okay, imagine without the walls and roof.
If there was no red part at all, then
No, if there was no walls and roof of the blue part.
Yeah.
If it was just a concrete slab, which is probably what it is in real life.
Hold on. So I'm going to send you an image, and I want you to tell me, like, again, just go to here.
I think I know where the issue is. So the red part isn't one piece. That's what they were saying. They had to assemble it into different pieces. So if they were to put each part of that red tube together, they would affix it to the blue part of the floor, and then over time it would take on that curve, right? Because it's not a single piece of straight tube. It's assembled together, trying to be straight. And so they're trying to figure out how do we make it straight when all we have to reference is the blue.
I think the
reason
simplest
why they have to put it together in sections is because you can't drop a 4 kilometer length of tube into the ground. Yeah, they would be constructing this in sections where they're locally leveling each section.
Well, no, you need like a 4 kilometer
straight
factory.
tube doesn't necessarily entail that it's curving.
Yeah, so either it's really simple. It's either the tube and the floor, the slab is curved, and you should be able to visually see that, or the slab is straight and the tube is curved, and you should be able to see the difference in the height of the tube at different points, or they're both straight, which is the most obvious explanation.
Yeah.
Yeah. So from the images that I'm seeing here, they would construct a level footing, a level concrete pad, and then the mounts that the tube is sitting on would then be adjusted for the variance in the slab to ensure that the tube is horizontal.
Okay, so when they say, so correct me as soon as you want.
I agree.
So when they say, right, that over 4 kilometers, okay, it'll go down by a meter, right? And that you need since the laser is going to go straight, the laser would hit a meter above the mirror. When they say that, you're saying no. All you need to do is to make sure, right, that it's completely level. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so if they're going over that 4 kilometer distance and they're going to establish a horizontal, something that's not curving, so they can shoot a straight laser.
Okay, now that I understand,
Then
now that I understand what
Yes.
you're saying, I don't mean to cut you off too much. I do apologize for this. That isn't the issue. The issue is because what AI is saying is even if it was curved, right, you wouldn't need to do this. That's not true, right? Because we're not simply concerned with the tube itself. What we're concerned with is the beam itself within the tube, right? Even if you completely level it, what's going to happen, ostensibly, if it was actually curved, is that the beam is going to hit a meter above where it ought to go. That's it. I don't understand.
Okay, 1 meter. Okay, cool.
Yeah, because it goes down by 1 meter. So since the laser would go, if you want to say straight, it would be a meter above, right?
So
right,
are you
but
saying
what if the beam divergence is actually less than that at distance, and they just off angle the beam through a curved pipe, and it still hits the receiver?
My understanding, so I could be wrong here. My understanding is that like the environment is completely controlled. So I'm pretty sure the beam divergence is accounted for. No, I don't understand what that.
Well, that's what I'm saying is if you have a 1.5 meter tube, and the maximum divergence of the beam is 1 inch, then you have a lot of wiggle room to hit your target, right? So we need to know what the size of the beam is at the end. You follow?
Yeah, I understand because you're saying, well, it wouldn't matter anyway, right? Because the beam divergence would just hit a meter below anyway, like no big deal, right? Is what you're saying? No? Like depending how big the beam is, correct?
Yeah, if you have a 1.5 meter target, right? And you have a 1 inch beam divergence at range, which means that From the time it's shot to the time it reaches the other end, it only spreads out by an inch. Then you have 1.5 meters. Let's just say that's 5 feet. So you have 12, what the fuck, 54, 50, 60, no, 60. So you have 60 times the ability to off-angle your laser and still hit the target.
Okay, so you're saying, yeah, okay, that does make sense, actually. That part, the previous part about level, that doesn't make sense. This part does. In which case, you want me to find then the actual laser beam's diameter, correct? Because
Well, the previous part I want to update because it wasn't. If the majority of it wasn't built in a building, you still do not have to worry about the earth shape at all when it comes to the footing. The footing can just be laid because the variance of the earth curve at that range is not significant enough to not do the cheaper compensation option, which is always going to be the armature. So the little steel rods holding up the things is what you would adjust, not the earth, because moving the earth is expensive.
Right.
Hold on.
Forgive me for this question. Sorry, but is the beam supposed to be curved or straight in this experiment?
Straight.
Oh, okay, so you're saying that that there's some curve in the foundation, right? I gotcha.
Right, so the issue, here's the basic issue that's being presented, okay, is that if you level a path, okay, what level is going to mean for the tubes is it's going to curve downwards, if you want to use that terminology. It's going to curve downwards a meter. But the laser is not going to do that. The laser is simply going to say, if you want to use this terminology, it's going to go straight, meaning it's going to hit a meter above the tubes. That's the basic issue that's being presented right now, okay? What AI is saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, what AI is saying is, okay, let's assume that the curvature is correct. Instead of doing all this expensive crap, why don't we just make it go a meter above, right? These little fixtures right here, we can just like pump it up a meter above, easy peasy, no problem. And due to beam divergence, it wouldn't really matter either way. This is where we're at in the conversation, correct, AI?
Correct. That would be the cheapest option for sure. The easiest one to execute in the field.
Okay, so what you want me to do then, right, is you want me to say, okay, here is why they can't simply do that, correct?
Well, it doesn't matter because they could do it. Look, there's no reason why they can't do it, right? But it still maintains that it's easier, monetary and logistic wise, for the construction to do it my way rather than try to make the tube and the footing parallel. That is way harder, especially when you consider that a linear distance of straight concrete being poured would result in a slope. The concrete would literally run downhill. Okay? If you've ever dealt with concrete, you'll know what I'm talking about. So I'm gonna submit a plan here. I'm gonna submit a plan here in drawing form, which is the most practicable option that should have been done, which seems to make the most sense to me. But that doesn't mean that they did it that way. So you could, I mean, if you want to, you could do things more complicated. Another way you could do things is pretend to do things more complicated and then charge your customer for it.
So let's say you're completely right? Who is the ones? A CB and I services. These were the guys who were contracted. These guys, they just overcharged us. Okay. Let's say that's true, AI. Would you not expect? Yeah, presumably you're a taxpayer. My understanding is that this was paid with taxpayer money. If not, then I'm mistaken. I apologize. So, okay.
We all know governments don't waste taxpayer money. Calm down.
And neither do businesses, right?
So okay. I'll simply because I'm not even particularly interested in this point at all, really. I want to ask: would the solutions that they did bring up that would still work, correct? On a curved Earth, yes.
Holy crap, dude!
Hey, AI, real quick, which like technique did are we like assuming that they actually built this with, like, of your diagram?
Jesse said that the plans show that they made the ends only 1 foot higher than the center, dude.
That's on the one arm that I showed.
So, just to be clear.
Okay, so which is easier, to pour concrete 1 foot higher for no reason whatsoever when you can just have a 1 foot higher steel armature underneath it, dude?
Yeah. So I'm just going to concede the point.
I know, but we can.
I'm not privy, right, to why they did one over the other. Okay, and I'll just say AI is correct, right? AI is correct in that CB&I, they did it this way to overcomplicate things in order to get money. Okay, sure. That's not the interesting point about this discussion, though, is it? Right? The interesting point is
Seems
that
like a legit point, though. Sorry.
the interesting point here is, would all of the solutions that CB&I gave, would that work under a flat Earth model? And it seems to me that the answer is no, right? And I think you would agree with that.
But hey, making a structure that has that's 4 kilometers long with a variance of 1 meter over 4 kilometers, in which a laser can pass through and hit a target, is not impossible or even impractical if the Earth is flat.
Hold on. If
it's probably easier,
the variance is a meter, if the variance
yeah, it's actually easier.
If the variance is a meter specifically because of the Earth's curvature, then no, it actually is very difficult. No, or not even. It doesn't even matter if it's difficult.
What's the size? What's the range? What is the beam? How far does it go? And what's the divergence when it reaches the end? That's important to know, because I could actually position, even if I had a curved tube, I could position a laser within a curved tube to hit a target on the other end without hitting the walls, as long as the beam divergence is within the correct tolerance.
Hold on. So 2 things. Okay, right. My understanding is that it hits a mirror at the end of the 4 kilometers, right? So the answer is just going to be 4 kilometers. That's my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong. B, okay, if your alternative solution, right, is that, well, beam divergence can help out on the flat Earth, do you know whether or not the beam divergence in this case truly would work? Because you're saying you don't know what the diameter of the beam is. You don't know what the beam divergence is. You're just saying hypothetically speaking, correct?
Yeah, and fair turnabout is fair play, but at the same token, we don't know the practicable implementation of the claims that they did this construction technique. Okay, that's the thing. So either way, we're both assuming, right, something that benefits our bias, right?
Not really. I'm just making sure.
Not really. So you confirmed that the construction actually matched the plans?
Yeah, I actually went there last week. So I'm just making sure. Right?
Yeah, you went there last week and you measured it?
Yeah. I got a tape measure out. So I'm just making sure.
Yeah, cool story, dude.
To clarify, okay, so you think they are lying. And not just lying for money, right? You think that beam divergence would have been enough. You think that, like, this is what you're saying. You think they're lying. Okay, cool, awesome. Now that we got that out of the way, because this is really the point I'm trying to get at, why is it that
all this time?
I apologize. Okay, I thought you were going to say something. I didn't mean to cut you off. Why is it that in every instance, everybody is lying? I don't get it. Why is everybody lying all the time with this specific topic? I don't get it.
It's a loaded question.
Well, let me ask this question. Why did LIGO not get any results until their funding was coming up, and then they got a result that was actually within the tolerance of main sum? I mean, what about that?
Damn.
Sure, it's all for money. Okay.
It's in the name, LIGO.
So it's
LIGO.
If the magnitude of what, think about it this way. Yeah, but think about it this way. Let's just say that what I'm saying is actually false. So let's just parse it with an if. If it's the case that the allegations that the tolerances of what they were trying to discover were actually below main sum, which is literally the suffering of electronic devices that are hooked up to the primary power source. So in other words, the whatever's going on with the power source interferes with the equipment. If that's the case, and they didn't come up with a result until after they were challenged to lose their funding, and yeah, I mean I mean, I don't know, man. That's kind of suspect to me.
Well, yeah, well, there's papers that were written by other scientists that refute their findings, just like what you're saying, for those same reasons. They go in great detail, and it's not the first time. They did it on several occasions, like almost every single one of their.
Yeah, didn't one guy do like a multimodal to statistical model, and he found out that all their data was basically a big pile of turd?
Yeah, it's all what they're doing is they take all this noise, right? Which is it basically the noise signal carries everything they're looking for in it, and so they can just go, we want this out of it, and that's what we're looking for, and they're just like separating particular, this happened at exactly the same time that we saw this happen, or this happened at the same time that we expected to see the light from this happen, so therefore this is proof of that, and it's just bullshit.
Yeah, it makes sense. So basically, what really happened is grandma accidentally put her meatloaf with the tinfoil on in her microwave, and it sent a reverberation back through the power lines to LIGO, and they're like, "Aha! We discovered creation."
Exactly.
I mean,
there's like an
but his
active electric
question
current
was,
around
is
the.
everyone lying? It's
Yeah, so I
false.
just want to
It's a
understand.
loaded question fallacy.
We don't have to. Yeah, of course, right. I usually use those as colloquialisms, and I'll just forget that he said everyone, and then assume he means so many people. That is talking about it.
What has LIGO, like? What are they known for?
Otherwise, the conversations really get clogged up.
They're known for allegedly, quote unquote, discovering, proving, or validating, or measuring a quote unquote hypothetical gravitational wave, allegedly, quote unquote, immediately after their funding was going to get pulled.
Okay, but so it's like we need to find this crazy thing that doesn't exist, so we're going to build this crazy contraption and then make it cost a lot of money and then prove that the people that are giving us money are right.
Correct.
Right. So what here's it gets worse. It's like, here we found the whisper of it, so we need to build a bigger one.
I got you, bro. So I have the hypothesis. Look,
That's LHT.
Look, guys, I was in the CIA. Okay. And I have the document right here. And this is what it says. It says the secret scientific hypothesis. So here's the secret scientific hypothesis. If sci-fi mumbo jumbo endeavor, therefore government funding. There you go. That's their hypothesis.
Written exactly like that, right? Written exactly.
But that's so
like
true.
That, right?
That it does
Written
probably
exactly like that.
verbatim.
Written exactly like that.
So the previous solution that AI provided was simply raising a bunch of stuff. Raise
the taxes.
Right? Raising the pipeline in order to make it perfectly level regardless of curvature. That was my understanding. My understanding. So I just want to make sure. My understanding is that they do raise the pipes from the ground. So I'm not really sure what the relevance was that. Maybe, so it could be the case, right, that we could use, less expensive materials, and then we wouldn't have like a 2-decade old pipe that works perfectly fine. That's true. I just don't see the efficiency in that. But whatever. Okay, fine.
I'll tell you the efficiency, bro. The efficiency is pouring concrete over that distance, right, without just using the natural force of it self-leveling, right, is way more expensive and waste of time than just connecting all of the things with having different length armatures. So, for example, this one's a foot long, but the one out there is a foot and a half long, right? That's just way simpler.
I understand the diagram, right? You're saying even with the
of course, that's way easier, and you can tune it.
What I'm telling you is that they did raise the pipe from the ground. That's just like a true statement. I don't understand why we're bringing this up, but it doesn't matter. Like it's fine.
But did they when they raise the pipes from the ground? Are the armatures all the same length?
No. My understanding is that the raising is from the beginning and the end.
We need to see that though.
Okay, so if you're raising, so check this out. If you're raising the ends, right? So let's say the center point is a particular altitude from the concrete, and then the extremities are a particular altitude from the concrete, then that means they already admit that my way is better, and the whole concept of altering the shape of the earth to pour the concrete is just redundant and stupid and a waste of time and money.
What I'm saying,
It almost suspiciously sounds like fakery, so that, you know what I mean, so that you would believe that the Earth is round.
No, that's
well, yeah. And also, well, actually, what it sounds like to me, friend, is another $200 million in my bank account. That's what it sounds like.
Oh,
to me.
absolutely, yeah, for sure. I'm there already. I mean, there's maybe two birds, one stone issue there. It might be both those things, right? I mean,
Ham, the whole
you guys know who I am. I'm not saying that, you know.
But Ham, it seems like the whole purpose of this facility is to prove something that's already supposedly known. So it's inefficient to even do this whole thing in the first place if we're not even gaining anything after it. And the whole purpose is just now to convince people that it's more real. So it's just adding to they're just building more chapters to their story.
Wait, hold on.
See, and look how conveniently now there's an example of how we needed to build a particular way.
Like, why did we need to do this, Ham? Why did we need to build this? To prove what? To prove that gravity exists? If it's already proven, if it's already known.
Can I answer? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay, so evolution is real. I legitimately, like, if like 5 people are going to talk every time I open my mouth, like, I can just go on mute. It's all good. You guys can
I wonder what they're trying to say gravity waves are.
It's all good. No worries, man.
So do we want him to answer or not?
Yeah, it's just going over the same thing. I just have one thing to add. If they have to assume that this Earth surface is curving in the first place, why don't they just use their technology and show us directly that the Earth is curving? Problem solved.
Well, they feel like they have. They've shown you images that they've taken from the space.
Well, we got to consider the original question was, if these guys claim to have done this, do you guys think they're mistaken or lying? And I gave a pretty compelling case, in my opinion, that not only is what they did a waste of time, but they have every motive to lie.
Well, no, I didn't respond to that. I don't agree.
You did argue that.
Billions of motives.
Under the assumption that the round Earth is true and that there's actual data behind this experiment, there would be something to learn, and it's actually a very important thing.
This is trivially true.
For like, it's literally detecting. Like, yeah, we for the first time, I think 2 years ago or last year, we took a picture of a black hole, right? And we've now like detected.
You mean a black picture, dude? Like, come on, black holes are the craziest red herring I've ever come across.
No, that's fine. I'm not trying to make
something everybody. Okay. It's something.
If you're gonna disagree with every point,
hold on. Sorry. I'm just saying, like, it's black hole.
Let him continue, dude. Just chill.
Sorry, but we're.
I know you don't believe in black holes, so
it's something you're gonna search for and never find. It's the craziest thing.
Hollywood, relax, bro. Let him finish.
Under this model, it has been found is the issue, right? And the LIGO is actually detecting it.
What has been found? Nothing. It's a black hole.
So the way LIGO works, very simply, is it shoots a beam down a very long line, and then it has a mirror that splits it, so it goes straight, and it also goes perpendicular, right?
No, right on. We just went through all that.
I watched the 3-minute video I found on my own.
Okay.
Trust me.
So then you understand that there is a direction that you can measure a difference, which
yep. What is the magnitude? What is the magnitude of the difference?
Well, I'm not LIGO, so I don't know.
Yep. And secondly, what is the magnitude of the main sum in the facility?
Sorry, say that again.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
No,
you have no idea what you have no idea what you're talking about except the claim that they make, dude.
He asked you to repeat.
Can you repeat what your question was?
That doesn't mean you're correct.
Okay, what was the magnitude? What was the magnitude of the signal they allegedly received, and what is the magnitude of the main sum in the facility?
Like, as in a wave, like the energy, or like what do you mean by what property do you mean by magnitude? Like energy, like how?
Yeah, so you have a sensor, right, and it has a certain sensitivity to it. It's supposed to be able to detect something within a certain range, It's connected to the electrical system of the facility. The electrical system of the facility has a signal feedback within the electrical system.
Yeah.
Okay, so is the signal they're trying to detect greater than that feedback? Yes or no?
If you want to argue literally, but like I would have to go do a bit of research and come back to you. Like I would have to have this conversation.
Fair. Well, I'll tell you this,
Like,
brother.
how do I know off the top of my
Yeah,
head?
no
what
problem.
the
No
data is?
problem. No problem. Just telling you that it's not as straightforward as they allege that they've sensed something. There's dudes that have scrutinized their data and quote unquote, from their point of view, shown it to be bullshit.
Well, no, that's why I'm saying. Well, let's just assume for a second that it's not bullshit. Then it would be. I'm just saying because you're just trying to essentially you're throwing out it's just pure money motivations. And if
It's
that's
a
the
money
case,
pit.
then we don't actually have to engage with the reasons that they say this works. And I'm just wondering. Yeah, sure, we can just dunk on it and we can just
That
make fun
wasn't
of how
his
stupid
point.
it is, right?
That
But
wasn't his point. That was not
Okay.
AI's point.
I just really quickly want to jump in. Somebody mentioned we've seen black holes. Just posted a PhD saying, no, you didn't. If you want to watch the video by a PhD astrophysicist,
yeah,
it's in the
again, I'm not claiming we've seen it. I'm saying that under the worldview, it's been seen, right?
And I already said that's
Wait,
trivially true.
what has been seen? Nothing has been seen in a whole in an area. Like that's what I'm wondering.
Well, so you guys said we're allowed to use infrared lasers for our horizon measurements. So we're allowed to use other wavelengths of light in order to measure a black hole. And yeah, sure, it's not literally a picture that we would see with our eyes. It's transmitted from another wavelength.
It's
but
nothing.
I assumed that that's okay.
I'd watch the
Well,
video.
yeah, you're assuming it's nothing. That's okay. You're assuming it's nothing, but that's a disagreement in worldviews, right? But like we'd have to get into each claim one by one. And so if you want to like,
No, it's the ultimate unknown, right?
What do you mean?
How do you know what's in a black hole? How does anyone know?
I know the answer. And I'm correct because I'm from the future. So I'm going to give my hypothesis, and you guys can accept it or not.
Okay.
So, class civilizations on the Kardashev scale, the highest class is able to consume the energy of its home system. That means none of the energy escapes into the outside universe. That means whenever you see a black spot in the universe, you're witnessing the consumption rate of a maximum class Kardashev society. And I know this because the Kardashev scale exists. I rest my case.
So my question is, why is it LIGO needs to create a straight tube by cutting through the Earth in order to make a straight beam? But when FE Core makes a straight laser and they get zero slope, everyone loses their mind and says, well, the laser is actually conforming to the curve of the Earth.
Because LIGO run theirs in a high vacuum.
Which they need a container.
Yes, sir. Were you? I might have misunderstood that question. Are you asking about why we're invoking refraction in like the ship case with the atmosphere versus like the vacuum tube of the LIGO detector?
Yeah.
Because
I feel
it's
it's
a
double
vacuum.
speak.
We've
You
made
got
it
to
a
build a
it's
straight
a controlled
tube.
environment.
You got to give it a vacuum just so you can get a laser to actually be straight. But then whenever you go out in the real world and you put a fucking laser out there and it actually goes against your fucking globe belief, suddenly the laser was actually conforming to the curve of the Earth because of gravity and refraction and whatever else you want to say.
I'm not sure where I like saw something and I said that's curving.
No, I'm talking like colloquially, like over the years, the conversation has been, especially with Ruhiv, he'll say that, well, the light beam is actually bouncing between two mediums that are stacked on top of each other on this curved Earth, and it's moving perfectly with the arch of the Earth. And so it's actually curving, but it appears to be straight. Whereas LIGO needs a straight tube with a vacuum in order to make a laser go actually straight. And they got to cut through the Earth.
They don't have to cut through the Earth.
I thought that's what we was talking about. They had to raise
It's above.
the two ends. They had to raise the two ends, and then they had to like make it straight and level and fucking gosh.
I mean, Sam. Ham's citation reads, to ensure a perfectly level beam path, the Earth's curvature, more than a vertical meter over the 4-kilometer length of each arm, was countered by GPS-assisted Earth moving and high-precision concrete work.
Yeah,
That's what LIGO said.
that is the craziest way to build that.
Why would a laser inside a tube filled with air not go straight?
I don't fucking know.
I mean, it would mostly go straight, but over time it would refract a little bit. Like the reason the sky's blue is because the atmosphere bends light.
No, the sky's blue is because God loves the infantry, okay? Period.
Or that.
It's because of what they're trying to measure. They're trying to measure the deviation of the light. I haven't quite fucking finished. So they're trying to measure the deviation of the beam of light. If they have gas in there, then the gas is going to be the cause of the beam of light's deflection from horizontal. So they put it in a vacuum so it's perfectly straight, and then they can measure the deviation of the light path due to a gravitational wave. Does anybody know the result that they gathered from the LIGO experiment, what the measurement was?
Not offhand.
1/10,000th of a nanometer.
Oh, I was gonna say that, but I thought I was relating to something else. But it's the craziest, smallest thing.
Yeah, it's very
Thousandth of a
precise small
nanometer.
scale, for sure. That's why, like, one of the most important parts of LIGO is to collaborate with Virgo and the Kagra, because they have to, like, if one of them detects it and the other people don't, then, like, because somebody mentioned, like, oh, what if somebody blows up their toaster, right? They need to account for that, so they have like separated from a wide area 3 different satellite places.
But what's
they can all compare data?
What's all the money going for? Like, what are we getting from these things? Whoever's like agreeing with LIGO and all this stuff. Like, what's the purpose of it all? Like, what do we get? What's the return on investment?
Well, what's the purpose of flat Earth, right? Like, pursuit of
No,
truth.
hold on,
the
dude.
question.
Just
Come
answer.
on.
What's the purpose of LIGO, dude? Like, where is the
To
return?
detect gravitational waves, to learn
And
about.
in order to do what? To learn what?
So one of the biggest issues right now in science is that we have these two competing models, which are both so accurate that we can't discard them, general relativity and quantum physics, and yet we have no way to consolidate the two. And so it's very difficult to measure gravity. It's very difficult to set up an experiment where you can actually measure, like,
Because it's not real.
Because
is that a possibility though? Is that a possibility?
Because it's so weak is the reason why it's difficult. Sorry?
Yeah, I know. Or is it because they say it's so weak because it's not real and it's so hard to detect?
Okay, let's not go in circles saying it's true.
Sorry.
If the flat Earth is true, then yeah, that would be the case.
So, Rydon, look at the open chat. I tagged you.
Mm-hmm. So anyway, it's very important to study gravitational waves because it tells us about gravity on these certain scales.
Yeah, but what?
Sorry, I'll read this now.
We hear you, Greg.
So you see right here in the open chat, the Britannica entry citation here. In Einstein's theory of general relativity, the physical consequences of gravitational fields are stated in the following way. Space-time is a four-dimensional non-Euclidean continuum.
Continuous.
And the curvature of the Riemannian geometry of space-time is produced by or related to the distribution of matter in the world. Particles and light rays travel along the geodesics, the shortest path of this four-dimensional geometric world. So obviously you see the emphasis right there, which is the causation hypothesis. So if you rephrase this in a conspicuous causation hypothesis, if-then proposition, if there is matter, or if matter exists, then it curves space-time. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's that causation hypothesis. I'm going to just skip to the refutation falsifying this doctrine, as opposed to going through the unverifiability of the doctrine, even if it were true. I'll get to that in just a moment. So as you see right here, if space and time are immaterial states of affairs, then they cannot contain any matter. They cannot contact any matter, nor can any matter contact them, nor can they possess any geometric shape. Space and time are immaterial states of affairs. Therefore, space and time cannot contact any matter, nor can any matter contact them, nor can they possess any geometric shape. Rule of inference, modus ponens. It's a
I
deductive
don't
argument.
understand. I don't think that's true. No, I wouldn't agree with that.
Okay, which premise do you disagree with?
That matter can't interact. Like, a photon has no mass. It has no gravity. It doesn't warp space-time. But a photon gets absorbed by an atom, right? It's an excitation. It's how electricity works, right? Electricity happens.
You believe light is immaterial?
Yeah, so that's a clear example of the immaterial acting with the material. Is that energy mass equivalence? Is that you can?
So then light doesn't exist independent of your perception?
Are you asking if I'm a materialist or a solipsist?
I'm asking you what I just asked you. So is light?
I think
light
light
exist
exists
independent and
independent
external
of
to
me.
your perception?
Yes, I think so. So if I didn't exist, then you would still exist. I think. Like if I
I'm not
died right
asking
now.
about me. I'm asking about light because you said light is immaterial.
You're asking about my perception.
You're making this a bit more difficult than it needs to be. My
Okay, I'm
questions
not
are very
understanding
poignant.
then. Sorry.
So you said light is immaterial. So then
No, you said light is immaterial.
No, you said light is. You said photons are immaterial. They're
I
not
said they
material.
have no mass. They're massless, is what I said.
Which means that they don't have matter, correct?
I believe matter is. I guess yeah. What's the definition of matter? I think that's anything with mass.
Well, see, this is the problem. See, when I've discussed this subject plenty of times.
Yeah, it's
before,
something with mass. It's something with rest mass, specifically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to say mass in the sense of matter? Yes or no?
Yeah, sure. So mass is matter, and so a photon is not matter. Yeah.
Okay. So then light is immaterial, right? Not material, immaterial. So given that you affirm the proposition light is immaterial, do you believe that light does not exist external to and independent of your perception?
This light not. I still don't understand how that's a simple question. Just say it really slowly. I'm not getting it.
Listen, if it's immaterial, I'm asking you a question. Is light real without you seeing it? And is it external to your perception?
I can't really know. I can't really know.
Let me try again.
Let
me try again. Hang on.
Right?
Let me make it even more simple for you, because I'm asking a compound question.
Yes, I think light's real. I think light is
so light is real. Just listen. Light is real without you seeing it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Next question. Light is real external to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So light is immaterial supposedly, but it's still real independent of you seeing it, and it's real external to you. So how are you empirically detecting an immaterial entity?
Because it can contact matter. It can contact matter, it just isn't matter, right? It can be absorbed by matter.
But how are you seeing it if it's not existing, which is what immaterial
So I'm
entails?
only seeing the ones that hit my eyeballs and then bounce off the cones of my eye.
So then it's material, because we can only empirically detect material, correct?
My eyes are material. Light is energy. And I don't think energy is material. So the wavelength, so light has an energy with it, and the energy splits. We talked about how a prism works. So based on the lens in the eye, it splits between three. I don't think it splits that way. I think cones work differently, but let's just say for sake of it, it splits into three different paths, and then those hit detectors that tell you how much ratio of red light, reddish light.
That's too much,
greenish
dude.
light, and yellowish light.
That's too much. You don't need all that. You don't need all that. Listen.
Okay.
We can only empirically detect sight, smell, taste, touch, hearing. We can only empirically detect material entities, correct?
Yes. Things we can then extend and create experiments, which then test, like, we can't see infrared, but we can conduct an experiment with it, which we talked about earlier. We agreed we can use infrared beams.
You can have instruments, you can have technology that extends our senses, sure, or heightens our senses, or dulls our senses. Fine.
Yes.
Right. So still empirical detection. So you concede the fact that we can only empirically detect material entities, yes?
No.
We can empirically detect immaterial entities?
Yes, like light. We can detect the energy of light. Like a solar panel detects, or not a solar panel, like a Yeah, a solar panel. Like you hook up a solar panel to a light bulb, right? When it turns on, we're detecting light. Light is hitting the solar panel.
That's not an instance of you empirically detecting an immaterial entity. So
are you saying we induce that something's there through the observation?
No,
is that what you're suggesting?
No. You're conflating categories. I know you haven't studied ontology. I know you haven't, because you keep conflating categories.
Okay.
If you assert the proposition that given entity is immaterial, then it's not empirically detectable because we can only empirically detect material entities.
Why are you asserting
light,
that we can only detect immaterial? I'm saying we can detect immaterial things. I'm saying we can detect a class of particles.
You just reversed.
No. Okay, let me explain my worldview. Let me explain instead of you saying what I'm claiming. Let me just say what I'm claiming. No, let me just explain that. My belief. My belief is empirically.
Stop. You just reversed what I just said. You just said the antithesis of what I just said, as though I said that. No. If the given entity is immaterial, then we can't empirically detect it because we can only empirically detect material entities.
Then I don't agree.
Given that we can empirically detect light, that necessarily entails that it's a material entity.
Is sound a
but we agreed
entity?
The definition of material was it has mass, not whether we can detect it or not. So you're just sleight of handing so we agreed it's an immaterial. Okay, it's not matter, but it's
disturbed.
It's material. It's material. It is not immaterial. Then you're right. So matter means it has mass. Sorry, I guess I was just my brain was getting wrapped around. So immaterial means you can't empirically observe it. We can empirically observe light, therefore it has to be material.
Well, that's not what it means.
It still has no
mass,
so it's not matter.
Listen, it's not what it means. That's what it entails. Empirical senses can only detect material entities. So if you assert the proposition that light is immaterial, it's patently false, given that we can empirically detect it, and we can only empirically detect material entities.
Yeah, so I just agreed with you, and that's why I said so we have to say light is material then, because we can detect it.
So there we have it. So now, like I said above, go back to the argument. Which premise do you disagree with?
I disagree that light's immaterial, I guess.
Well, I didn't say light is immaterial, so that's not a premise in my argument that you're disagreeing with.
Then why were we arguing about it?
This was all... We just had that dialogue because I asked you which premise do you disagree with in the deductive refutation and modus ponens.
So if space and time are immaterial states of affair, then they cannot contact any matter. So I would, based on the definition of immaterial, if we're just saying that that's true, then I would say that space and time cannot contact any matter.
He's making you follow his script. I'm not gonna let you.
Okay, he's poisoning the well with that ridicule.
You're like the Darth Dawkins of like this channel, but instead of Christianity, you're flat Earth.
I've heard that before.
I mean, it feels like I'm just getting frustrated that it feels like definitions are being agreed on, then different words are being used as though it's the same word.
Well, that's why I'm asking you these questions. I'm trying to cooperate with you. So which premise do you disagree with?
So I disagree that space and time cannot contact matter, I guess.
Okay, well, I guess you disagree with premise 2?
I guess space and time aren't really real. Space and time are a metric that defines it defines the path that light travels, but light's real. Space and time.
Pause.
Yeah.
I literally labeled every premise numerically. Do you disagree with premise 1 or 2 or 3?
Well, I agree with 3 for sure. But that's the conclusion, right? Or am I looking at the
If you agree with 3, then it necessarily follows that the supporting premises are true and a valid
I
deductive
disagree with
inference.
3. I disagreed with 3, I said.
Okay, well, why?
Because it seems like you've got an argument that the conclusion is that space and time cannot interact with matter or something like that. And it seems like the argument is based on a definition of words. And I don't know if we can really make fundamental
That's
assumptions.
trivially true about every argument.
Well, I don't know if we can make fundamental assumptions about what space and time. Like, can we actually conclude that they can or cannot contact? Like, I don't think there's anyone who purports that they can prove that. I think it's probably a sleight of hand of words, and we're not actually going to be proving that because that would require evidence, right?
Well, not only is that critique easily reversible to you, you're acting as though speaking meaningfully and consistently is an error when it's not. Like, I could just derogate your usage of meaningful communication.
Well, no, I'm saying
as an
that
error.
because I'm accepting definitions I don't agree with for the sake of the argument, right? Like, I accepted immaterial means you can't, and so I changed my like, I believe light is immaterial, and I would go forward in the world saying that, but only with you did I agree it's material because of the definition you seem to put on me, right? Which is why I'm now saying, like, if we're playing around with words, I don't know what we're doing here.
You seem to be insinuating that, like, I strong-armed you into saying what you said, when that's not possible.
No, you said to me that an immaterial thing cannot contact matter, and I said, well, light contacts matter, so therefore we have to definitely say now it's material. Like, was what I just said.
Well, that's not a refutation of what I said. I mean, listen. So you disagree with the conclusion.
Yeah.
Okay. But just to make sure you follow, this is a modus ponens. This is a valid rule of inference.
Okay.
So this is a argument that is in a valid form, right? You agree? If A then B, A therefore B, correct? You
Like,
agree
I feel like,
are
I feel like you're taking this like.
Just answer my question, please.
So okay, well, I don't know why I didn't already answer it, because I said the issue is that space and time cannot contact.
Answered my
so
question.
Therefore, no, because if you're so smart
Right
at
on,
induction,
right on,
you would know that's
right on.
that's one. It's one.
Right on.
It's one where you
Dude,
state the contact.
Right on.
Yes.
Dude.
What?
Just answer my question.
I just did one. I've been saying it 111. It's answered.
No, it's not what I just asked you.
He's gonna keep doing
Listen.
this, by the way.
Like, listen to the question I last asked you.
Okay.
Do you agree that this form of argumentation, this rule of inference, is valid, modus ponens? Yes or no?
I think that only if we agree on the definitions of these words would it be valid. And currently, every single word in here, like, I would probably disagree with you on what the definition means, and therefore, like, I think what you're saying follows based on the definition of immaterial. Like, I don't see that, right?
No, the logical form of the argument is not logically contingent upon the definitions of the terms used in the form of argumentation.
That's what you believe, though.
I'm saying that the conclusion. I'm saying that logic could be valid, but the conclusion could be invalid because it doesn't follow based on a definition of words. So you could get me to think that it's valid, even though it's not, because you
Okay, so just stop skipping ahead. You're trying to anticipate my replies instead of just concentrating your replies to what I'm saying to you.
Oh yeah, okay. I'm not following the script. Is that
no?
I'm trying to have a conversation.
That's not the issue. That's not the issue. Stop.
Well, why can't you skip a step
You've been falsely anticipating my replies the entire time. Every time you try to guess what I'm going to say before I said it, you said it wrong. So stop doing it. You're not good at it with me. Okay. So concentrate. So you agree this is a valid rule of inference, yes?
Sure.
Okay, next question.
Let's assume I'm only allowed yes or no questions from now on. I'll just answer yes or no, and we can find out where it leads.
I mean, you should answer yes or no to a yes or no question.
Yeah, so that's all I'll do. We'll do that. We'll see where it goes.
So you said you disagree with premise 1, correct?
Yes.
Okay, why? In fact, before you say that, let me ask you this. So do you believe that it is not necessarily implied by the propositions? You believe that the inability or impossibility of space and time contacting matter, nor any matter contacting them, nor the space and time possessing any geometric shape is not necessarily implied by the proposition space and time are immaterial states of affairs?
I didn't understand that. If I can just answer the reason I don't...
Let me say it this way. Do you believe this conditional premise is false?
I believe one is False. Sure. Yeah.
Why?
It's false. Because immaterial things can contact matter, such as
Such as what?
light.
We just went through this. We just went through the fact that if you suppose the proposition, the given entity, whatever it is, light or whatsoever else, is immaterial, then it necessarily entails that it's not empirically detectable and not contacting any matter.
I disagree with your definition of immaterial.
Why?
Because material is, to me, it means it has matter. There is a matter. There's a material to it. There's a shape. There's a form. It's a material, and material must have mass. And there are things which are massless, but yet which contact material.
It's inconsistent. You haven't verified that. It's just being inconsistent analytically. If it does have matter, then it does have mass, given that's one of the senses of mass analytically, necessarily follows.
Photons have mass, I believe.
Photons are massless. That's why they travel at the speed of light, purportedly.
That's just an asinine metaphysical doctrine. No one has ever verified that by any argument whatsoever.
Okay.
Like, what sense does it make to say that you're empirically detecting an immaterial entity which doesn't exist anywhere in space?
Well, so I think this is a more interesting place for the conversation than whatever we were just talking about before, which is why I'm trying to skip over to here. So
I don't have a conversation though, following a script in his brain.
Yeah, I mean, I think on the face of it, you're right. Like, if you just got told today, you go back to the 1300s and you tell somebody quantum physics and you try to explain to them, it sounds ridiculous. It's absolutely insane. If you don't build up and you don't follow along with all the steps and see how you build it up, it seems patently ridiculous. I get that, right? But I guess you'll have to give me a little bit of the benefit. I'm not trying to pull out authority or anything, but I've studied a little bit. I've done experiments. I've seen, for example, diffraction in light, so I know that it behaves like a wave. Right? It would be very difficult to convince me it doesn't.
What does that have to do with what I just said? This is an inconsistent position of yours. You can't just presume it stubbornly to no avail.
What is it?
There's no reason to believe that light is immaterial. It's empirically detectable. We can only empirically detect material entities. Therefore, light is material, not immaterial.
Well, so I explained to you
immaterial things contacting matter.
Yeah, you were correct using your definition of material, which disagrees with mine. Right? I remember I said I was using a different definition of material than you. And I said that's where the conflict is
trivially true that you define immaterial differently from me, and you're not refuting what I just said.
So then let's move on. That's why I took your definition and worked with it, and then it seemed like every word was getting
okay. So then don't go back to light, because it's a digression. Not only is it not an example of immaterial things contacting matter, it's a digression from the premise. The premise doesn't talk anything about light. The premise says if space and time are immaterial states of affairs,
I think
they
based on this conversation,
contact them, nor can they position the geometric shape.
It's like this conversation to me has, from my perception, taken time, which means I feel like time is contacting my experience. I'm observing time, so therefore, under your definition, time is material.
Are you contacting time in the same sense that I'm contacting my bed right now with my hand?
If I experience time, then it has to be material because I empirically observe it. Like, by your definition, it has to be material.
What's the color of time?
It's not it doesn't have a color. It's a length.
What's the scent of time? The odor of time?
So, do you want to go through all the senses? There's no smell. There's no smell.
You've empirically detected time, correct? You said you experienced time.
Yeah,
that's empirical detection. So you've empirically detected time? Yes?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, so what's the color of time?
Oh. What's the color of 5 meters?
You got him!
He thinks he got me when
you don't know how
he's taking that rhetorical question back to me, which is conveying my point, ironically. Yeah, you can't tell me the color of 5 meters. I can't tell you the color of 5 meters, just as you can't tell me the color of time, because they don't have colors, because they don't have any matter that possesses such properties. That's the point.
You guys are gonna have to listen to me scrub my sink, because that is exactly how I feel listening to this conversation.
Yeah, I don't really know what to respond to here.
Okay, so obviously you don't know the color of time. Can you tell me
No, I
any
don't.
of the
You
empirically
got me.
detectable properties of time?
I would say so are you allowed to invoke your memory? Because like if I see something but I just it doesn't go to my brain, I didn't observe it, right? So I have to.
But memories exist in the
Memory is in one of the
present.
five senses. Memory is
Hey, by the
empirical
way,
detection. That's category error.
by the way, all memories exist in the present.
What?
Yeah.
I'll explain what AI just said because you obviously didn't catch that. The reason he said that is because TGR tries to localize time as though there's a present moment here, but over there, somewhere else in space, is the past moment. Somewhere else over there in space is the future moment. And there's these past, present, and future moments in various specific locales in free space, which is asinine.
I think it's a misunderstanding of what it says.
No, it's not.
No, it's a theory of the observer. For you to observe something, you have to see light, and if it takes light time to travel, it's not that when you see a star 4 billion years ago, it's 4 billion years over there. It's no, you're just seeing light. Under the theory, you're seeing light.
I wasn't even talking about that.
It sounds like that's exactly what you're talking about. But okay.
No.
You realize when you see something, everything is from the past, right? Only you exist in your own present.
Yeah. Because there's lag in senses. Yeah, that's sort of what I'm saying.
Hang on. Let's not digress. So you haven't proven by any rule of inference whatsoever, nor any evidence whatsoever, that time and or space are material entities.
Well, no,
and
I
your
think
rhetorical question back to me concedes to the point that I was driving towards with my line of scrutiny to you, where you asked me what's the color of 5 meters, which is to obviously insinuate that it's asinine to ask me, Gregory, it's asinine for you to ask me what's the color of time, just as asinine for me to ask you what's the color of 5 meters, because 5 meters isn't a material entity that possesses any empirically detectable properties.
You can't empirically detect a length.
That's correct. I'm aware. Which necessarily
No,
entails that...
I'm incredulously asking. I'm not agreeing with you.
That was a question?
Yeah, that was me kind of being shocked at you saying like I don't like if I have a ruler, I just don't have a ruler.
That's not what I said. Misinterpret it again. There is a difference between the ruler and length, correct? They're not the same entities, yes?
Yeah, a ruler as an object is different than the concept of length, yeah.
That's right. It's a concept, and concepts are not material, correct?
Sure.
Right. So just like all the other categories of space, length being one of the spatial dimensions, it's not material, correct?
Incorrect. It's material.
Okay, you're just contradicting yourself.
No, I have to say it's material because we can interact.
I began replying after you finished your reply. If length is one of the subcategories of space, then, and if length is a concept, then it's immaterial, like you just conceded, then all the other categories of space are immaterial, empirically undetectable entities. You can't separate length from space.
No, I mean I think you're now doing a category error here because it's sort of like no. Can I just can I respond to that? Can I respond to this? I'm not going to. I'm gonna talk over you until I get this point out. I'm going to. Okay.
Stop.
Can you say stop 5 more times and then I'll stop? Just 5 more times.
My God, what does it take to provoke the moderators to moderate?
You realize you're talking over him. You've done this to everybody you have conversations
Stop with the heckling color commentary. Gosh, obviously, you're the one making the category error, not me. Let's try again. Length is a logical subcategory of space, correct? Length is a spatial category, correct?
The concept of a duck is immaterial, but a duck.
I didn't ask you about ducks. Are you hearing me?
So that is equivalent to saying the concept of
Are you
length.
hearing me? Yes or no? Are you hearing what I am saying to you?
No, I'm ignoring what you just said because I had a response.
Thank you for hearing what I'm saying to you. Answer the question I'm asking you. Not ducks. Space and time. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Is length a spatial category? Yes or no?
It's a property of space.
Yes, it's a spatial category. Thank you. Next question. So if length is a spatial category, then you can't logically separate as though they're two distinct entities, all right? You can't logically separate length from space because length is a spatial category, correct? Correct?
I don't know.
Okay. What part of that don't you understand?
The part where I have to ask your very specific question, and I'm not allowed to have any say in where the conversation goes.
Okay, so you're irritated that I'm not letting you digress from the point?
I feel like I'm being very patient and following along with you, and I'm just not allowed to ask clarifying questions or follow up on a point that you make, and you try to move along, and I can't respond to the last thing you said, and you just want to move on.
No, that's not what's happening. You're trying to digress from the very poignant questions being asked to you concerning your objection to one of my premises in my argument. Obviously, we're not talking about ducks and duckness, so how the fuck would you digress to that? Categorically different. So let's see if you can track unto the end. Like we could have got to the end by now, but you keep diverting our attention to 1,000 other different things. Concentrate.
Yeah. So I guess what I was
is a
trying to
spatial
say,
category, right?
Yeah, so
length is a spatial category, so you can't logically separate length from space as though they're two ontologically different entities, right?
Huh?
Okay, the next question. So, if length is a concept, then it's immaterial. And if length is immaterial, then space and all the other spatial categories that subsist the category of space are also immaterial, and therefore cannot be empirically detected.
Yes.
So there you have it. So premise one is correct, not incorrect. So when I say space and time are immaterial states of affairs, it's not incorrect. And then when I say that entails or that implies necessarily that given that they're immaterial states of affairs, they cannot contact matter, nor can matter contact them, nor can they have any geometric shape. So premise one is true, not false.
I don't agree.
Okay, so you still don't agree after we just went through that entire lesson for you. So that's obviously indicative of being invincibly and or willfully ignorant.
Whoa, that conclusion is fantastic.
The reason I can't agree is because I was forced into yes or no questions and I couldn't explain.
No one forced. Listen to me right now.
Now you're
no
being
one at all forced you to do a damn thing in this channel. That's not even possible. So I cannot force you. I cannot force you to answer any questions. You voluntarily answered my questions in this phone call.
Yeah, but you didn't voluntarily answer mine, and I just feel kind of.
No, I did. No, I did. I'll demonstrate it now. What's your question?
Okay, so about 20 minutes ago, when you were talking about, I tried to bring up this issue that I had, which was I accused you of a category error, and I just wanted to explain the reason I said that, because you basically made a claim saying that the concept of distance or a length is immaterial, and therefore it's not empirically observable, and that's why I said, well, the concept of a duck is immaterial, but a duck is observable, right? So just because the concept of length and I agreed with you that the concept is immaterial, doesn't mean that you can't empirically measure a length.
Okay, that's not refuting me.
Just like you could empirically see a duck.
Okay, that's not refuting me.
Okay.
I never deny that you can empirically detect an object with a length, a material object with a length.
I just wanted to
It's not
clarify that, and then
me.
I was happy to go and continue on where we were. I just wanted to
Notice you didn't
sure
ask a question. Also, you just tried to vindicate yourself earlier. So then I corrected you where you insinuated a straw man against me. So let's move forward.
I mean, I'm assuming you're leading me down a path. I was assuming for the benefit of me so that I can understand. And so when I'm trying to point out to you, I don't understand, and you're moving on to the next part of your argument, I don't know what else I can do but just kind of nod along politely.
That's
and then
not what happened, dude.
It felt
that's not what happened. I literally spent a painstaking amount of time trying to cooperate with you, asking you questions as to whether you understand what I'm saying to you. Now, every premise that you contended with, I ask you why. And then I asked you, what part don't you understand? So stop talking as though I'm refusing to help you understand me. That's really unappreciative, and I don't appreciate your unappreciativeness.
Okay.
Okay, so you haven't refuted any of the premises. You contended with premise one. You went through a line of logic. You went through a line of scrutiny with me that resulted in you conceding, or at least just forfeiting the debate on the issue. You haven't refuted any of the premises. You already conceded that the rule of inference by which I argued is valid, modus ponens. If A then B, A therefore B. And you contended with premise one, but I refuted that contention, or I exposed that you don't have a reason to believe that it's false. It's obviously true. You can't empirically detect space and time so as to verify that space and time are material entities. And then given the definition of space, which is location relationships, and given the definition of time, which is the past, present, and future moments, none of those things are material entities, categorically, analytically, therefore necessarily implying that they're immaterial entities.
Yeah, but you're spinning on Earth.
You can empirically measure time.
Hey, you're spinning on Earth though, bro. You for real spinning on Earth right now.
Yeah, on Earth.
You're spinning on Earth, bro.
Now they have to spurg out as I completed that succinct summation of what just happened. So I'm going to say what I said
words
again.
don't make you smart.
Bro,
you just said 17 different big words, and then it all just didn't make sense, bro.
For the sake of the audience, not they're talking through me and trying to obfuscate what I'm saying.
Shut up, nigger.
I'm going to say for the audience, because there's an audience listening. So stop talking through everything I'm saying. All of this garbage because I said a deductive refutation against TGR. All of that because I said a modus ponens refuting TGR.
Yeah. So my biggest
that wasn't your cue to still stultify my completion. Gosh.
So yeah, my issue with
that wasn't your cue to resume again, trying to stultify my completion for the sake of the audience. Are you serious?
What
I was stultifying me.
Stultifying?
Like you're literally trying to stultify. You're trying to prevent the completion of me saying the summation for the sake of the audience. Stop.
So I thought you and I were in a conversation. I disagree.
We're in a conversation in an open chat. We're in a conversation in a voice channel that has an audience.
Right. So I disagree with premise one.
Are you serious? That isn't your cue to continue talking.
Okay. You're the one screaming.
I'm telling you, like so conspicuously in clear English, stop talking so I can finish the summation.
But you already finished the summation. You want to say
no,
it again.
I did not.
Okay, go.
Damn.
Stop stultifying.
So, you already conceded this rule of inference is valid. Next page. You tried to contend with premise one. I refuted your contention. You didn't really have an argument to refute premise one. Listen. You haven't refuted any of the premises. You just said that they're false, that you disagree with them. Asked you why. Then you digress to the issue of light, and I refuted you on that point, conceding that light is a material entity given that we can detect it, and we can only empirically detect material entities. So not only is that refuted, that's irrelevant to the issue in the argument. And then after that, I talked about a few other ontological issues, conflating those categories and getting that straight. And then finally clarifying that you don't have a reason to disbelieve premise one or any of the other premises. So not only is the form of argumentation valid, all the premises are true, and you don't have any reason to disagree with them or to say any of them are false. Now, what do you have to say?
I was attempting to correct you on your conclusion that I'm like I agreed with premise one, right? I don't agree with your conclusion or your premise that you cannot empirically observe the passage of time by experiencing it.
Okay, you're contending against an argument I didn't say. You're contending against a premise I didn't say. I never said you cannot empirically detect the motion of things over time. I never said that. So you don't disagree with premise 3. You disagree with the premise I never said.
So space and time can contact matter because we can observe them. So you agree that we can empirically observe space and time?
No. Show me the matter that is space and or time. I can show you an apple, I can show you an orange, I can show you a tree, I can show you water, I can show you the clouds, I can show you the sun, I can show you me, I can show you a whole host of different material things. Show me the matter that is space and or time.
But you can't actually show me that. You can only show me the light. You can only show the immaterial things that is presumed to be correspondent to the atom that it released the light or reflected it, right? Like the sun, supposedly the sun shoots down rays, it bounces off things, and some things absorb frequencies at different rates. And
you don't have to explain all that shit, dude.
Well, so you're not actually seeing material things. You're actually your argument is inverse that material things cannot be empirically observed.
Okay, fair enough. Let's say that's true. Then that entails you cannot show me the matter that is space or time, given that you can't see anything. You just see light. You don't see the object, you just see light.
No, you don't see light either, bro.
You experience the feeling of seeing light.
No, you experience the contents of your mind, which may or may not be informed by light.
Yes.
I took it a step further concerning the extreme skepticism you just flew into to try and undermine what I just said, where you can't justifiably appeal to any of your empirical sensations at all.
Sure.
And so if that's the case, then you damn sure can't show me the matter that is space or time.
Yeah, if you deny all measurements,
you can't actually know that you empirically detected them.
Yeah, if you deny all measurements, then I can't prove anything to you. Right? Like, assume solipsism.
No, not that. That's not what I just said to you. That's not entailable what I just said to you. No, is that what I said to you?
Okay.
AI, very quickly with a pithy retort, took it a step further, exposing the idiocy of your skepticism to try and undermine my retort, where you can't justifiably appeal to any of your empirical sensations so that you can know that you empirically detected anything. And if that's the case, then you damn sure didn't know that you empirically detected space and or time to be a material entity. So your pattern of argumentation is self-defeating.
I've heard of Rene Descartes before. Like, I've heard, I think, therefore I am. Like, I've heard of solipsism. I've heard of the hard issue of just assuming, like, you have to assume your senses correspond to reality, because if you don't, then reality is just noise, and there's no reason to pay attention to it.
Right. So your appeal is self-defeating, so it can't refute me. No, you just made it impossible by implication necessarily to show me the matter that is space and or time. So you haven't verified that space and time are material entities. You just made it impossible by necessary implication.
But do you not experience, like, you're legitimately telling me you don't experience the passage of time? Like, you just don't detect it whatsoever? Like,
That's not what I'm saying to you. No. No. So are you saying something you obviously didn't say?
I experience time.
Why do you people talk like that?
I
don't ever talk like that to anyone ever, except as a humor.
Okay.
What the fuck are we?
So no, obviously I'm not denying that we conceive of the passage of time.
Right. But that's not empirical.
We don't empirically detect the matter that is time. It isn't as though time exists external to us, like the matter around us, right? That's why you had to say a reply that necessarily implies by implication, that's redundant, that you can't empirically detect anything. You can't ascertain any empirical facts. with making it impossible by necessary implication that you did not and cannot empirically detect space or time to be material entities, even if they were.
That's deep, man.
So you haven't refuted any of the premises.
Yep. Therefore,
I guess I have a
Einsteinian
proof then.
relativity. Therefore, Einsteinian relativity is false. Gregory rests his case. The other guy loses. So let it be written.
Damn.
So let it be done.
Thought it was close, but I'll take it. Take the loss.
So with that being said, here's the next page. Given that this doctrine is deductively refuted.
Holy crap, another page. Holy crap.
oh shit.
Yeah. I really feel like I'm experiencing time, my dude. I gotta tell you.
Oh my god. Do you understand? Unless you're joking. Are you joking?
Yeah, I was joking.
Dude, the air is so thick. The air is so thick right now, I could cut it with a time knife.
I'm glad. Okay, so here's the next page. This is something to appreciate. Given the falsification of TGR, that necessarily entails that the organizations, all these other doctrines and all these other organizations that believe this metaphysical doctrine and are doing all sorts of enterprises and endeavors, as long as the God knows how many different kinds of means, is all invested in a lie, in an asinine doctrine. All this is invested into an asinine doctrine.
Yeah. That's what it was implied.
So LIGO and all the rest, the whole organization is logically based on and founded on an asinine metaphysical doctrine.
Yeah, so that's what I tried to point out, like way at the beginning of the conversation. When I think I don't remember his name, but he brought up how they use GPS calculations for the curvature, and I kind of like brought it up right away. Like, so GPS, if they use GPS, like immediately, that means that they're lying, right? Because global positioning system, right? If that's the thing that they're using, then that's already right. Like, they would have to be in on it to even use that in the first place. I would assume. I don't know if that made sense.
Who's in on it? You? Are you in on it?
No, I'm not in on it.
So, did you, by any chance, did you come in here thinking that the Earth is a globe, and did you present any evidence?
So I came in here thinking the Earth was a globe. I didn't really present any evidence. No, I was just sort of listening to the conversation.
What do you think about presenting evidence for the Earth being a globe? Do you think it's possible?
I think it's possible. Yeah.
There are three main pillars that the Earth would be a globe if it were. The first one would be the curvature of the Earth can be substantiated by you. How about axial rotation? The rotation of the Earth can be substantiated by you. And or the cosmic vacuum be substantiated by you, as in gas pressure without containment.
Sorry, can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, I'll be happy to. But the first point I want to bring you to is the curvature of the Earth. Now, is there any method that you can think of that the curvature of the Earth has been measured, as in the drop over the distance, like from where you're standing, any space away from you? Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say I could tackle that, but I could also propose. I would say I think there are additional ways theoretically to determine or evidence for it.
Yeah, that's fine. What I'm asking is a straightforward question.
Yeah.
Has the Earth ever been measured that you know of? Has it ever been measured, as in the drop over distance, to know that the surface of the Earth is curving?
Yeah. So supposedly, right, the big story was the first time this was discovered was. I'm sure you guys have heard the story before. Eratosthenes. I don't know if that's how it's pronounced. Is that they used some sort of obelisk, some sort of pole. So the idea is that they used some sort of pole upright, and they measured the shadow, the angle of the shadow of it, based on a certain distance away at the same time, and then they use those calculations, the difference in the shadow, to approximate the curvature of the Earth. Supposedly, that is one of like the earliest proofs that people
Yeah, but they're measuring shadow lengths. It's an inconclusive method by which they are trying to figure out whether or not the Earth is curving, but they're assuming that the Earth is already having the form of the surface being already curved. So
I have
I'm
a
trying to figure out.
question.
I'm trying to figure out if there any method that we can ascertain that the Earth is curving by
I
way
have a
of
question.
by way of drop. Yeah, just hold on a second. I'm talking to this guy.
All right.
So by way of drop over distance. So like between you and another location, there should be a considerable amount of curvature. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Well, considerable would depend on the distance, I would say, but generally, sure.
All right. All right. So in between those two places, do you think it's possible for you to understand that the Earth is curving?
Again, it would depend on like. So if you imagine a sphere, the bigger the sphere is, the more close to it it looks flat, right? So the bigger the radius, the bigger distance would have to be for you to measure it.
Do you think that we're on a ball that, for all intents and purposes, looks locally flat?
Yes. So you can. Well, I mean, there are mountainous features, right? Terrain features, like.
Yeah,
I get
that,
yes.
but I'm saying,
More or less,
but
yes.
what you and I see, because we're so small, like ants on a beach ball, that we see the
Locally
Earth
flat.
like as if it's flat.
Yes, I would agree.
Okay. Okay, so an observation being done by you and me would assume as if we're looking at a flat Earth, right?
I would say that the default assumption, based on just Occam's razor, would be with no evidence. I would assume like a flat space for sure.
Okay. Okay. So just based on observations, that's what we can see. Now, let's see if we can measure this thing, right? So is there any way that, like I said before, a drop over a distance between 2 points, like let's say where I'm standing to, I'll give a conservative distance, like let's say 20 miles.
Well, so why didn't the shadow, the drop would be apparent in the increased length of the shadow? Why was that not adequate?
Well, Eratosthenes' method is inconclusive because the surface could be curving and the surface could be flat. So in the case for
locally
Eratosthenes,
curving.
well, let's just say, for example, you would have a curved surface and a light source, right? Depending where the light source is to the curved surface, you could have divergent shadows. And of course, one, let's say that's right where the light is shining on, would be, of course, 90 degree to that light. And then the other one would be at an angle, for sure. Well, however far away it is. But let's say on a flat surface, you can also have the very same thing with the light that's actually pointing. Like, let's say if you had a flashlight, and you're pointing it down, and you had two objects. One object was right underneath that light. The other one was a bit far off from the light. Well, you still have divergent shadow with that one that was far off from the light, and the one that was underneath would be producing the 90 degree. You're probably no shadow because it's right underneath the light source. So you'd have the same effect on a flat or curved surface. So it's inconclusive for Eratosthenes to say that that is a method by which they ascertain that the Earth is curving on its surface. So inconclusive doesn't get us to the point we understand that it is indeed a curved surface. It leaves us with more questions whether or not it could be. So what we need to figure out right now is a method by which you and I can actually understand that between a fixed point and a point off into the distance, we'd be able to know that the surface is curving from those 2 points. And this is what I'm saying right now. There needs to be a better method that would leave us with a conclusive evidence. If you can understand.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, like, I understand what you're saying. It feels so. It seems like we're requiring we're going to have such pure skepticism that we can only trust experience that we see. And tell me if this is bad faith. Sorry, I don't mean to, like, but it seems like we have to see it for ourselves. So the second, like, we, like, station someone in a different continent or something like that, we're not going to trust that data. Is that correct, or is that incorrect?
No, I guess what I'm saying is, if we're trying to leave out all the inconclusive methods by which you and I can derive the idea that the Earth is curving, I would say let's do a more direct method. Let's see if we can figure out how much of that curve we can measure. Right? That's what I want to figure out. Not the fact that we're using, a light source and that. I want to know from the surface where we're standing on, because it's a globe, how much of that curvature is between 2 points. And I try to give a conservative distance, like 20 miles, so that we don't have to get too crazy. You know, we could say 15 even if you want to go that way. But keeping
I'd have
it
to do the
short.
math. Yeah, it would be because it depends on the radius of the Earth.
What I'm saying is, like, you know, well, you can look it up because I don't know if you know this or not, but the radius of Earth is a value that's already been given, so that we all have that access to that value.
Yeah, no, it's I have it right here. It's 6.371 kilometers. But basically, what I mean to do the math is I would have to do like you would have to like do like actually like write down the equation of the curvature and then like
yeah, by all means. Like what I want there to be done. What I want there to be done is like let's put down what it would be, and not only that, get the information so that we can know. Cause say within the 15 to 20 mile distance, we're gonna have X amount of curvature, right?
Well, so
and
I guess
of course
there is a size of the planet in which I'm not sure. Maybe Earth, like maybe it's possible that 20 kilometers or miles that you said is enough. But it's theoretical, right? I just don't know without doing the math that Earth could be so big that 20 miles is just not enough. Maybe you guys can say that's unreasonable. I'm not. I actually don't know. I haven't done. Like I said, I don't know the numbers.
What I'm saying is like people have thought about the Earth being a globe, and of course you might say for thousands of years, right? Would you say that? Would that be a statement that you would?
I mean, I would be surprised if anyone contested that the idea was brought up at least 2,000 years ago.
All right, so for a specific amount of time in history, people have already thought of the Earth as a globe. Now, you don't just think of the Earth as a globe and then just say, "Well, there it is, it's a globe." I mean, obviously, somebody's had to put some type of groundwork laid for that information to be solidified. Would you agree? Like something has to have
I was
been done.
raised seeing pictures of space, right? Like I was fully, if it was a conspiracy, I was obviously fully indoctrinated into it. I don't believe it was a conspiracy necessarily, but I would have been fully indoctrinated into it.
I guess I can understand why people have this idea that how can we deny space pictures, right? But even if we were to say like the images that you received to look at, what do you have to compare those images to in reality? I mean, obviously nothing, right? Just you don't go outside and see those images that they're showing you. They're giving you this information to think about, that you've pictures that you can't relate to anything, that the Earth doesn't look like what you've seen, right? At the very least, you've seen high aerial footage of what looks to be like small parts of continents, right?
Well, to be fair, I own a telescope. It's a Dobsonian. It's a 12-inch, so it's a pretty good telescope. I mean, it's amateur. You're not going to see like crazy stuff, but I've observed the moon. I've seen the craters on the moon, and I've observed like the shadow in the craters. So like I've basically seen that. It looks to me like I'm definitely, based on like what I've seen with my eyes, I'm pretty sure the moon is a sphere.
Well, I mean, you could assume that it's a sphere, but then there's what is it, like 55% of it can only be visible at any, like, even given that libration is something that you can even factor in, you can see about 55% of whatever the moon's surface would be. So you could say at that amount, it's still not 100%.
Yeah, because there's the dark side that always orbits away from the Earth, so you can't see the back side of it. It doesn't even spin.
Point, the point is, like, you could say it's a sphere, but at the very least, you don't know that. You couldn't say that for sure. You could say, I could say 55%, and I could safely assume that it could be one. But as far as me to say I know it's a sphere, no, I can't do that. Now, you can't do that. If you say that you know that it's a sphere, that would be incorrect, because we can only see a small portion of it, and
because
one.
So what I said that's why I brought out the shadows in the craters, is that you can actually see the angles of the shadows along, so you can observe the curvature by that the shadow, the exact same thing Aristophanes claimed to see, right?
Well, we're not worried about, like, so you see the curved surface according to you, like the moon's giving because of the shadows, right? But the problem that we're having right now at this current time is for you to say that the Earth resembles that. So if the Earth does resemble that in some way, then you're going to have to ascertain the fact that people can measure that surface to be curving. So let's say, for instance, if you were, and this is impossible, but you were able to go to the moon, right? And you were to be able to go from point A to point B on that surface of that moon, you'd be able to say, I could measure a drop over a distance because that surface would be curving. Would that be safe to say? Because the surface is curving, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if the surface is curving like that on the Earth, wouldn't you think that you'd be able to ascertain that same information pretty directly? There wouldn't be any way that you're not going to beat yourself up over trying to figure it out. You'd be like, no, it's actually from where I'm standing to like 20 miles away, there is a drop over the distance. There would have to be. The surface is curving.
The Earth is being bigger poses an extra issue, and right, like you can see it to the moon because you see the features from far away, but like you said, you don't have that vantage point on Earth. So,
all right,
I think it would be a little bit
bring something up quick?
Let me put this into perspective. If you have ever heard of the argument that ships disappear from the bottom up, have you ever heard of the argument?
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, actually. Interestingly enough.
Well, think about it like this: if the ships are disappearing from the bottom up, you would say that at a distance it would be visible that the ship is disappearing from the bottom up because the effects of the curvature are visible because you don't see the bottom of that ship, right? At a specific distance.
Yeah. And like theoretically, you could even see the angle change. Like I'm not sure, maybe not.
Well,
like I don't know. I had to do the math, but theoretically, maybe.
All right, but think about this. I want you to think about this. There's two things to think about. On the one hand, the Earth is too big to measure. On the other hand, it's still small enough to see ships disappear behind the curvature. So now you got two things to contend, and they're both colliding with each other. So at this particular moment, you were actually speaking out two sides of your mouth. Not saying you did it intentionally, but now that you can recognize, you were saying the Earth's too big. We couldn't measure it. It's, directly, no way. Now, when I brought up ships disappearing behind the curvature, you're like, yeah, you could see how you could see curvature, and also the angle of the boat. You could, slightly get a variance from it. So what I'm posing to you is do you see the paradox which I created that you were already stating is now happening? Is that you stated that the Earth was too big, yet now it's not too big because we got a ship disappearing behind curvature.
I see it. So I think so my visual eye cannot see a ship go over the curve. I think that it would go out of I wouldn't be able to see it. We would have to magnify in with like a very telescope or something else to observe it, right? To see ships go over the curve, right? And so Earth is very big, and that would make it difficult to see the curve, and so you'd want an ideal condition. And so an ocean would be the perfect. So basically, I'm not saying the Earth is too big to see the curve necessarily. I'm not making these claims. I'm just saying the Earth is bigger than the moon, which would make it more difficult than a person on the moon would. Right, it would be easier for a person on the moon to observe it because the curvature would be more apparent on a smaller object, right? So that was just one difference between the two that I was trying to point out. And then, the ocean would be the ideal place to see the curvature because it would be a flat surface along, right? That would be the perfect
so now
place
that we can understand that the effects of curvature can be seen, well, Bob's your uncle. You could measure to the curvature of the Earth, where it would be from a person being static on the let's say on the beach looking at a ship. So from that point to the ship, could you say that there would be a measurable distance between the two points?
I'm not sure. Is the other guy I was arguing with still here? Is Gregory?
Well, no,
I can't measure distance. I don't know.
No. What I'm saying is, I just want to be real with you. I mean, you could measure a distance. Let's say, right? Yeah. I mean, it's possible.
I think so.
I'm not going to get into a philosophical ramblings because we're not going to get anywhere. All right. So, but just what we know practically right now, you could measure to a distance away from you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So from where you're standing on the beach to where the ship appears to be disappearing from the bottom up, you think you could get a known distance between those two?
Yeah. Well, you'd have two distances. You'd have the straight and the curve theoretically, right?
Well, obviously you think of it as a curve, but we're not going to get there. We're just
I want to know assuming my model. Yeah.
Right. So I'm only trying to get to can we know the distance between us on the beach and the ship wherever it looks like it's disappearing from the bottom up.
Yes. So I mean, what you expect to observe is as it goes over that we were talking about this earlier. There's a horizon zone where it would go over, and you'd expect to see. Yeah. And there's videos of the sails being above.
Now that we've gotten this far, it's possible to know from that distance how much drop there should be between you and that ship because there's an important factor. We're seeing it happen right before our eyes. The ship is disappearing from the bottom up. So that means that the Earth is getting in the way. So that could mean there is a measurable drop over the distance. So we need to figure out what is that distance so that we could figure out whether or not it comports over to the radius value, which of course you can look up by, type it into Google, what's the radius value of Earth. But then you could start doing some maths.
Oh, it's 6
Is
million
it possible for
meters.
Yeah, is it possible for me to see a ship at X distance and then factor in how much curvature there should be between me and the ship, right?
Yeah.
And then of course,
please don't mute me.
what?
Please. Don't mute me. I got muted by everybody else. I mean everybody else. I tried every channel.
Mute him.
Okay.
Yeah,
So just
that's fine.
don't interrupt conversations and you won't get muted, I guess. I mean, I don't know how to help you out like an adult, but that'll help.
So far, so good with Rhydon.
I love everyone posting that Clover's dilemma. I'm just like, it's the same meme, but there's a different meme. Like, I don't understand how many of them.
Listen, Rhydon. So far, so good, right? You can appreciate the fact that it sounded like you were agreeing that the Earth is too big to measure on a small scale because it looks locally flat. On the other hand, you see ships disappear from the bottom up, which means that you can see the curvature effects from standing on the beach. So now we're gonna see if we can kind of square this dilemma. So now at this point, we're trying to figure out how much distance there is between you and that ship, and to see if it comports over to the radius value, which should be equalizing to the radius of the Earth being what it is, because you see the effects of curvature, which means that the drop over the distance should be exactly where it should if we factor in how much there should be, the Earth should be dropping away from you at that distance. So
just curious. I don't mean to like derail, but how do they measure the distance of these boats?
Well, now this is important, right? And this is where I'm gonna actually hand it off to somebody else because I gotta get back to work. Anyways, it was nice chatting with you, and I think Jedi, if you want to step in and kind of take it from here, or if anybody else can that wants to take this point.
Yeah. I mean, I've been sort of dominating as well in my for a while. So if anyone else,
that's all right.
I can take it from here.
Do we know the distance?
I did.
No, you're not gonna, Jesse. You're not gonna take it from here. You can sit on mute. You're anti-flat earther. You can sit on mute.
I did.
Let the team. Let 24/7 take it. Go ahead, sir.
How do we know the distance to boats? Was that the question?
Well, how are they measured? Just generally.
And so there's lots of sailing and harbour authorities, especially say in England where we've got Dover Harbour Authority, where you can log onto their website and they can tell us the locations of ferries at sea. You can do this with any marine organisation if they're set in sail, but they know where their boats are.
Aren't we not allowed to trust them though, because they could be part of the?
No, dude. We just see this is where people start getting confused.
Yeah.
No, we can figure out the distance to objects, especially when those things are carrying people.
Okay.
So it's not hard, dude. You just go online to a harbour authority or a sailing authority or anybody who's got cruise ships, and they'll tell you with GPS location where their boats are.
Like, I guess you're right. I fully agree with you. I guess my issue is I would expect, like, again, I would just think you wouldn't want to trust GPS, and you would want to, like, I thought you might have a laser or some sort of thing you had.
Well,
like,
you can do it with lasers, but when you say we don't trust GPS, what is that? Because it says globe in it.
Well, because the full data set literally maps to a globe, right? So it's inaccurate in like great regions or even discontinuous in places, right?
And if you want to give me these measurements done by satellites, things in the sky that prove that the surface is curved, I'd love to see it. Because most of the time it's just flat Earth measurements that are wrapped around a ball. Angle's an example. There's a preconceived idea that the Earth's a ball, so they map anything around that model.
Well, so in that case, could you not like measure the discrepancy in GPS versus measured distance between like the center of the Earth and like the edges, if it's wrapped around a globe? Because then there'd be distortions in certain places that wouldn't exist in other places.
What would you compare it to, and how would you start doing that?
Well, like you'd have to, like, again, you get a big ruler, you get a big measure stick, you measure distance, and then you see what the GPS tells you the length is, and then you compare it to the same length in a different part of the globe, and like if GPS weren't actually, because GPS, the coordinates map onto a globe, right? So if it's being distorted onto a flat surface, then you would see those distortions in the measurements, and like 5 meters wouldn't actually be 5 meters.
What are those coordinates given in?
Latitude and longitude.
Awesome. So longitude and latitude are is a horizontal datum. You know that, right? Would you like me to reference that for you?
Yeah, but they're not a square grids.
No, but they're a horizontal datum. The lines themselves are horizontal.
Yes.
Of course, not curving then. It's a horizontal datum. I've got a citation. I'll see if I can.
No, but the area of each grid of in between like the longitude and latitude, right? Like if you'd expect basically from one longitude to the next and one latitude to the next, a perfect square. But as you start getting north to the poles, you would, or where the poles are purportedly would be, you would expect to measure if GPS is being mapped like a rectangle where it's being squeezed near the pole. You know what I mean?
If you've got a Cartesian coordinate system that's a polar coordinate system, then your longitude lines are just radial lines out from that center point, and your latitude lines are circles of equal altitude around that center point. For the polar coordinate system, that's the ground position of Polaris. So radiating lines to give longitude, circles of equal altitude to give you latitude. They're all horizontal datums, dude.
So here, I'm about to post a picture in the chat. Or wait, I can't because I probably don't have permissions for it. Shoot. Can I post a link to the picture?
Just DM them otherwise.
Maybe I can post a link to the picture.
Yeah, that works. Yeah, I'm surprised you haven't got. Yeah. It's probably just a time thing, dude, with the server itself.
And anyway, this is just a visual diagram of sort of what I'm trying to explain of what GPS. So if this was mapped onto a flat surface, then you would expect like near those poles where GPS says there's a thin rectangle, it would actually be a square, and so there'd be distortions in longitude and latitude at that place, if that makes sense. That I would assume should be measurable.
I understand what you mean. So, how do I explain this to you? It will be a conversion to take your flat Earth measurements into bending those straight lines into curved lines. This will be the use of the Haversine formula as well. But your first measurements will be of a flat Earth. Like I said, this Cartesian coordinate system, polar, so it comes out from a point. The way that we measure, for example, latitude is by elevation angles to Polaris, right? You know this? You measure 45 with a sextant, and that's your latitude, an angle.
That's what it is.
No, I've actually, I don't know really how a sextant works or that sort of stuff with it. I've only worked with, I've played with OpenGIS data and stuff like that. So I've played with the open map data, but I actually don't know how it's physically used.
I just heard the craziest argument ever. I just came to say, okay, so this guy said the sun sucks up our farts, or else we can keep smelling them.
Right, and I posted in chat, if you actually go to the Wikipedia, then they have a version that you can copy image address on.
Because I think I have permission to post text, but not images, I think is what happened. So I had to post a link to the image.
Okay. Yeah, because you're only journeyman, right? But it wouldn't let me copy the image address when I opened your link, so.
You understand what I mean? Yeah, you understand what I mean by horizontal,
right? So in terms of latitude, longitude, it would be like the equatorial line. I would assume would be the horizontal, or
the horizontal mamba.
Well, yeah, any circle of equal altitude will be a horizontal datum.
Oh yeah. So any line is a horizontal, sure.
Well, not any line. You can have vertical lines down or horizontal, but horizontal being an orientation. My citation comes from the Ocean Services .NOAA. We understand who NOAA are. I don't need to pronounce it for you. But these are horizontal datums. They measure lines of position, longitude and latitude on the surface of the Earth. So this grid system that you've given me with your ball, you can convert these horizontal lines into Earth.
Okay. Yes, I get you now. Yes. This is a 2D representation of a sphere. It's mapped onto a perfect sphere that has an arbitrary. So it's from the center of the Earth, like a line extends. Yes, I understand exactly what you're saying now. Sorry, that took me a second.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
So the way that we devise this coordinate system known as longitude and latitude is by angle measurements from the surface of the Earth. In particular, to
normal
lines.
to it.
Yeah, so particular line of latitude. There are circles of equal altitude around the ground position of Polaris. So concentric circles reaching outwards from the ground position of Polaris. All of these circles are measured first of all using angles. So 45 degrees to Polaris gives you the latitude of 45. We understand that an angle is the intersection of two straight lines, and this is an elevation angle measurement taken upwards, elevation, from the surface of the Earth. The surface of the Earth being your horizontal datum and the angle up to Polaris. To devise this latitude, you can then use the Haversine formula to stretch out those lines, curve them, and turn them into a ball. But the first measurement will be utilizing a horizontal plane. So the first ever measurement is a flat Earth measurement, and then because everybody thinks so on the ball, they wrap the measurements around the ball using Haversine.
I'm just curious. Do we use Polaris? Like, is Polaris a convenient star to use to define it, or is it actually like the standard for what latitude and longitude is?
Yes, so 90 degrees north latitude is the ground position of Polaris. 0 degrees would be the minimum elevation angle to Polaris. This is the equator. 23.4 degrees Tropic of Cancer north, 23.4 degrees south, Tropic of Capricorn south of the equator, a circle of equal altitude. This is where you get your angular tilt from as well, 23.4 degrees tilt to denote seasons throughout the year because the sun wobbles upon its axis. This is just the ground position of the sun.
Yeah.
It moves between these two tropics, Tropic of Capricorn, Tropic of Cancer throughout the year, denoting seasons north and south of the equator. On the flat Earth idea, anyway.
Yeah, okay, I'm with you.
Cool. So the measurements are all taken from a horizontal plane. Welcome to flat Earth.
Well, hold on. I mean, I agree that they're horizontal, but like, horizontal is defined differently because horizontal lines on a sphere, on spherical coordinates, right, versus flat.
Are not horizontal. You can't have horizontal lines on a sphere, dude.
So what we're just saying a horizontal line is what goes. I mean that's what Noah is saying, right? Like they're defining the horizontal lines of latitude and latitude, and so what they're saying, the way they use it, is that they are normal to the surface, the flat surface of the sphere at any point.
Flat surface of the sphere. Sorry, what?
Yeah. So a sphere is locally flat at any point. Is that if you zoom in, you get approximate a plane.
Okay, so you think 24,901 miles, that's the line of the equator. You think that's local, do you?
I'm using a math term that maybe you're like latching on to. It basically just means like if you keep zooming in and zooming in on it, it gets flatter and flatter.
Yeah, I understand what you mean about a curved line, and the more that you look at it, it gets closer, it looks flatter and flatter and flatter. But it still doesn't make that line horizontal.
So what you're doing is you're defining a horizontal for the purpose. Huh?
Do you know the slope-intercept formula?
Yeah. Y equals mx b.
Cool. Yes, absolutely, 100%. So a horizontal is zero slope, correct?
Yes. Sorry, I was thinking about. Yes.
You're fine. I don't mind if you have to take a couple of seconds to understand, mate. That's fine. So a curved line would be an integer of slope, correct? It would be a rate of slope, non-zero.
Yes to one of them in there. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So a horizontal line has a rate of change of slope of 0. A curved line has a rate of change of slope of non-zero, a number to denote the slope from horizontal
So the horizontal line is the straight line, but it's not the angle to its the other. Like, I don't know how to describe this. They're just arrow. There's just like lines coming out of a ball, out of the surface of a ball, and like all like I'm not. I'm just reading what you sent me of Noah saying what these lines are, right?
Mhm.
Horizontal datums measure positions on the surface of the Earth, while
Cool.
vertical
So
datums
line.
measure land elevations and water depths, right? So, oh, sorry, I'm talking about vertical. Yeah. I'm talking about vertical datums. Vertical datums are the ones coming out of the surface. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I flubbed that entire
No,
thing.
no, you're fine. We all make mistakes. You're fine.
No.
So you do understand what I'm saying, then, correct?
Yes, yeah.
Cool.
Because I was talking about the shape of the grid lines, and so I was confused why horizontal mattered, and it's yeah.
Yeah, cool. So
Yes,
this is
okay.
what I mean about a horizontal datum from the surface of the Earth. And you're right to point out that the elevation profiles, depths, and altitude are vertical datums taken from mean sea level.
Yeah.
Mean sea level being a horizontal datum, not a curved datum. Horizontal, dude. So the first measurement is of a flat Earth, and then you can transpose this around a ball using certain formulas. One of them being the Haversine formula, to make your longitude and latitude lines curve. This is where we get nautical and static miles from. But anyway,
I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that.
Close to spurred in, so give me 5 minutes. I'll be back.
Okay.
Before I go, I do appreciate you hanging around, man. You've been a really, really good sport. Most people are complete fucking idiots and we don't have conversations this long. But you yourself have been a good sport, man. So I've got no issues with you at all, man. You're a good lad. Thanks for joining in.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It was a really fun time talking with everyone.
Keep in mind that if you say it was a fun time talking with Gregory, that encourages his behavior.
I think I'll still say I had a fun time with Gregory. I'll still say it. It's okay.
So are you guys done talking, or?
Yeah, man. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it seems like for now.
Yeah, definitely for now.
The answer I can never get the question I can never get an answer to in this chat is what the flat earthers think about in their theory about like the edge of the earth. Like, how does that work? Is there an edge? Like, one guy said it's potentially the earth is potentially infinite. I'm like, is that common
Yeah,
among
why
flat
not?
earthers?
Is the universe potentially infinite?
Yeah,
Why?
potentially.
Okay, so then why can't the Earth be potentially infinite?
The earth isn't the universe.
Okay, so what about the universe makes it
Because
capable of being potentially infinite?
we haven't mapped it all.
That doesn't make it potentially infinite. That makes it potentially indefinite.
No, potentially infinite. Like, because
No.
there are some theories where
Oh. No,
the
Friend,
expansion
I'm
goes
not
on
talking. Hold on a second.
forever. Where there
Hold
is
on. Hold on.
where the
Chill.
okay, I
Chill.
guess this is what I mean. I can't have a conversation. Like, you ask me a question and I'm trying to answer it, and 2 words in, you're like interrupting me.
No, you gave an answer.
So we're
then
done.
you yield for a
No,
reply.
we're done.
Okay.
We're done.
Yeah, we're done. So, yep. So fuck off. Thanks.
Yeah. You destroy
Bye. Get fucked. There. That's how I do it, bro. Okay, you can't be where the first time someone like does a back and forth with you that you just bitch out like a puss, dude. So the answer that you gave me, right? You gave me the answer, right? I asked the question, right? So you give the answer, right? And then I respond to your answer, right? Makes sense?
You're back, Drew.
No, the conversation's over. He couldn't handle it.
Yeah, I couldn't handle it, you know.
Wait, hey, what do flat earthers think of sunburns?
Sunburn?
Like, do you think
I
it's
fast for
nuclear energy
fuck
or
off. I
radiation?
was literally answering the question and he interrupted me 2 words in. So
I'll just
that's
start
not a
over.
good thing.
I think you would just start over.
I thought he said he didn't want to answer it and he was done.
Oh, can we just have the conversation apart from the meta about people?
So would you say that a sunburn happens from like the radiation of the sun? When you go out in the sun, you get a sunburn and it blisters.
So UV radiation.
Yeah, like sun light photons.
Yeah. What about it?
Like a star burn.
Starburned, yeah.
Starburn, yeah.
I agree. I'm going to start calling it that.
Yeah, it's absurd that you think it's a star. 93 million mile distant star burning your skin.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, goofballs.
Well, to be fair, it's not a heat burn.
Yeah, that's fair. I think it's crazy. Like without the sun, nothing would live, and it still kills us too, gives us cancer.
Well, think about how we seem to experience a positive pressurized environment. And that could only be possible if we were encapsulated and the sun was heating it, creating temperature changes that manifest, the movements of wind around the world.
Yeah, lava that comes out of the volcanoes is really cold.
I don't know what that was meant to mean.
I was joking because like the center of the earth is really hot.
But like positive
okay,
pressure could be behind a lot of things that they're attributing to gravity, for example. So like what we call 1G of force might just be the maximal pressure that's exerted upon all things within the encapsulated space of the surface of the planet.
So how does flat Earth solve the pressure issue? Is there a firmament, or is that?
Well, if there is a constant positive pressure that's forcing things like towards the surface, then maybe that accounts for why mass displacement forces to fall.
So did Jesus break the firmament when he flew through it at the escape velocity?
I think it's more like bilocation, It's a rational science fiction concept today, but Jesus
Well, at least it's the
bilocating
only
as a
thing
being.
that has ever flown to space was, according to flat earthers, is just Jesus flew to space.
Right, but you're
Well, he
forgetting the rest
ascended.
of the source. Yeah, but you're forgetting the rest of the source material. The
Okay.
source material indicates that he's able to enter a room without passing through the door. So that would connote that he either
The Holy
transposed
Ghost?
himself. No, Jesus.
Whoa. Okay. Where's it? Okay, like
So the Bible
what chapter?
indicates that. Okay, I'm just saying, dude. From the source material, the Bible indicates that after Jesus rose from the dead, he had a different type of body. Okay.
Oh, okay.
And that when he met with the dudes inside the locked room, he appeared within the room. So he either teleported or walked
Whoa.
right through the door without opening it, right?
I never heard that. Like, do you know what verse? I'll look it up. Like any chapter to read that in, or
Um,
it would be in like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the
I can
four
find it.
gospels.
Try to find it. I never heard of that. I guess I didn't pay attention enough.
Yeah. What did you mean by the different body? Because wasn't his body missing when they went to look for it?
Yeah.
Well, his body was healed and kind of like perfected. You know, like if Goku went Super Saiyan from being like battle destroyed to like, you know,
Well, he saw
perfect
this
and glowing.
stigmata stuff, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but that's like symbolic of the sacrifice so that people don't, you know, forget, and it gets adopted through like
He also
the way the
he
Holy
also
Spirit
spoke.
comes down and touches them in the same places on their body.
Yeah. So he also spoke to people directly to their face, and they didn't recognize him. That means either they were um, psionically induced to forget who he was, or he had a different look.
Well, I think it is also fair to say, like, if somebody died, you could just be so incredulous that you would deny it. I mean, maybe that's flimsy, but like yeah, if I went to your funeral and then you came to me, like maybe I would deny it for a second or two, you know?
I mean, yes, but if you're going to use the source material,
Yeah, I'm not
the
trying to
soldiers
speculate.
confirmed he was dead.
I'll defer to the source material.
So that being said, the if there's a hard barrier before you leave the mortal realm and enter into the supernatural realm, then Jesus heading towards it and traveling through it would not necessarily destroy it in any way, shape, or form, right?
Well, I mean, do you even need to find a biblical proof of this? Because like or like, do we have to assume that Jesus performed a limited set of miracles and he was only restricted to that set? He like couldn't have done a miracle he didn't, do. Like,
Well,
why
look,
couldn't he make
if you don't want to have to rationalize like the divine, which is kind of hard to do from a mortal perspective, you could just think about the way that there's like crafts that have appeared and they seem to have come from somewhere else. So did they have to penetrate something to get here? Or do they have a technology that allows them to slip through physical barriers?
Yeah, there's all kinds of things. But to answer that guy's question, the Bible describes Jesus as the type of entity that created all created things, and that all created things require his ever-present subsistence to exist continually. That means anything that happens within the material natural world, he can alter at will. So it really is no miracle when it comes from the top down. It's only our
It's
perception of what
interesting to
is or
think
isn't regular.
that might be why certain beings slip off the path of incarnation, because they lose that connection to what keeps their soul forming physically again, and then they become these negative energies that are out there pressing people.
I don't know why people point to the Bible so much when it was written and put together by men that are fallible.
I don't know why people point to scientific papers because it's written by men. I don't know why people point to anything that's written by men.
They said add
Because
a gospel according to Jesus to the.
well, so basically it's used as in the Bible. It's used as fact when you're referencing the Bible. It's like it's not falsifiable, so it's just considered to be God's word. Like God wouldn't let it be wrong. And when
Well,
it's with science, it is considered to be potentially wrong, and people are constantly checking it, constantly changing it when it is found to be wrong.
yeah, but there's a
So
lot of things
the
science
Bible,
can't account for. And people who don't tend to be religious tend to have this fallback called intelligent design. And if you can look anywhere in creation and find something that implies intelligent design, then why wouldn't the shape of creation itself be determined just by, a process of intellect that this being went through to say this is the most stable shape and way to manifest the seasons in a predictable, manageable way?
I love how
What are you
the
talking
tide
about,
charts
Willis?
like tell you when the high tide is going to be, like by the minute.
Really?
I'm
What
just
does?
saying, there's a lot of things that imply intelligent design, but people want like a mechanical scientific principle why the Earth shape should be this or that. Okay, so intelligent design is behind the shape of the planet, so it's adhering to something that is fitting like all these conventions that we can give you, but you say they're not good enough.
I think it's amazing how
They're not
science
like,
can show you
I don't
like
know.
Yeah,
there's
Ben
going to
and
be a
Jen,
total
you think
eclipse.
if you think the high tide and the low tide is spot on and they have the
Yeah, it's
where it's
amazing.
going to end up. Yeah, well, if you think that's accurate, you're all wet, bro.
I'm looking at those in right here. Even better than that is
You're
like all
looking
the
at the
eclipses.
screen, bro. Yeah, go
The
out to the
solar
beach.
eclipses.
Check
Like
the
what-
day. Yeah, check the day after. Yeah, check the day after to see if the tide they predicted matched.
No, the eclipses are even better.
Bet
than
you
that.
don't do that.
They
You're
can
gonna gish
predict
scalp. You're gonna
eclipses.
gish scalp, spaz out after your hatred for
That's even
Jesus ran
better
out.
than the tides that are perfectly accurate.
How do we predict eclipses again? Sorry?
There's tide chart
Yes.
apps and stuff. I use them all the time for fishing.
Yeah, and check the
Saves
day
lives.
after to see how accurate they were.
Yeah,
How do we
You dipshit.
they're perfect.
eclipses again?
So,
No.
just hypothetically, right, what would be the perfect opposition to intelligent design?
Still waiting to figure out how we predict eclipses.
Reality.
Well,
The
it
quantum
would be
field,
another
bottom-up universe.
intelligent design, right? Like
It would
you
be a
couldn't
bottom-up
use-
universe instead of a top-down universe. Like everything would evolve from the simplest to the most complex. Like from the quantum field doing the Big Bang and then making the stars and exploding and making planet. It just goes from simple to
Well,
complex
I mean,
instead of
that's
the most
still an
complex.
intelligent design, right?
Right. The other side of that is like it goes from the most complex to the simplest to the complex. So you're just adding
Well, it
in a
doesn't
god.
have to, but you could say that God was the ultimate complexity to begin
Right,
with. If
right.
you wanted to, I
Yeah.
suppose. Or it can just be like a unified energy, like the sum total of
And
all
then he like
things.
spoke the universe into existence. Like simple to the complex again. So it's like basically for all intents and purposes like simple to complex other than
No, you're assuming.
Mirror each other is the point I'm trying to get across. That like it recreates the things that were taught in religion in a way that contextualizes it outside of the specifics of the intelligent design process, and as you said, inverts it. But that's the same process.
Big Bang, huh? Was the instantiation of motion in the bang, or was it an infinite regress? Or was it spontaneous non-motion to motion for no reason, with no force acting on it?
it just popped out of existence from the quantum field.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's weird. It's like immaterial and material at the same time. And it's always been. Nobody's ever discovered a beginning or an end to the quantum field. So it's infinite, immortal, and eternal and omnipresent, but it's brainless and it's not.
Ah, there you go.
It's not
There
all
you go.
good. It's
Brainless,
just the
right?
quantum field. It explains like all the chaos.
Yeah, cool story, dude.
Can you
It's just reality.
Can a quantum field exist separate from like a universe?
Yeah, it's just reality,
Yeah.
dude.
Before
Sure
the
thing,
universe,
brother.
we just had a quantum field. That's it.
Oh, of course we did, because you seen
Yeah,
it
it's God.
from beyond the universe, right?
The quantum field is God. It's what's responsible for everything. So it's God.
How do you know that
It's just a brainless God.
wasn't part of
What?
the universe, and there's something not quantum that caused it?
Nothing caused it. It's always been.
What's
Cool
always
story,
So
home.
it's God.
The Big Bang?
No,
Has
it's reality.
always
Yeah,
been-
we call it God because
See how
it's
you just like
responsible
you
for
just
everything.
changed the name of God
Ben
by
and
taking
Jen.
God's properties and saying it was a thing.
Well, it's the actual thing that is
Not fair.
omnipresent.
Not fair.
You just
Not
We're
fair.
expanding into the quantum field.
depersonalized creation. That's all.
What's
Yeah,
between the subatomic particles of an atom? The quantum field is. It's just empty space. It's quantum field.
Yep, cool story, bro.
Okay,
I
but
know, it's
inside
reality.
you, would you say that that's still the subsistence of your being? It's deep within your being on a level that's slipping between the matter of your being, but I'm still inside of you, right?
Dude,
Yeah,
this dude be chanting.
You feel me, right, honey?
This dude be chanting. It's just reality, worse than a religious zealot, dude.
Even quantum computers work too.
So what I'm hearing, this is what I'm hearing. My God is reality. My God is reality.
I'm the founder of religion. It's the cure for religion. It's reality. Realize reality. Only
There it
reality
is,
is real.
brother.
Yeah.
So how do you answer Donald Kaufman's conclusion?
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, of course you wouldn't, because you're not up to speed
Some
with the
guy
current
that said something.
science.
You mean Hoffman?
Yep.
Fucking acid, no.
I don't
It
know,
might
but
be
you could have a
Hoffman. Let me
Christian
double
argument
check,
to the
suck a
quantum field
bummy.
being God. You
I
could
think
just
it's Donald
add on
Hoffman.
omniscience and add on omnipotence because you already have the omnipresence and immortality and the infiniteness, and you have eternal.
Yeah,
But you just
Hoffman,
have to
homie
add on a
slice, you
couple
were
other
correct.
things. Just say that you discovered God had a brain.
Dude, we already know God is sentient, you
Then you can get
dudes.
the Nobel Prize. Just show the Nobel Prize committee that you discovered a God that has an actual mind, like the quantum field has a mind.
I mean, dude, that's self-evident. I don't know what's so hard about it.
They don't agree. They would award it
Why
though if
don't
you
people
showed
know
it
it?
to have a mind.
If there's a bunch
We
of
know
people who
why.
don't know it, it's not self-evident.
Yeah, we know why, dude. We all know why here.
Well, like, Michio Kaku is, like, saying this shit anyway, and he's got these prizes for other things.
Dude, it's because they have a metaphysical predisposition to not yield to any kind of sentient cause. Because that means that cause has authority. And they don't like that. That's why. I mean, it's pretty simple.
Can you
Everybody
get the
So
Nobel
you're
understands
gonna
Prize for
mind read
discovering the
and
flat Earth?
you're gonna mind read and say they actually
No,
do
I'm
know
not
it.
mind reading, dude. I'm not mind reading. I'm
Yeah, you
just,
are.
from our examples, what we studied over the past decade of this topic,
I
even the
want to
people
help you get
involved in the
the real
formulation of the
thing.
topic said the same stuff.
I want you to get the millions of dollars for discovering the Earth is
Yeah,
flat.
whatever, dude.
Oh, you know it's not flat. Okay.
What about the $1 million from the Amazing Randy?
Yeah, go
Oh, that's
Who's
right.
got
There
a
it is.
million?
David.
There's $1 million.
Go
Who
get
wrote you
David
guys'
Weiss's
thread?
Hold on, $1 million from who, dude? Who's giving out $1
The
million?
Amazing Randy.
David
No,
Weiss
he
has still
didn't.
got
He
bitcoins
put
up
up
for
a
grabs if you
challenge.
can give him 2
He's
globe
dead.
proofs.
Yeah, you just have to
His
show that the
challenge
Earth is
was
flat.
actually easier. If you could prove
Well, hold on a
anything,
second.
if you could prove anything supernatural, then they would come and test it. And if you could prove it based on independent judges, that they would give you $1 million.
$1 million.
He's passed
Yep.
away,
And
though.
nobody could do it.
He's passed away, and what couldn't they do? Depends on what you're going to do.
Nobody
Well,
can show
it's
anything to
actually
be
a
supernatural.
foundation. It wasn't just him. He created a foundation, and the $1 million was put into like this foundation.
That's
We
based.
also
Oh,
know that
cool.
observation changes reality. Like, we discovered that particles and waves behave differently when they're observed. So I'd argue proving anything paranormal,
That's
which normally
natural.
happens not through, like, an observation,
Yeah.
but
Oh,
something that's
bro.
Yeah, everything is
Hey, bro,
natural.
you
inherently
just heard
apparent.
the answer. Hey, bro. DF, he just basically said it's impossible to win this contest because they'll just classify everything you do as natural, and the judges will agree. Wow,
Yeah,
what a
everything's
contest.
natural. Yeah, that's why they do the prize. Yeah, because everything's
There's
natural.
no,
The
there's no
James
such
Randi one,
thing.
right?
Yeah.
Right. There's no
Yeah.
such thing as unnatural because it wouldn't fall under physics.
I
Just
was
like
actually.
hold on, just like the UFO stories and all that garbage. They say against physics, not physics, against gravity, against all this shit. No, it's not. It's not against any fucking thing if it's happening.
I was actually thinking about a way to potentially try to get do a loophole where if there was a multiverse, and say there was like some sort of field or something between the two universes, the multiple universes, then
Whatever.
like in the Bunsen brain theory where you have like these brain universes that are like floating
They would
through and
just
they can
qualify it
smack
as
into each
natural,
other.
dude.
They can smack into each other and create like big bangs. But then what would be in between? If you could provide like some sort of evidence of that, then you could say that
Dude.
that would be supernatural because it's outside of the universes. But I don't think that
Yes,
they
but
would.
it's inside the whole matrix of universes, and
Yeah,
therefore
the
still natural.
omniverse. That's the
No, it would
omniverse.
actually be outside all of the matrix of universes.
No, Drusifer, the word for everything like in the multiverse would be the omniverse.
But
Oh yeah, so here we are. So we got an omniverse,
okay.
causes that cause themselves, eternal, unsentient quantum
So would
foam
the
that gives rise to
omniverse be
sentience. Wow,
supernatural
what a religion
potentially?
you got, brother.
Religion.
Who knows what, dude, in his religion?
Just nature, Mother Nature.
Yeah, you got a religion. We know, bro. You're here to preach it. We get it.
What's a metaverse? It's a virtual. Okay. Yeah, no. So omniverse. I don't actually know that this actually. It says omniverse is a large concept that includes all multiverses and metaverses.
Yeah,
But
that's it.
that doesn't necessarily include the spaces between the universes.
Right, but that word doesn't mean that there's multiverses. It just in case there are.
Why are you assuming there's a space between these multiverses?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying.
Why are you assuming there's a multiverse?
I'm not. I'm not. I'm just saying. Like in some theories, like
you're not.
In the Bunsen brain theory, I think it's called. It's So there are like the universes are shaped in like a brain, and they float around basically, and they like hit each other, and when they hit each other, they create big bangs.
Gotcha.
And so they were
Cool
thinking
story.
that was that's like one.
Yeah, I got a cool story, bro. I got a cool story about that. You ready for it? It's crazy. I was listening to some physics lectures on autoplay while I was doing some work. So about every hour, there's a new lecture, and each one kept on getting deeper and deeper. Till finally, I arrived at one who was talking about he was talking about the necessity within certain theories, right? They've come into a necessity of the multiverse, according to them, in order to express all the possible permutations that are needed for all the things we have here. Long story short, his conclusion was that if the multiverse exists and is necessary for all the expressed permutations, that means that all possible permutations of physics are expressed, which means this entire theory was to back up a lot of the globe heliocentric ideas. So in order to have the heliocentric globe idea as such, with all these other, technologies that are going on and stuff, he basically said you need a multiverse. And the multiverse expresses all possible permutations of physics, which means that in one of those universes, the Earth is flat. So if the Earth is a globe, the Earth is flat. At least in one expression. These guys that were talking are the guys, like head directors at programs at CERN and other type stuff. So these guys aren't just, like some weirdo, even though they kind of look like weirdos. But I'm saying they're not some scrub off the internet, just like, oh, I think that all physics are expressed. No, these are like bigwigs. Man, the other guy in the lectures, he said something even crazier than that. Because, they're, with CERN and other things, they're trying to find particles that are ever smaller energy states, ever smaller matter states, trying to, recreate the conditions of the Big Bang or whatever it is they're searching for.
Yeah.
But, you've heard Higgs boson and this, we're searching for this particle, that particle. So this dude, when he got to his lecture, he basically said, everything is made of one particle. Now, what he meant by that is not that there's 1,000 of these particles and everything's made of the same particle en masse. No, there's literally just one particle. And it travels through space and time to render every physical object. So your finger is made up of the same particle as my big toe.
I think you're talking about an electron specifically, not all particles.
Look, it's a singular particle, dude. One. Whatever it is, it's one. And it manifests the entire universe by being in all those places in a, super fraction of time, to where it not only transposes spatial limits, but it transposes temporal limits.
Yeah, so I think what you're trying to describe is it's not one particle for all the universe. It's that all the electrons that we observe could just be one electron. Is I think what the theory is.
Yeah, that's a cool story. That's not what this lecture was, dude.
Well, I'm just saying there are other particles. Okay, well maybe it's a different lecture. I mean, I'm assuming based on what you're saying. What I think I understand what the guy was saying. So I'm just trying to explain. But
well, dude, all these lectures were like crazy out there theories, dude.
Yeah.
That theory that you said is a little bit different and not quite out there.
The single electron theory, that was like, it's pretty out there.
Well, all of these things come from the idea that that we don't live in the highest dimension expressed. We live in like a lower dimension, and there's many higher dimensions that are necessary for these lower dimensions to be expressed. And so the idea of something moving and rendering your finger and my left ass cheek simultaneously may seem ludicrous, but on these higher dimensions, it's perfectly okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you might be talking about the amplituhedrons, actually. Oh, you're talking about how Feynman diagrams can be solved using a higher dimensional structure that just has permutations. You're talking about the Donald Hoffman stuff, right?
I mean, those could be connected, but this guy I don't recall him being involved with that.
Ethiopia!
What about it?
My brother. Who had the Ethiopian flag?
Tapioca pudding flag? What?
But yeah, I think there's actually two different multiverse theories. There's like the Everett many worlds theory, which is like interpretation of quantum mechanics that says every quantum mechanical outcome is a different universe. And then there's also
Molinism.
Sorry?
Yeah, that was already thought of with Molinism, dude.
Okay, well, I'm just saying that it's sort of a resolution to like there's the Copenhagen. Well, I mean, I guess if you don't believe in quantumness, but
there's more than two.
Yeah. There's more than two. What? Sorry. Oh yeah, I'm sure there is, but I'm just saying the main ones would be a multiverse of other Big Bangs out there, and then a multiverse of quantum mechanical.
Dude, we have to have a universe with a Big Bang to begin with to have others. Fuck, dude.
Sorry, what?
I said we have to have a universe with a Big Bang to begin with in order to have others.
Well, we do have it, don't we?
Yeah, sure thing, dude. Tell me about your religion. Hey, everyone, it's story time. All right, go ahead, tell us.
Sorry,
Did you forget what channel you're in?
I'm confused what that reaction was. No, I know what channel we're in. He was just saying he was explaining multiverse theories, and I'm just also doing the same thing.
I was just explaining retarded scientists that think they're smart. That was what I was trying to tell you.
AI Overlord is a retard, so.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a retard.
He's the one that gets upset all the time. He's saying that we never had a Big Bang in our universe. That's what he's saying.
Well, I'd be happy to listen.
Are you saying
that? Listen, bro, I'm very fair to other religions. I'm willing to hear them out. If you want to tell me about yours, feel free. Go ahead. I'll listen.
I don't have a religion, so I like.
Really, you don't have a religion?
I mean, I'm sure you could have fun with that statement, and you could show how I have like irrational beliefs. But I don't follow a like orthodox of people who tell me what to believe. You could fit it, couldn't you? Yeah. Okay. You could do some fun with that. Maybe if for the way your definition, maybe I do have a religion. But
do you have any faith? Do you have any faith-based beliefs?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any faith-based beliefs that inform your position of where you came from, where you are, where you're going, and what the meaning of life is? And how you should behave while you're here?
Boring.
Then you have a religion, dude.
Oh, well, I was going to answer, I think, no to those.
Well, then why are you using it so derogatory? Because everybody has a religion in the way you're defining it.
Yeah.
I only use it derogatory to people who think they don't have one just because they're not a specific theist or some other such, supernatural type connotation.
I assume my response sort of
science.
I sort of saw that in my response, and I'm kind of like, okay, I guess you could say I did, right? Like I don't.
It's generally that atheists don't value faith. Like where theists do
dude.
Value
nice try.
faith.
Yeah, nice try, dude.
Yeah, I guess what I would say is I try to make the minimum faith-based assumptions that I have to, right? So like I assume, right, like I assume I'm not solipsist. I assume the material world around me and my sense experiences, while flawed, are somewhat resemblant to reality, right? I have to take that on faith, but I think it's reasonable to do so, and I think we all do because we eat food and like have survived this long acting as though the world's real. So
cool. So, what do you think of the concept? If you know Donald Hoffman and some other guys ancillary to him, what do you think of the concept that when studying ever decreasing energy, matter, and temporal states, that the inevitable conclusion is that consciousness is the eternal substance, not matter, energy, or temporal states?
I find it very, very, very compelling. I find it very interesting. It's kind of, to some extent, won me over a little bit, where I'm like considering it a lot more than I had. I think the word consciousness is misleading. It seems like it's like a communication. Like he describes. Do you actually want me to get into this, or are you going to make fun of by saying this again? Like he describes, like there's an experience. You have a spectrum of choices you can make, and then you make a decision, and then you act that decision, right? So you could describe an electron as being conscious through that sense because it experiences a photon or some energy. It has a choice of whether to excite to a certain energy state or level, and then it acts that way. And then based on these predictable behaviors building up, communications just shuffle up.
Okay, so that's cool.
Yeah.
So then maybe all these things we thought were inanimate and non-sentient actually are, rather than the other way around.
Right. So what that would imply is that what we see as the Earth and what we see as reality is actually just a convenient, just like I can talk to you through this wire, and like if I don't talk to you through the wire, you're not going to hear me, but I can still speak without this wire, right? So the wire is the thing that allows us to communicate, and so space-time reality is the wire that allows things to communicate over, and so we're just experiencing essentially a conversation of things.
Is space-time reality one word?
Yes.
I know
space-time is hyphenated, so space-time
reality. Is space-time reality one word? You just kind of cram that in there.
It's 2 words.
No, that would be
it could
2
be
to 3 words.
3 words.
Yeah, but why not, dude? Let's just make our own metaphysic and just combine them, dude.
Space-time reality because you've eaten something.
Yeah. Yeah, but none of us here are foolish enough to deny the presence of sentient agents, are we? And none of us are foolish enough to make the logical faux pas of saying that the perception of the mind is an illusion of the mind. Right? We're not that retarded, right?
Well, our mind is like.
I mean, it can be.
It depends on if you find illusion.
Wait a minute. Hold on, guys. The retard joined.
Like dreams.
Yeah, like
dreams are illusions.
people with medical issues, like psychological issues, say like, or people on drugs, they'll hallucinate all the time. They're perceiving things that actually aren't, or like more simply, like
yes,
your
but are
mind, something happens in your mind, you only see part of it, and then your mind fills in the holes, and so you come to think something didn't happen that happened, or especially with hearing, that happens a lot. Like
that's fine. That's fine, but that just is alluding to the duality between the internal perceptions and the external information that informs those perceptions, right?
Like Christians believing in a magic Jew.
Oh, are you believing in magical space foam that farts out universes?
Yeah, you guys believe in Einstein's Belgian priest buddy.
So I have a question for the atheist.
George Lamette, the priesthood himself.
So for the atheist that made the comment about Jesus, all of the miracles, how do you describe them? Like walking on water, did he was there like a small layer of water and like
Dude,
some ground underneath?
I walk on water every time I go ice skating.
Oh wow,
that's not walking. Come. That was funny.
Okay, when the
what's your best guess for what those miracles
day job, bro.
What happened with those actual miracles, or stated miracles? Like, was it just made up, or?
Yeah, the Jews made it up.
I think that I kind of think he might have, like...
Did they made up the part about wanting to die for the made up story they made up?
Yeah.
It's funny, Drucifer. You've created your own come to Jesus moment.
No, I just think that he probably like came up with tricks to try to trick people. It was common back in the day.
Hey, yeah, interesting. But look, if Kaufman's ideas are true, and some of the other guys that are even more advanced down that line are true, in the vein of other such big names like Berkeley, with Berkeley and idealism, and other such philosophers, and if it's the case that the dimension where sentience resides is actually so high tier above the physical and natural world, then the idea of a being that exists in that tier being able to affect the lower dimensions, right? I mean, the idea of like walking on water is like, that's nothing, dude. That's like pathetic. That's not even a miracle when you really think about it.
Yeah, Mark 11:23 says, "Truly I say to you, you can say to this mountain, be cast in the sea, and it'll be done for you." So, if anybody just casts a mountain in the sea, then people could believe the Bible.
So, like,
really?
You realize, like, with the things that, so Jesus being like a leader, you know, like for change, like there's a lot of people, even outside of in religion or outside of religion, that have like been willing to die for these kinds of things. They weren't necessarily out to die, but they were willing to. Look at the guy in Russia who like he was opposing Putin and he literally went back to Russia to like oppose Putin knowing he'd pretty much be killed. And like he was instantly arrested and died.
Dude, I heard a chick paid $40 to a Ukrainian relief fund charity while she was in the United States, being essentially a permanent United States resident and a native of Russia in the past, returned to Russia to visit her family and was arrested and put into jail for 12 years.
Yeah, so like how I mean like Jesus isn't special in that way. Doesn't make him correct, like doesn't make him a god just because he's like, oh, you know, like I'm willing to die. It's like a lot of people who aren't gods are willing to die.
Like suicide bombers.
Willing to die, didn't he say, "Why have you forsaken me"?
I mean, there are many people who have died. I just gave an example of one.
That's fair enough, but look, this isn't I'm a butthurt atheist and can't stand that people believe in Jesus channel.
No, it's flat Earth. It's not even about religion at all. So.
Well, funnily enough.
Well, yeah.
Or is it?
It's a science chat. It's a science chat.
Awesome
You know what it's kind of funny, just on that topic of AI, even when I was agnostic, I was never like butthurt about religious people. I do think that there's a specific butthurtness within atheism that is also religious in its fervor.
Let's see if that atheist could actually be a real deal. So, atheist boy, does God exist? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so then what does atheist mean? You just lack a belief, right? So isn't making the positive case that God...
Hold on. I get to answer your question, right? So there are actually lots of types of atheists. So there's an agnostic atheist, a Gnostic atheist, a soft atheist, a strong atheist. There's lots of different types. So when you actually go through, so some people believe that there are no gods.
Nobody asked that, dude. I don't give a fuck. I asked you.
You did ask this. So I'll just break down the terms, and then you can go through like the different combinations.
Yeah, they surely are butthurt, aren't they?
Okay, well You know, apparently the atheists are butthurt, but we can't even describe like what these terms mean or
I
what
don't
the
care about the
position is.
term. You were asked. Hey, let crypto speak before we all spaz.
No, you're the only one spazzing. And his internet's spazzing, so.
Sounds like he's sending the facts.
He's got dial-up. That's what it is.
Are you saying there's
dial-up.
Never mind. So
No, we
he's trying to say
We
there's
hear you now.
If everyone else could shut up, then Crypto
40
will-
religious views of
Good.
atheism is what he was saying, I think.
Before I mute you, Crypto is coming through, so when we don't talk, we can hear him.
No, he's not.
I think he gave up.
yeah,
All
I was
right.
trying to get him before my my signal cut out, and now it's going to cut out.
Fair enough.
Oh man, bro, you need to move to a first world country already.
Did you summon that fiber?
We don't have like no apparently.
Yeah, so I could care less when somebody. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
So quickly, it was just meant to be a stupid joke. I was just asking him if he was saying there are 47 genders of atheists.
Yeah, I told you.
Pretty much, but I could care less. I really could. Why? Because I asked a simple question: does God exist? You said no. So
No,
your
I
claim is
did.
God.
You answered it
Oh,
yourself.
my
I was
God.
in the middle of answering.
I said, does God exist? And you said no. What's
You
more there
said,
to
"Do you
answer?
believe in God?" I think, and I said no. But then you
No, he asked actually, does God exist?
whatever.
No.
However, but then I was trying to explain. I think you asked another question. I was trying to explain.
You're trying to explain what no means? You're trying to explain what no means?
Yes.
Is that what you're trying to do?
Yes.
What is this? What is this? What is this, dude? A consent course?
I mean, this is why we can't have a conversation. Like every
because you're
time
dumb
we
as
try
a
to
brick,
discuss
dude. That's
religion.
why we can't, dude.
Because you're doing debate bro tactics. There's absolutely no reason to not let me explain, like how I define things, what words mean. There's absolutely no reason not to allow it.
I'm glad.
It's
I'm
because
glad.
you're
We'll
trying
do
to
that.
be a
No means
debate
yes.
bro.
No means yes.
We will do that, sir. Sir, since you asked, that's what we will do. So I asked a
Well,
question.
something can be no and yes at the same time, depending on how you define things.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, because if you define things from two different perspectives, it could be no or yes. Like that's
Well, there's
literally
words for that. It's called maybe.
No, again, it depends on perspective.
Yeah, it's kind of like the
Because maybe would actually be wrong in that case, where you actually know yes or no, depending on the perspective. So it's not a maybe. A maybe is you don't.
All right, bro.
So you just
Give us
said
an
no.
example. Give us an example of something being yes or no at the same time.
Well, you just said
Besides the word maybe.
Is the economy doing well? And the answer can be yes in one sense because the GDP is doing very well, and it can be no in another sense because the people are suffering and can't purchase goods
But in
because
totality,
they're not making as much
there'll be a
money.
net
So
positive. It'll be a net
the
yes or
economy
net
is
no.
doing well overall. You're producing a lot, but yeah, people aren't.
That example sucks. I'll give you a good example. A good example is
okay. Well,
Katy Perry's song "Hot and Cold." Your
I
yes
think
and
my
your
example
no.
is good. So
you're in and you're.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. Is your child feeling happy today? I'm not too sure. Does your child exist? I don't know.
There you go.
That's not what I said.
Okay, so why don't you clear it up, dude? Does God exist or not, for goodness sakes?
You don't want to listen to the answer.
That's the answer, man.
Oh, that's what I was.
He asked you a question, and then
that's what I was really responding to because you were asking about atheism and like what atheists mean. Your follow up question was,
Who asked what atheist meant, dude?
Or whatever.
Hey, dude.
Oh, what do you know?
asked...
He interrupted me as soon as I started explaining it, just like I predicted.
No, because you're trying to rewrite history. Nobody asked you what atheist means, dude.
Yeah, you had a follow-up question.
Holy crap.
You sound gay.
So
Okay, let me ask somebody else to see if it's that hard of a task. So, percentage. Does God exist? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Ooh, ask me.
Does God exist? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes, the quantum
I
field
understand
exists.
the assignment.
So does that mean that you believe in the Hindu god?
No.
Yeah,
No,
no,
that
because
doesn't exist. That's not a
the
god.
Brahmin has no qualities.
That's not a god.
right now. The
That's their
absolute
top god. Is the
Does that mean you
Nuna Brahmin.
believe that the universe is a god, like a deist thing?
Nope. No, God. Not a god.
Me personally, yes.
That's pantheism.
He
I
doesn't
believe it
even
is
believe in
God.
the quantum field. Oh my
What?
God.
You tripping, bro? How can the universe?
Yeah, they literally just advocated for the quantum field, and they don't even realize it.
Yeah, the quantum field is responsible for everything.
I mean, you see how we could play this game?
You're mad
we're
retarded.
OGs.
Go back to Reddit.
The only honest answer to is God real or not is possibly. Possibly is the only honest
The
answer.
quantum field
Possibly.
is
No, the
physical
answer
fact.
is yes.
No, that's fucking like an.
You sound like you're trying to be a philosophy lawyer, bro.
That's spoken like an
I don't think it's
agnostic.
that deep necessarily. You know what I mean?
All right. I'm gonna
But when
pretend.
it
I'm gonna
comes to atheism,
I'm gonna pretend to be somebody who's willing to parse it out, like he just did. Somebody asked me if God exists or not, and I'll answer in
Does
kind,
God
like should
exist
be
or not?
answered.
Does
Right.
God
So
exist
I'll
or
answer
not?
in kind. What do you mean by God?
The quantum field.
That's a bad. Does God exist? God is. It's evident.
What is God is what's responsible for everything, be it anything from nothing to something, and obviously it's the quantum field because we discovered the quantum field.
Oh my god! I fucking.
Quantum field is not God. Stop saying that crap.
Yeah, I was gonna say I still gotta look this up. I do not know what the quantum field is.
It's still responsible for everything, even though it's brainless and not omnipotent.
Not responsible for jack
It's
shit.
like scientific jargon for the electromagnetic plasmatic field.
Is it like background radiation and shit, or
It's infinite, eternal, omnipresent.
like
It's material and immaterial at the same time. Particles pop into existence from the quantum field.
oh, that shit is crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, it
No,
did
it's
the Big Bang.
non-scientific though because you're presuming it outside of the universe.
It's just it's plasma. It's not fucking quantum anything.
Dude, it's just his metaphysical creation story.
No, it's not.
It's just
It's
made
science
up.
fact. Quantum physics is one of the most successful fields in all of science.
It's made up.
Quantum
Somebody's trying really hard over here, and I feel super bad for them.
It's crypto.
It is a
Their
theory that
internet's
was
crapping
invented
out so
to
hard.
explain electromagnetic plasmatic like interactions throughout the universe.
Yeah, the quantum field made electromagnetism.
Yeah.
Didn't know.
I'm saying it was made.
You guys prove any of this crap that you're saying?
Yeah, all the evidence points to it.
of cosmic.
Show me the evidence.
Objects.
It's always been. Nobody's ever discovered a beginning.
What scientific
or end.
experiment proves that quantum fields were actually created electromagnetism?
Because everything comes from the quantum field. It has to come from somewhere. And the one thing that's always been is the quantum field. It's always been.
Okay,
Sounds like quantum field of the gaps to me, bro.
Here's a question for you. What makes a magnetic field?
Plasma.
Yeah, the quantum field of the gaps. Yes.
What makes magnetic fields?
It's just plasma and electrical circuits.
The quantum field does.
Like,
it makes
these
everything.
quantum interactions.
No, you can't have magnetic fields without magnets.
Circular
right?
interactions.
It made atoms.
Moving electric charge.
You need a magnetic
Quantum
substance.
field of the
So you can't have a
gaps. Just
quantum field without what? A quantum?
No, a magnet is a moving electric charge.
Quantum field of the gaps solves everything.
What creates
Yes,
the quantum field?
hold on, percentage. We're gonna solve one of the oldest questions in the world right here, right now. Why do good girls like bad boys? Answer, quantum field.
Girls like bad
Their hearts
guys.
don't get broken, so they won't fall in love with them. And then when they break up, their heart won't get broken. That's why.
Oh, that's a bad guy right there.
It's true. Yeah, kind of a couple times.
Incorrect. The answer he was looking for is because opposites attract.
Incorrect.
Oh man, why do opposites attract? Quantum field.
Wait, they like the bad boys so they could cheat on them when they're in jail. When the bad guy's in jail.
Who do bad girls like? Then?
Yo, how much did the quantum field pay you
Field
guys?
is emotional. It's
Bad girls like
emotional
good
reaction.
boys.
It's
Good
just
boys.
electromagnetism. It's
Dominate them.
basically electromagnetism.
Why was the guy who the Heartbreak Ridge movie based on was a pacifist? Why? Quantum field.
Yeah, quantum field the gaps. It solves everything.
Real question.
Time heals all wounds. Let's change it. Quantum field heals all wounds.
Do girls
time wounds all heals.
Do girls go for string theory or quantum field theory?
Terrible joke.
Well, dude, if you, I think the answer is in minimalism. So if you need a field of fabric to cover your body versus a string, then that says something about you, I guess.
I am.
Mm-hmm.
What's the mathematical proof for all this crap you're saying?
Quantum physics.
Quantum field. Quantum field.
Hey, percentage. You're forgetting the most crucial argument ever. What else could it be?
Nothing. Everything could have come from nothing.
It's important to know this shit, isn't it?
That's what we think. I think nobody
It's
knows.
very important. Oh, we can't go on without knowing.
I think people want to solve puzzles, and we want to know shit that nobody knows.
The quantum field is just an explanation for things we don't yet understand as a whole. It's even quantum entanglement is just a product of the interactions of the electromagnetic plasmatic circuits of the universe.
Do you think all will be revealed?
Made up that word, plasmatic. He just made that word up.
Do you think all will be revealed after
it's
death?
having to do with plasma. It's
a word.
It's
hey, bro.
the substance of the universe.
Do you think?
Plasma.
Do you think all will be revealed after death? Like
no, you just become ashes to ashes, dust to dust. You just go back to the earth.
No.
Prove it.
Glue might have an answer.
I have my
this.
brother's ashes here.
I'm telling you what the
my brother
absolute
proved
truth
it.
is.
Prove.
It's actually
Prove his. Go ahead.
It's theory, but it's good enough to be sound. The electromagnetic universe theory, the electric universe theory, closest thing we have to like grasping the reality of the like cosmic interactions of the universe. It's
what cosmic interactions? What the hell do you mean by cosmic interactions?
Well, the cosmic bodies are interacting like via electromagnetical circuits. This explains like astrology.
Electromagnetical? That's another made-up word. What's up?
Electromagnetic. That's not made up.
Okay, but you said electromagnetical.
Did I?
Come on.
Drunk.
Nuclear.
No. Okay. Glue. When people talk about quantum entanglement, like people try to represent it as like this system where you vibrate one particle and another particle infinitely far away will receive information somehow.
Yeah. The
infinitely far away
for that is that these particles are connected.
It is contradictory. That's not what I meant. But
if God was a car, how fast
for
could
that
he
is
drive?
that the particles are connected in an electromagnetic circuit that is facilitated by plasma.
No, it
Cool
isn't.
story.
Well, no. Hold on. Glue. So I've heard them say that communication or like information transfer and receiving is not possible faster than the speed of light by this.
Why not? Why not?
Do you know why that's the case?
Quantum entanglement is a hoax, bro.
Information can travel through the circuit like way past the speed of light, like instantaneously.
So here's the question: what are they entangling? In quantum entanglement, what are they entangling?
Well, they're entangling different essentially information. Information is traveling from
information.
What you do is you take a particle.
What's the physical vehicle for the information?
It's kind of like a wormhole.
Plasma.
Can I please explain?
It's like a wormhole.
The physical vehicle for the information is plasma.
Can I please just explain
plasma
this?
molecule?
And it is an electromagnetic interaction.
Well, so there's these two entangled plasma molecules. What's the molecule?
It's plasma. The molecule is plasma.
Bro, come on, man. Plasma is made up.
And
you know what plasma is? Hold up, can you define for the audience what plasma is?
A circuit of plasma.
What's plasma? Define it.
So it's
not you, bro.
Proton.
Not you. Glue. Go ahead to define plasma.
It's essentially an invisible state of matter that is not.
It's not invisible. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it is invisible. Plasma is invisible. It can be activated and become visible, but it in itself it's invisible.
That's fair. It could be invisible. All right.
What
were you gonna say? What's the other dude?
Oh, me.
Well, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to explain. So the way entanglement supposedly works is that basically magnetism is created by a charge in motion. So the model of, say, a hydrogen atom is that there's an electron orbiting it, and the orbit, the direction of that rotation creates a dipole moment, a magnetic dipole moment. So you can align atoms in a magnetic field, and then like have these two particles so that one is aligned spin up and the other is aligned spin down, and you can separate them over long distances. And until you observe the spin up or spin down particle, right, supposedly it's a superposition of both. So you can observe one particle, and then it says I'm in spin up. You know instantly that if the other person measures their particle, it will be spin down.
Right.
Because they were entangled together.
So, isn't your understanding?
What particles? What particles?
How
what
are
are
they
they
communicating? Is there a physical?
It is the spin of the atom. So it is the particle is an atom. It's an electron nucleus pair in which what's being entangled is the intrinsic spin of the atom.
Right. Well, we see this happening.
Exactly
We've gotten eyes on an atom now.
How
we have confirmed Bell's theorem. It just got the Nobel Prize, I think, last year or the year before that.
So we have eyes on an atom. We can see them now.
Communication.
Wait a minute.
I believe we've taken pictures of atom. Yeah.
Okay, show me an atom with a proton and then like the valence electron going around it. Please show me this.
Well, we can't because that's not actually what happens, right? There's not actually an electron.
It's an atom, but doesn't have protons and electrons.
So the electron is in.
Field.
Yeah, it's a So there's a probability to be in an orbit. So it's a shell. It's like the electron is in a superposition of a sphere not even a sphere. It's like a complex shape around. I mean, I can send you the picture of it actually.
Well, okay.
This is bullshit. Atomic theory is bullshit. It has never been actually visualized. It's just theorized.
Let me just say, like, you do get into issues when you're trying to photograph like atoms, because the wavelength of light becomes like an issue. Like so literally they have to do like some really like complex things to like visualize an atom, and they're like approximations. But my question is,
it's never been done. No, there's no approximation. It just never has been done. So
like when we're talking about visualizing things, like literally you have to consider things like photons and the properties of photons, and then the
photons aren't real either, bro.
Well, okay, that's not my point though. What I think
is the packets of information that are theorized.
What I think is interesting though is if we're going back to talking about quantum entanglement. So I've heard that physicists and experts say that it cannot be used for faster than light communication, and if these two entangled particles can communicate with each other faster than light, why is faster than light communication not possible through that medium?
Yeah, well, they allegedly cannot discover the mechanism by which these particles communicate with each other. And it's because the mechanism is blacklisted. It's not you're not allowed to say the truth of it because it's antithetical to the current like the
paradigm.
Yeah,
well,
the paradigm.
Do you guys actually believe this crap?
The energy model.
I should say that the universe has no obligation to allow us to have faster than light communication. This is a human.
What do you, dude? It has no obligation to limit us either, dude.
No, you're right. You're right. If the universe is as it is, it would be really handy if it allowed us to do like extra things. But like it is under no obligation to oblige to what we want it to do.
Last question: do you guys actually believe this crap that they had two particles infinitely far away? And they had eyes on them and it confirmed that they were communicating with each other, and when you rotated one, rotated the other.
Possible because the particles
infinitely far away, like that should be enough.
No, they weren't infinitely far away.
Electromagnetic
they were
finitely
far.
Almost instantaneous.
Where
you can communicate.
How far away were they? Where?
Very long.
What institutions? What labs?
Well, imagine this.
It's bullcrap, guys.
We experiment.
No, it's not.
We experience a three-dimensional world. We experience a three-dimensional world. If there were somehow a extra dimension, the distance between X, Y, and Z wouldn't be important because there would be another dimension on top of it. So
Right.
Isn't time considered the
Material
fourth
is
dimension?
material. Time is
Time is not the
immaterial,
fourth
it's not
dimension.
real.
That's BS too.
No. Time is not real. It's immaterial. Like there are forces which transcend the trappings of time. Electromagnetism.
No one's ever watched
is one.
What's that?
Time
movie?
is not real, boys. Time is metaphysical. Time is an idea of men. It's an invention of men.
But it could be the case.
It's not an
that
idea of men.
There's
It's the trapping of the like the.
No, it's not trapping of anything. It's a trap that you believe that it's a
No
real
one's ever
thing.
watched Interstellar. Interstellar's literally about like time travel.
Right. It could
Time
be the
travel's
case that we perceive the world in these 3 dimensions, but there could be a dimension on top of a 4th dimension or a 17th dimension. But anyways, where
what's the point of it?
12 gigaparsecs could be touching each other in this 4th dimension. It wouldn't matter that we're far apart in 3 dimensions. They could be right next to each other in 4 dimensions or 5 dimensions or 10. So distance
I'm just
isn't
saying that
necessarily the
in
problem.
these spatial
There are
dimensions,
forces that
you're
can
saying
evade time.
they could be
because
farther,
they're not,
like far away,
subject to the
even
same
though in the
laws
3
of the
spatial
earth.
dimensions they're right close to each other.
Right.
How can you have a 4th spatial dimension?
Well, I don't think. I don't know.
You're saying the
way
4th
that
spatial
exact-
dimension would debunk the first 3, would absolutely destroy the first 3.
It would be like encompassing the first 3 in a way that can be
Have you ever seen a
described
Tesseract?
No, that's
In a way-
contradictory. That's
more
BS.
like it's elaborating.
You guys have no like BS meter, do you?
Well, it can be described mathematically, but it's just not able to be described like with your brain. But I don't limit the universe. I don't limit the operations of the universe to what I
It's
can
a
perceive.
fractal expansion.
No, you're only limiting the operations of your faculties right now.
You
You're
are
saying some
drawing
retarded
You
crap.
realize
yourself,
if there was a 4th
further back in
dimension,
view
you
of
wouldn't
the fractal.
experience it in a 3-dimensional world, right?
Well, I would experience parts of it if I were in a 2-dimensional
You wouldn't be able
universe.
to experience a 3D world.
Right. We would be limited, and I accept that limitation.
Right. So but you can't really say there isn't a 4th dimension because we can or cannot disprove it.
But mathematics
absolutely.
allows
There may be a 4th dimension, but it's definitely not going to destroy all of our observations in the first 3 dimensions, the spatial dimensions.
No, it wouldn't.
It would have to be integrated to it. It'd have to be like cohesive with it. It wouldn't absolutely destroy all of our observations.
Right. It would absolutely have to be consistent with our observation. I accept that.
Well, I think it would leave us with the unsatisfying truth that most of reality is like unprobable, untestable, and unverifiable. Like there's a higher dimension, but we can't ever study it to know what other structures exist, and so you have to sort of be open-minded to the types of structures that could exist.
You actually you have to be open-minded to the possibility, but to automatically assume that that's the case, I think is short-sighted
You have to be
too.
extremely cognizant.
Well,
because it could be that we just have these 3 dimensions and that's it.
We would have to infer. We would have to infer a lot of things. Like it would all come from inference. It would all come from mathematics. It would all come from the things that it's like when you look at a black hole. Like at some point when you examine a black hole, the theories that we have go away. Like we cannot know what happens in a black hole because that information doesn't leak out. But we can model black holes. We can do the best we can. We might have to accept that there's information we might never know, but we're just in a pickle. Like when it comes to higher dimensions or black holes, like there are acceptable truths that sometimes there's information that we cannot physically have access to. Like it is a law of physics that we will never know these things.
Okay, mind you, none of this is proof of impossibly entangling fake particles.
True. You're right. I think quantum entanglement is kind of an accepted principle. What
It's all
entails.
you guys need to look into the electric universe theory.
Wait. Can you go into that?
The electric universe theory essentially Well, it's what I've been saying, that the whole universe is basically the entanglement is a result of plasma and electromagnetism. All of the cosmic bodies are entangled electromagnetically via plasma. The interactions of the solar bodies are entirely electromagnetic. The forces, the energy forces on the Earth are a result of this electromagnetic entanglement. You can attribute like astrology to this. Like the astrological forces are a result of different energies resulting from the electromagnetic entanglement of these solar bodies
We can
surrounding
cut
the
out
Earth.
the astrological part, right?
Yeah, you can certainly, but
All right, but
it's just,
continue on.
Astrology. Like I'll go out on a limb. I know that most people are not accepting of this, but astrology is it. It's been co-opted to some extent, but it's real. There are things you can derive from astrological predictions that.
Oh, okay,
often do come true.
but it's a distraction to what you're saying. It's a distraction to what you're saying.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter. I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say it anyway.
Okay, so what it boils down to, if I'm catching your drift, is the universe is perhaps information, right? Like matter. The term matter doesn't necessarily have a meaning. Like
I thought the universe was God.
Well, I'm saying that material is a lesser form of information. Like the real information is not material, but it is put into material
Metaphysical
for our consumption.
Who are the interlocutors that were here quite a while ago? There was a gentleman that was from the Christian channel. Gregory. Is his interlocutor here still? The guy that was talking to Gregory for a very long time?
No, they left together. They were constantly entangled.
Wait, I thought Right On was him. Right On, are you here? Are you here?
Oh, sorry, I actually just got back. I stepped up for a second.
So you were talking to Gregory for a very long time, right?
I was, yeah.
Okay. So
Looks like we just debunked quantum entanglement then.
well, I don't know if I mean I can mark it down on my log as today's the day that we debunked quantum entanglement. But
you do that.
So when you guys were talking about the definition of matter, like so matter is like a very loose term. Like but colloquially we discharge it as the thing that, like, when you're pressing your hand forward and it is stopped by something in front of you, or the air molecules, the things that you interact with. But I think that there's other definitions of matter when we talk about dark matter. It's and the proposition is that it's things that don't interact with the Higgs field too. Like so there's the definition of matter.
Well, what's the definition of dark matter?
Well, okay.
Cortico,
So
I actually looked up this link to send it to you, but I actually sent it to you months ago. Take a look at it. Do me a big favor.
Oh, you sent it to me here.
Yeah. So Cortico,
I also I didn't know, but I sent it to you months ago as well.
No, you did. I seen both.
Yeah.
But yeah, so dark matter is the reason it's called matter is because it has a mass. The reason basically when we observe galaxies rotating, it's like they stick together in a way where the rotation doesn't make sense. So in order to explain it, we basically made up, hey, if there's some amount of mass here that we don't see, so we'll call it dark matter, dark mass, then that our equations would work. That's essentially what it is. Well, that sounds, I mean, in a flat Earth server, that sounds very uncharitable, but that's literally what it is.
Well, what I'm saying,
it's almost like the rest of the model.
Yeah, gotcha. So it's literally made up bullshit. Gotcha.
Well, it brings into question. It brings into question our definitions of matter.
No. It brings into question what a bunch of retards are willing to accept as a bullshit story.
Maybe that's true. Maybe that's the case. Maybe that's the case. But our definitions of matter are traditionally thought as the things that interact with the Higgs field. The things that the Higgs field gives weight, its resistance against acceleration that we experience here on Earth. However,
so yes and no, because I mean, you've heard of E equals mc squared, right? Like most of the mass.
No, I haven't.
Okay. Well, so if you take the weight of an electron and you take the weight of a proton and you take the weight of a neutron and you add it up, then you will get a mass. Then if you take the weight of an atom of all three of those together, it's much heavier. And the reason is because these things binded together with a force basically creates a mass, right? So energy trapped in a confined area, like an atom, has an extra mass. So the fact that there's energy between
gravity equals mc squared thing going on, right?
An electron.
Yeah, that's E equals mc squared. So if you confine E to an area, right, so that it doesn't escape, then it has that equivalent of divided by c squared in energy.
Energy doesn't even exist.
Hold on,
there's no such thing as energy.
Tesla got it.
Energy is metaphysical.
Gravity itself is actually electromagnetic. It's an electromagnetic pole to the body that you're respectively on. Tesla was right. Einstein got it totally wrong, but he was paid to.
You don't believe gravity exists?
I believe
gravity exists. Downward acceleration.
In a sense exists. It's just not a product of relativity. It's a product of electromagnetism.
Oh, okay.
I don't know about that either. It might just be.
I don't agree, but
it might just be its own law, just like entropy. What's the cause of entropy, guys?
The cause of gravity.
I think it's just we just observe it. We take it as a law.
To the body that you are on.
Exactly. So why can't gravity be the same thing? Why can't relative density be its own law?
Well, the cause of entropy.
Your gravity is dependent on the body that you reside on. The different planets have different gravity. It's because they have.
Bro, get lost with the different planets. Have you been to a different planet to confirm that it exists?
Okay. Space.
Well,
all right. Whatever.
Well, so the definition of density is mass in a volume.
Sorry,
so
it exists.
Do you know what's funny about the definition of density? Is like I was 2 years into a physics degree, and I was on a drive with a bunch of people, and we're talking about physics, and someone asked me about density and icebergs and shit, and I was with this girl that I fucking had a thing for, and I couldn't fucking explain density. It didn't fucking occur to me, and I embarrassed myself.
You lost the girl because of your glitch.
I lost the girl because of a glitch in my fucking brain.
Oh man.
Yeah, it was fucking embarrassing.
Ice floats because it's less dense than water. Ice is an unusual. It's a unique liquid. I mean, unique substance. Water is a unique substance because when it turns into ice, it actually expands other than the rest of them, which that contract.
He was my one and only someone too.
Anyways,
it's all gone.
Dude, something tells me it wasn't going to work out, even if you could explain density.
You're probably right.
Don't be like that. Don't be like that.
Yo, Cortico, watch
What's up, man?
Watch what I said.
Can I watch it right now? Can I mute everybody and watch it right now?
Stream it. I'll stream it.
Wait, why don't you stream it and I'll watch it with you?
Yeah, I'll stream it. Everyone watch it, man. Get right into this.
Maybe no.
Yo, are we gonna get some like Carl Sagan or whatever? Is that where we're getting?
Carl Sagan,
dude. You can't just.
You probably respect Carl Sagan, don't you?
Wait, you don't use. Wait, Glue. You don't use the dark theme.
The dark theme, I am.
No, it's white on my screen.
What? Wait, what? Oh, wait. Oh, I'm streaming my Discord. What the hell?
Oh yeah. Fix that. Close your stream real quick.
Yeah. Fix that.
Close your stream.
Nah.
What are you paying on?
Why isn't?
What are you paying on?
He's glitching like Cortico did in the car.
Yo, I fucking glitched hard. I fucking glitched so hard. That was my moment too. Like everyone's got their moment. Like their
Yeah, flat earthers believe in gravity. They just
isn't that flat Earth?
Hold on,
that's horrible.
They're talking about they talk about the effect, the observation of relative density. They don't talk about the cause bending of space-time BS that you're fed and believe.
Right. What do I call you, by the way? Number sign?
All right.
What's that?
What do I call you, by the way? Number sign?
It's not numbers. I mean, do you know your symbols, bro?
Percentage. Sorry. What do I call you?
That's good.
Shit is lengthy, man, but
No, he'll fast forward.
Oh my goodness. The most obvious reduction is percentages, for goodness sakes.
All right, cut me a break, man. I thought we were having fun here.
I appreciate the plural AI. You're probably the only one that's ever pluralized it.
I thought we were like bros. Like, give me a break.
The correct term would be hold on a sec though, I gotta redeem myself here. The correct term would be percentages ad infinitum.
You're right. I accept the debasement.
Some people might say ad nauseum. I don't like those people.
I fucked it up, and honestly, I think he's smart enough to where I should have done better.
Now you could also use a different tack and be like, "Hey, guy who thinks I give a fuck about his symbols and his name guy."
No, he's a gentleman and a scholar, and I want to call him by his correct fucking pronoun. Oh, by the way,
by true name and full skin.
I don't know how I should feel about this, but like, I buy a sandwich on my way to work every day. There's this new employee. It's a man, and he calls me babe every day, and I don't know how to take it.
He calls you babe?
He says, "Do you need anything else, babe?"
Babe, and you go back every day?
That's the place that I go and get my sandwiches.
Bro, are you gay or something?
No,
make your sandwich at home, save money.
I just want to get my roast beef.
Make some roast beef at home, save money. You're gonna go to the same place every day. He calls you babe.
All right, the truth is, I get a roast beef sandwich.
Worked out with you and the girl in the car.
I get a roast beef sandwich and I get 2 energy drinks, and that will last me like 8 hours. It's on my way, but this new guy, like,
buy the energy drinks in bulk at Costco, save money, make your own roast beef sandwiches. Don't go to some place where they call you babe.
Nah,
where a man calls you babe.
I think that's the answer, and like I'll give him his dues. Like, he puts on the makeup and everything. I don't want to get into all that. I don't want to get into.
Dude, listen, dude. We know the truth. They have a kiosk where you order your sandwich, and when it says enter name, you put in babe.
Wait, it's a man and he calls you babe?
Yeah, I don't like it. This happened.
Fucking kill him, man. Kill him.
I don't like it. I love it.
2 interactions ago. So 2 interactions ago, it happened. But like, this dude has been there.
I'd threaten his life. I'd threaten his life. Right
No. That's inappropriate escalation.
Well, and see, that's why I'm.
Listen, 1 second. I'm going to give you some real man advice. Hey, yeah. I'm going to give you some real man advice from an actual man. If you're not brave enough to address the person and say, "I'm not comfortable being spoken to that way," or something along those lines, then you're certainly not brave enough to commit violence.
Well, I mean, both of those things are true. So
stop calling me babe.
So the thing is,
after that, you
So the thing is like, so the person at the cashier was like the person ringing me up. The person to the right was a female, like an actual female.
Wait, why is he muted? What? Who muted him?
Maybe someone's sick of listening to the story. Maybe he lost his man card.
Okay, I'll drop it. I apologize.
Oh, bro, don't apologize. You did nothing wrong.
Well, I finished somebody.
There's obviously a faggot in the channel.
All right, dude. Now I got to kick your ass out of here.
I apologize.
You might be the faggot. You might be the faggot. I don't know.
There's nothing wrong with that word.
Yeah.
There is something wrong with that word. It's against the rules, so now I got to boot you.
Yeah, you're a gay fucking faggot. Kill yourself.
Come on, Glue. I want to see your video. Come on, Glue. I want to see your video.
Yes,
Give him
yes.
one more chance. One more
It's
chance.
explicitly against the rules of the server. Okay, so
Glue, ask for one more chance. Ask for one more chance.
no, he doubled down. Now he's got to be. Now he's got to be shicoined.
His outer space dreams are crushed.
That was ballsy though. It was ballsy how he like tripled down on that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I apologize because the implication of what I was talking about was not appropriate for the Flat Earth server. So I'll take it to another server some other time if anyone wants to talk about that.
Let's talk about how electrons are fake, bro.
So you've heard about Richard Feynman saying like the universe only needs one electron, right? Has anyone ever heard that theory?
The one electron theory?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Give us a summary.
All right. So the idea is that electrons seem to. Okay. So if you observe electron orbitals, like you can't like pick out where exactly the electron is. It jumps up. It jumps down. You can never see an electron. So the theory
This is all theoretical, right?
Oh, absolutely. Well,
we've never observed orbitals ever.
I don't want to speak for the electron because I'm not a scientist. I'm just telling you.
Give the electron the mic, then maybe we'll know it's real at that point.
Yeah. If anyone who's like a physicist wants to correct me, they can correct me. But my understanding is, what we know about electrons is they don't move from A to B. They jump up, they jump down, and well, they don't move from A to C. And they don't go through B to do it. Like they don't move like you and I move. They just jump up and they jump down, and they don't move in the space in between. And so there's also this idea that electrons don't observe time in the same way that we observe time. And so theory
we don't
is,
observe time. Time is not observed.
So the theory is if something doesn't observe space, if it can move from A to C without going through B, and it also doesn't observe time, then the entire universe only needs one electron because we observe electrons to have a certain mass. So if something can weave in and out of time and it's consistent, yeah. So
you'll need one, yeah.
That's the idea. You only need one.
Except there are some, I guess, because there's some like substances or solutions that have, like sulfate, SO4 minus 2.
Mm-hmm.
Like sulfur with 4, oxygen with 4, like 4 oxygens, and then negative 2
like
charge.
Sulfur dioxide or
like an anion. I mean, like there's anions and cations. Sure, if there's only one charge difference, then you could explain it with one electron. But what about the 2 charge difference, when 2 electrons have been lost in a chemical reaction?
Right. Like I'm not like a
same one
skill
simultaneously going back and forth through time, and taking the position of both of them.
Yeah, I'm not going to shill for Richard Feynman. I think that this happened on a phone call that he had where he just postulated it from his understanding of physics. But that would have been like 40 years ago. And
yeah, it's a cool story. Can I see? Can you have a video, like a reel of electrons jumping? Like
electrons jumping from from orbital clouds. I don't think that there's going to be anything other than like an animation or like a cartoon.
CGI. We'll figure.
Yeah. Like a fucking like cartoon.
Why do you believe it's real again?
Well, I don't believe it's real. I've just heard the story.
Okay, so you don't believe in electrons then?
Well, it's not that I don't believe in electrons. I think that he just had this conversation that I thought was interesting. But
yeah, no, it's an interesting conversation, interesting story. Let's move past that. Do you believe in electrons? Yes or no?
Yes.
Do you have any evidence for electrons? Yes or no?
I think. Well, I'm not a chemist, but I think most chemists would say that electrons explain the general theories that they have with chemistry.
No, but that's presupposing that they exist again, and that there's evidence for them. So we're still on evidence. Do you have evidence for electrons?
I'm not the guy, man. Like I'm not the dude.
Okay, so the question is, why do you believe they exist if you don't have any evidence for them?
Well,
realize that's an argument that's appealing to the stone. It's argumentum ad ignorum or whatever it's called.
Are you gonna do this to me? Are you gonna be the argument from authority? Argument
No, from ignorance, because you don't know the evidence if there is any.
Yeah.
And yet you still deem that they exist.
Yeah. Well, because chemistry is
because you trust the authorities. That's why. Well, I guess you're right. It is appealing to authority.
It has predictive power, right?
Authority?
No, chemistry.
Sure, I guess.
So where you're coming from, chemistry has no authority. People should not be chemists. People should not take upon.
That's the straw man. I never said that.
Okay. You're right. You're right.
If you can demonstrate it, then that's fine. If you can't demonstrate it, no, it's BS.
No. What I'm saying is chemistry is a widely accepted field.
Agreed.
And I will divert to their authority. You're right in saying that I have no personal knowledge in chemistry. I do just accept what they're saying. I don't accept all of what they're saying. I take everything just by the smell test. But
what? Smell test?
Yeah, if someone
if it smells good, if it stinks, you leave it.
Yeah, if it stinks too hard, I leave it.
Well, it all stinks.
But I think chemistry is a legitimate scientific field. I accept the things that I learned in chemistry 1, 2, and 3 as things, because these are things that are 100 years old, and they've been verified by experimentation. So that kind of thing. Like I accept the general.
I hear you. You're saying like you trust that chemists are telling the truth when they say that they, discovered the atom and the electron and stuff like that.
Right.
My question to you is, what evidence do the chemists have?
Well, I think like medicine, the products that they churn out, I think that they have predictive value. I think that people rely on chemists to make predictive assumptions of.
Do they rely on electrons?
Yeah, I think that they do. Because I don't think that modern. Well, so atomic theory involves electrons. Like you have to
obviously
understand.
I'm debunking atomic theory right now.
Oh well, I'm not your interlocutor if you want to debunk atomic theory. I'm not going to champion atomic theory.
It's already been debunked.
Okay, well, what I'm saying is I'm not an expert in atomic theory. I'm just going to be the idiot on stage.
All right. Well, thanks, anyways, for helping me debunk atomic theory.
Okay.
You should write that in your logbook too. We debunked quantum entanglement and atomic theory.
Yep, I'll write today in Discord we debunked atomic theory, and I will submit it to the Swedish authority.
No. We don't submit it to Swedish authorities.
You might want to meddle.
No, I don't care about them. I don't recognize their authority. That's appealing to... No.
You might get a Nobel Prize.
No, thanks, man. Nobel Prize is BS, too.
Well, you get like $100,000 with it.
Okay, actually, yeah, submit it. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can win a boat.
Have you submitted it yet?
I'm working on it. I'm typing it up. Anyways, does anyone want to talk about like flat Earth?
Would you live on a boat?
Hell yeah, I would live on a boat.
What if it's a dinghy?
A dinghy is like
a small boat.
It's like a brother to a boat, right? Like so you got your boat and then you got your dinghy. Like if you are Jack Sparrow, like the dinghy is the boat that you like ride on, like the little boat that you go to shore with, right?
Yeah. Would you live in a little boat?
No, fuck no.
Why not?
Hell no. Because a dinghy doesn't have. All right, so a dinghy is like a rowboat, right? So,
what are you guys even talking about?
Flatsy, it's so good to hear your voice.
Well, thank you.
I'm in a position where I can buy a boat. I don't know if it's a dinghy or a boat to live in. And I was wondering, like obviously if it was a bigger boat, like a yacht, and you don't feel like the motion of the ocean so much, then that's it's cool, it's chill, easy. But if it's a smaller boat and you feel it like rocking and stuff all the time, at some point that might get annoying.
So are you in the kind of situation where if you held off for a couple more months, if you work like for a couple more months, your entire situation could change and you would like have a better fucking boat? Like, okay,
absolutely. So, if the Nobel Society gives me the 100,000, then yeah, absolutely.
Forget the Nobel Society. But I watched. I don't think it's going to happen.
Have you submitted it yet?
I just pressed the button. So I watched this video of this person in Boston complaining about their property tax. They were living in the harbor on a boat. Living on a boat is a fucking real thing, but you also have to consider there's a high maintenance cost. You're
why is there a maintenance cost if you're not actually using the boat?
I mean, I guess that's a good argument.
If you don't like work the engine or anything, or don't take it anywhere, it should be fine, right? If it's just like parked in the marina, then yeah, there's only like the marina fees that you have to worry about.
I think you have a good point. I would look into your local and state laws and make sure that there is no. So I'm a lawyer in Oklahoma. If you're on a coast, I should think that there's probably no property tax involved in living in a marina. But
yeah, just like the $750, $800 marina fee per year. That's it.
Well, that's a really good fucking marina fee. No, honestly, like if I want to move out to a coastal state, like I'll have to take the bar like in a coastal state again, which will be shitty. But like I don't want to live in Oklahoma anymore. But like I gravitate towards that shit. Like I think that's a completely legit fucking plan. Like live right on the water. You're gonna have just the kinds of things that you've contemplated, like because you're living on a boat, so bathrooms, there's gonna be repair costs. There's gonna be all those kinds of things. But I don't think there's any legal issues that really jump out to me.
Yeah, if I do take it for a spin, I'll have to watch out for like icebergs. Can you tell me about the density of icebergs and so I know what to look out for?
I don't know the density. They didn't teach me that in law school. I know that.
Why are we talking about this?
I mean, you never after like screwing it up with the girl, you never like look back and be like research what you should have said.
Flatsy needs to be brought to truth. So Flatsy. What happened was he met the girl of his dreams, and when the crucial time came to make his move, he was going to nerd out with her with some stupid science nonsense, and he forgot how to explain density, and so she left him for being a loser.
That is a perfect fucking representation of exactly what happened. That is absolutely perfect.
If we want to talk about pointless things, I want to bring up how NPR only let Sierra Farrell play 3 songs. Like that Tiny Desk thing. Have you guys ever watched the Tiny Desk music on NPR?
Give us.
I'm still insulted that you called it pointless stuff that we're talking. Like,
give us the clip notes, Flatsy.
I'm saying Sierra Farrell only had 3 songs, or maybe I think it was 3. It's an 18-minute thing. Like NPR Tiny Discs are supposed to go all out, and for arguably the best entertainment they've ever had, they only let play such 18 minutes, dude. It's not fair.
Okay, Flatsy, I've never heard of Sierra Farrell.
Sierra Farrell. Yeah.
Well, I typed in SIE, and that was the number one.
Yeah, she's amazing. I play like almost all of her songs on guitar. Just saying.
Wait, are you a Guitar Hero?
I play guitar, if that's what you mean.
Flatsy, you sound like you probably have a voice to go along with that guitar.
I do. Yeah.
Well, what? So you got the bacon and you got the fryer, and why have you never served us?
Do you want to hear? Do you want to hear a little bit, like a taste?
Yeah, I would.
Oracle, why couldn't you talk to the girl like this, man? You're absolutely macking right now.
Yo, Flatsy.
I'm married, so it's easier to talk to me.
Flatsy and I have an understanding.
You didn't know that.
Flatsy and I have an understanding that the day that he leaves her one and only someone,
Nope.
I'll be.
That's not happening. If he decides he's leaving, I'm packing up and asking him where he's going. Like it ain't. We ain't gonna be out without each other at all.
No. No.
I mean,
I fucked it up royally.
You say that now, but wait until you serenade Cortico.
Yeah, I'm good. I love my husband. He's amazing.
Of course you do. Can we hear a little bit of something?
Yes, of course. I'm Flatsy, so I'll sing some Patsy. How about that? Crazy. I'm crazy for feeling so lonely. I'm crazy. Crazy for feeling so blue.
Yeah, the mic's bad.
Is it bad?
It's cutting out, yeah.
It's bad, but you're good.
You'd love me as long as you wanted. Is it still cutting out?
A little bit. Do you have it on like automatic activation or whatever it's called?
And then someday.
Well, stop. Do you have it on like on voice activation, or do you have it on push to talk?
I have a headset on. Hold on. I'll try to figure it out. Hold on.
Flats, you got to turn it to push to talk.
Might be better with push to talk. Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah.
I think so, but also
it's getting because you hit the high notes and it's high enough where it doesn't even register it, so it just cuts out.
I will say though, like what we got, holy shit, like well done.
I mean, she's no Taylor Swift.
No, she's Flatsy Klein. She's her own. Although, like, I have gained a recent respect for Taylor Swift, just doing her own thing.
Oh my goodness.
Not being a part of the media swing.
Yo, tell that to the man that calls you babe.
Dude, like that's a problem. Like we still gotta deal with that. Like, do I go to another gas station? Like, it's so on the way. It's so fucking on the way. And now I gotta go to a new fucking gas station.
What do they call them when like they're fans of Taylor Swift?
Swifties. You want to know why I know that? Because I'm from Kansas City, and Travis Kelce is a Kansas City Chief, and he's dating Taylor Swift, and they are the hot new couple where I'm from.
Oh my god, you actually paid attention to that crap?
Dude, I gotta pay attention to fucking Travis Kelce. Three time Super Bowl champion.
So what?
I'm from KC, dog. Like if okay.
So what, bro?
We have nothing. We have nothing to hold on to. We're in Kansas City. Like we have nothing. So
you're gonna give Gummers to another man? Come on, man.
So
we just need to pride.
No, that's my sense of pride. You gotta have pride in your city. If you win the Super Bowl, if you got Patrick Mahomes, are you a football fan?
No, not at all.
Wow, come on, man! Like this isn't.
I play it. I'm not. I don't watch it. I don't worship it. It's weird, man.
Though. You play it though.
Yeah, of course.
Well, I was a wrestler, and I watch wrestling. I give a little bit of shit about wrestling, but like I don't fucking live and die by wrestling.
What do you mean you watch wrestling? Like real wrestling or WWE?
No, like Olympic fucking like Spencer Lee was.
Why do you watch it? To learn or just because you enjoy it?
All right, I'm 38. I watch it like in my head to learn, because I know I'll never be able to do the shit that they do because I'm 38 and I'm old. But I watch it to learn the fucking moves that I should have done, the shit that I should have done, like that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean that's not as bad because you can technically say you're just studying film, sort of thing.
No, that's the thing. Is some of the stuff that I see. I was a high school athlete, and then I was an age group athlete, which comes before high school, and I was a little time superstar. I was good, but these people are on a whole different level. These people are NCAA's. These people are Olympians, and they take it to a whole different level. And so they do shit. They have methods that I never even thought of doing. They do shit that they have moves that never occurred to me. And so I watch that, and it fucking destroys me. It makes me mad because it's so fucking obvious that you can do this.
Okay, I don't know. I've played around with it. Push to talk doesn't work for me. Sorry.
You try to turn it off and on again?
Yeah, I don't know how to work push to talk on the computer, the PC with my headset.
All right.
Yeah, I don't have a button for push to talk over here in this voice
No, it's your
connected
Discord
area.
settings.
You have to define a button for it.
In your Discord settings, go to audio and video or whatever.
Yeah, but I'm not seeing it.
Could anyone stream for Flatsy and show them how to change it?
I've already looked at it.
The only person that has audio trouble is the woman in the server.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I've looked at I put the input sensitivity down. I don't know. Does that sound different to you guys?
That might be enough. That might be enough.
You won't know until you start singing and hit the high notes. Because
Hold on. Where did she cut off? Crazy.
Here, I'll just start somewhere else.
Or feeling.
It looks like you have a duet right here.
Yeah.
I'm bad. I'm so bad.
Listen. Worry. Do you hear that?
Perfect.
Yeah, we heard it.
Perfect.
Why do I let myself worry? You hear that?
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
not coming out. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Wondering what in the world did I do? Crazy for thinking that my love could hold you. I'm crazy for crying and crazy for trying, and I'm crazy for loving you. Did that sound good?
That sounded so fucking good.
Yay!
That sounded so fucking good.
You skipped a line. You forgot the line. It's I'm crazy for thinking the earth is spinning.
Yeah, that's true. It's pretty crazy to think that. You have no reason to think that.
That was so fucking good. That was so fucking good.
I play guitar too. I do open mics and I do some gigs, but I haven't done a gig in a while.
Why not?
And I've recorded in the studio.
How do you warm up the crowd before you start singing?
I just talk and say some really cringy stuff because I'm kind of awkward, but also I'm not shy.
So you walk out, you sit down, you say, "Hey, I'm Plastic
I don't sit
Slime,
down. I don't sit down.
I'm gonna sing you a little bit of something I know."
Yeah, I'll be like, here's a tune, and it goes like this, and then I start.
Yeah, she doesn't sit down. She's a woman, so she can only do two things max at once. So she's
No. I don't sit down. I don't sit down.
She can sing, play guitar, and sit.
Listen, percentage. I don't sit down because I have a guitar strap. Okay.
Oh, you're strapped. Is that supposed to scare me?
No, I'm just saying it's strapped to me. I don't sit down. I like standing and playing.
I hear you.
That's actually two things at once. Not sitting would be taking away one of those things.
Okay, so you do. So you're sitting down, so like that's got to be like an hour.
I'm not sitting down. I'm standing up. Standing up is harder to play than sitting down. By the way, if you didn't know.
Well, that's what I was trying to say, and I was trying to say like if you're sitting down, you got maybe 2 hours maximum. If you're standing up, walking around, that's maybe an hour.
Oh no, I usually do like 3-4 hours. 3-4 hours.
What the fuck?
With a couple of breaks in between.
What is this?
Do they pay you in cash at the end of the night?
They pay me, yeah, with a gig. I will stand up for 3-4 hours and play a gig with a couple of breaks.
Now, Donald Trump has promised no tax on tip. Like, how would that affect you? Because Kamala Harris has no deal like that. I'll just say Kamala Harris has no deal about tax on tips.
I don't worry about that because I don't like gigs are paid in cash and then the tips are in cash and I don't log that for any kind of income. Like why would I?
Is the whole show just you and your guitar, or do you have someone else playing like a bass or
No, it's just me. It's just me and my guitar. Yeah.
What kind of guitar?
What about you and your husband?
I have an Alvarez. It's a 3/4 guitar, and
how's that?
It's an Alvarez.
Well, are you calling Mexicans 3/4 of a human?
No. 3/4 is the size of my guitar. It's not a full size, but it's not like a half size. It's a 3/4 size.
Got you.
Well, kind of. I'm 5 foot tall, so I'm tiny.
5'1"?
No, my license say 5'1", but I'm actually 5 foot, like straight flat 5 foot.
Dang. You a midget.
I've been called a midget many times, but I'm not actually a midget. I'm just tiny.
That's cool. I wouldn't have guessed by your voice. I would not have guessed at all.
Here's a picture of me. I made a meme of myself, and I'll share it with you guys. Hold on. I like making. My husband took this picture. He takes such good pictures of me. Nobody else does. Everybody else, all of the pictures that are taken of me.
Would your husband like it if you're propagating pictures of yourself on the internet to random strangers?
Yeah, he doesn't care. It's not promiscuous or anything, so he doesn't care. He took the picture. What are you talking about?
I would.
Oh, well, that's okay. That's you. That's not him. Here we go.
So
that's me. He took a picture of me eating a pizza.
Let's see. I went to law school with a girl that was about 4'8", and he was fierce as a fucking bulldog. And from what I can tell right now, she's living her life being just as fierce as she ever was. So
fierce.
I'm a mother, so I have a 5-year-old, and he's amazing. And I cry at the sight of him, like matching his daddy. So my husband and him, they have matching mullets. And when they match in their outfits, like, dude, that makes me tear up. I love it so much. It's tears of joy. So I love it.
You look young. I'm 38. How old are you?
32.
You're 32?
Yeah.
Yeah, you look about 32. That's a recent photo.
It is a recent. It's a couple of years, I think. Maybe 1 year ago.
Yeah, you look about 31, 32.
Yeah. It's about right.
This whole decade, I think we age by decades. Like I think all 20-year-olds look alike. I think all 30-year-olds look alike. I think
No,
all
you tripping.
40-year-olds look alike. You don't think so?
No, not at all.
How old are you, percentage?
That's personal.
Give us a decade.
Just
don't dox them, bro. Yeah, all 100-year-olds look alike. All 110-year-olds look alike. The 120-year-olds, they all definitely look alike.
Yeah, they fucking kind of melt.
Just count the percent
No, bro,
symbols.
100 is the new 80.
He adds one every year.
Oh, it's like rings on a tree. All right, you're 130 years old. That's fucked, bro. All right, I'm gonna take a guess. I'm gonna say you're 30 something. You're 30 something, and you probably look 30 something. You probably your wheels probably don't squeak. Like when you go up.
What are you trying out for like a carnival guesser?
I'm saying when he goes up 4 flights of stairs, he doesn't have to stop and like adjust.
There must have been some serious flat smacking going on in there tonight. Oh yeah, there was outer space smacking, everything.
Oh, we were trying to do well. Okay, so we got more on a fundamental level. Like
no, I've been listening in the background for hours.
We tried to, but there was no like drop over curvature.
Yeah.
That didn't happen tonight. Like if you were wanting some like drop
There
over,
was huge amounts of outer space. Desperate trying to hold on, grasping at straws for hours. But yeah.
Yeah, we debunked quantum.
And then living on dinghies.
Yeah, we did not get to drop over distance. There was no 9.8 never got mentioned tonight.
We debunked time being a fourth dimension.
Well, I don't know if we debunked it. We
absolutely debunked it. It's never been bunked to begin with.
I think you're right. I think time is its own shit. I think time is its own shit. I think we live in 3 dimensions. And
time doesn't exist, bro. Time's not real.
I'm really interested in if like 4th dimensions exist, but like time, that's gotta be its own shit. Like get the fuck away from me. Like that's
more like it's more like entropy is always increasing. So you can record in your mind a change over time, which time would be in that instance your aging, your series of moments and memories.
Entropy
is always increasing. Always. It always is. No, there is nothing that's not subjected to that increase in entropy. It's always happening on every level that you can possibly put forth.
You don't get any timeouts.
No, it's a really important.
You want time to stay away from you, but you can't call time out.
Because I think entropy deals with every. So entropy is like a mathematical concept, and everything.
Let me guess, you're
not
immune
a concept.
to it.
It's not a
Dracula?
Concept. Yeah,
no,
it's not a concept. It's not a concept, though.
Okay. What I'm saying is everything is subject to entropy. Like the light from the sun starts as like
the sun is like an entropy spoon. The sun is, you can think of it like an entropy spoon because it causes the temperature differential on the earth. Yeah.
So everything starts as like usable, like good energy, and then it hits the atmosphere, and maybe like it disperses, and then it hits the earth, and then the earth like radiates it back out again, and it becomes like a less useful form of energy, and it just becomes less and less useful. So, like that's my understanding of entropy. Is
Well, a lot of people misunderstand entropy because they think that it's order going to disorder, but even on a molecular scale, there is a whole system that, well, let's say like a microscopic scale. There are like microscopic organisms that thrive in decomposition. So it's not disorder, it's actually ordered.
yeah.
That's weird.
I think that we can look at it like kind of as order going to disorder, but like
No, that's a very, very huge misunderstanding about entropy because nothing is in disorder. It's all like it's like a what do you like everything has its own purpose at every scale. So you have things that are thriving off of like the decomposition of things that would be considered like think about when you die, there are things that are going to thrive off of your dying body,
right,
yeah.
right.
Or let's say a rock slide with a valley beneath it. That rock slide from a mountain, maybe, to a valley would be causing the valley to rise up to level. It wouldn't be, like it's got a purpose. The things that happen in nature have a purpose, even at their decomposing rate.
Well, just because things happen because other things happen doesn't mean that's the purpose of whatever. I mean,
Well, you can't not find a purpose for something in nature because it's always serving some sort of purpose for something else.
I don't really think that's true.
Well, you can give me an instance where it's not, and then maybe I can consider what you're saying, but I don't
We
have
consider
any
human
evidence.
beings to be a part of nature.
Yes.
So when somebody like kills their wife, what's the purpose of that?
Yeah, I wouldn't be trying to understand motives of intelligent people. That's not the same thing.
As what? Nature?
Well, the motives of an intelligent agent is something that I can't divine in my own head. So why somebody does something and the overall effect of it
Well,
in
why
the
do some
aftermath,
dogs eat
I'm
other
not gonna
dogs then?
act like I understand the motives for people.
Okay, let's talk about dogs or animals.
It's uncontrolled variables is what I think is what the framework here. If somebody does or doesn't do something, they're an uncontrolled variable. You wouldn't be able to account for that.
Like a category error. Like you don't have this in the right category. What you're talking about is an intelligent agent's like motive and thought process
Is a
for
dog an
something that they
intelligent
do.
agent?
Yeah, in a sense, but they're
No.
they're not.
Okay.
You're gonna tell me that you
So
don't
you're just
think
saying
that
like natural disasters. That's all you're talking about? Like
natural
rock slides?
disasters. Those are just an effect of nature and
Right.
erosion and decomposition.
So is that, yeah, I'm asking you, is that all you're talking about?
Well, it's one aspect of entropy that I brought up as an example. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but entropy increasing doesn't actually involve, it does. Everything is subjected to it, but you're talking about the thoughts of people. Like, why do people do something? And why do dogs kill? Maybe it's because of a mechanism of survival that they do it, whatever. But humans are more intelligent than dogs. So we
Well,
have
I would hope so.
information. We have information that they don't have.
Right. Yeah, I would have to. Yeah, I agree. I totally agree.
Yeah, humans tend to be more emotional, so you can't get away from people letting their emotions take over. Um, it's a problem. People need to be able to control their emotions. They don't seem to be able to, and it's running rampant throughout societies. So that's a problem. People need to be able to, and I'm not saying that I'm above anyone else. I have emotions, and I let myself be succumb to those emotions sometimes. But luckily, if I have a bit of time, when I experience an emotion, if I have some time alone after it, I can work through it on my own and realize that that emotion that I had was irrational and be able to like kind of step back and self-criticize. I got to be able to criticize myself. And
Well,
I think
yeah, I
people
mean,
should do that more often.
sometimes emotions can be rational, though. I guess maybe is that like a
Uh,
woman thing?
I don't know. I don't really feel like emotions are under the category of rational or like
Really?
I think that it would be something that if you have an emotion, that's kind of something that you need to be able to understand why you're feeling that way and be able to control it.
Could there be no rational explanation for an emotion like anger?
There is no rational
Really?
explanation for anger. No, because you're
What?
living. Let me tell you why. I'm going to tell you why. It's because you're offended. Something that makes you angry is because you're offended, and the reason why you're
Not
offended is because
necessarily.
okay, you're choosing to be offended. You have to be able to live in like your life without offense. If that makes sense.
Offended, that seems kind of like small. Why do people get angry?
Well, people get angry because
Because they're
something
offended?
that breaks their let's say whatever would break your schedule. I don't know. If you
What?
if you
Okay.
keep a schedule of your life kind of and you have things in certain categories, if something disrupts that, it's either going to make you sad or it's going to make you angry, right? So if somebody dies, if somebody in your life dies and they were killed or something like that. Let's say that.
Good,
Like,
yeah. If someone
yeah,
killed somebody
you
you loved, yeah, that would make you
that
angry. And that would
disrupts
be
you.
a valid, rational reason to be angry.
No, I wouldn't say
So
that. No.
really?
Yes, really.
Okay, well, you're a
Because it
woman.
disrupts what? Mostly women would agree with you. I'm trying to disagree with you.
Yeah, I know you're disagreeing with me.
Well, I'm trying to give you a good valid reason not to let it well, I mean, you're a human being. You have emotions. You're going to be angry, you're going to be upset, you're going to be sad. You're going to go through all of these different range of emotions after you or your life is
And
upset
it's
so much.
reasonable those are reasonable emotions. It's
Yeah,
reasonable.
but your
It's not against
reason
reason.
yeah, but your reasoning through those emotions is what's reasonable. You are reasoning through these emotions. The range of emotions that you have, there remember people tell you there's steps of grief and you have to go through all of them before you're okay.
No,
That's you
what are you talking about?
reasoning. That is you reasoning through all of your
I'm
emotions so
telling
that
you that
you're
these
not
emotions are reasonable, and you said they're not. You said
be,
anger is not reasonable. Why?
you have to reason through it. It isn't reasonable. That's why you have to get
How is
through
that
that
not
anger.
reasonable?
Dude, do you not listen? Are you not
How is
listening
that
to
not a
me?
reasonable response?
I'm
I don't get
giving
that.
you the reason why.
No, you're saying you have to reason through it, which means it's
Yes.
not a reasonable
Get past
response.
it. No, it's not reasonable. That's why you have to get past
It
it.
is perfectly reasonable.
Oh, so you don't have
You
you
kill
can
my dad,
if
I'm gonna
you
kill your dad. That's
oh,
reasonable.
that's different. That's like
No, that's what we're talking about right now.
That's revenge right there. That's not reasonable. That's not going to bring your dad back.
Yes, it is reasonable.
It's not going to bring your dad back.
So?
Is it? Why would that be reasonable then?
Because it makes me feel better.
No,
It's
it won't make you
justice. It's
feel
called
better.
justice, idiot.
Oh, you have a sense of justice. Is that
Absolutely.
reasonable?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Look,
that is the foundation of reason, is right and wrong.
That justice is outside of your purview, though. You
No.
don't have the ability to enact like supreme justice over another human being.
Supreme justice. I'm not sure. I can't like strike somebody down with lightning if that's what you're talking about.
Well, I'm saying that your justice isn't justified. Like you don't have the supreme
that's
justice.
your opinion.
No,
if somebody kills one of mine, I'm gonna do whatever I can to kill them.
But why would you want to get back to an okay state or a pretty normal state if you're angry or like your grief? Let's say your stages of grief. Why do you go through the stages of grief if you're not trying to get away from the anger? If you're not trying to get away from the sadness?
I don't know what you're talking about stages of grief, but that sounds like a woman made it up.
No, it's because it's you reasoning through your irrational emotions. You have to be able
Those
to get
are rational emotions. What are you talking about?
Then why would you want to not be in that state of emotion? Why do you want to get past it?
What are you I don't understand what you're saying anymore.
Do you want to be in a constant state of anger, or do you want to get past anger and get back to a more normal state?
There are situations that warrant anger. Do you not recognize that?
I'm saying that anger is something that we experience.
Anger is a perfectly valid response to certain situations.
But you don't want to.
And you're like, oh, that's not. No, that's. We should all love each other.
You're not No, I'm not.
No, I don't.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. You don't want to stay in a constant state of anger, do you?
No.
Okay, so you try to get past that, right? Okay, but yeah, exactly. So it's not something that you want to be.
But that's not the way the world is.
I didn't say it was, buddy. I'm trying to tell you that it is something that you have to get past.
Oh my gosh.
Why aren't you understanding what I'm saying? Like, you're justifying being an emotional, like, wreck right now.
How?
Because you're saying it's justified.
I just said there are things that you can, it's perfectly justifiable
then why do you want to get past
to be angry about certain things.
Then why do you want to get past it? Why would you want to not
what
be in
do
that
you
state?
mean by getting past it? What does that even mean? Ignore
because
it?
You can't,
forget about it?
You need to be able to control it, not just forget about it and ignore it. No, you need to be able to acknowledge it and get past it.
Acknowledge and get past it. What does that even mean?
It means that it's not a state that you are.
That is what you're saying. You're saying, oh well, don't worry about it. Forget about it.
It's not an effective way or a reasonable way of state of being for you. That's why it's something that you have to get past.
That's so absurd.
No, it's not. You're just saying that, and you're not giving me a good reason why.
Okay, let's see. I think we've already said this, but what if somebody killed like one of your parents or your siblings, and you're just like, oh well, it's not worth being angry about it. Let's just move on. That's your take on that, right?
No, I'm saying that the range of emotions that you go through are something that you have to get past. To be okay. What? To be okay again. Because that's going to disrupt your life. It's not going to be something that you can...
somebody kills one of your family members and you're like, oh, well, just fucking don't care about it. It doesn't matter.
I didn't say that.
You got to move on.
You're putting words in my mouth. You're putting words in my mouth now.
That's not what you're saying.
I said. No, I'm saying that you have to experience those emotions and get past them, not dwell on them.
Yeah, you're a fucking woman.
No, that's some good advice right there.
No, that's bad advice. Any man would fucking
get the fuck over it.
Get over it? Seriously?
Yeah, dude.
Somebody killed your dad. You would just be like, oh, well, I'm over it.
Oh, you're saying revenge or something like that? What do you want, like
That's
a Kill
what we were
Bill?
talking. I brought up the idea of a family member. I brought up the idea of a family member being killed, and how that would upset your life. It would
Oh,
upset
yeah.
your but you go through a range of emotions, but you have to get past them. It's only
It doesn't mean anything.
yeah, it does. It means that your constant state of emotion can't be anger or sadness.
Why not?
Or because it's not healthy.
Here it is. It's
I mean,
perfectly
you're
healthy.
right,
Natural.
but also, like, I'm gonna kill the motherfucker that killed my dad, though, too.
That's
At
right.
the same time.
Fucking A.
That's
totally
not
normal.
rational. That's
Yes,
irrational.
it is. It's rational. It is rational.
Because it's not going to bring your dad back.
Yeah,
So
but
what?
it's gonna bring satisfaction to kill the motherfucker that killed my
Do
dad.
you really believe that? Do you really believe that?
Absolutely, 100%.
I think
Maybe
so.
I'll kill the rest
You're
of
going
the
to get
family.
through it, and you're going to have a
Have a
horrible,
hard
traumatic.
place. Yeah.
Listen, you're going to have a traumatic experience as an effect of your dad
No,
being
we're not.
killed. Yes, it'll be traumatic.
yeah, it would be
and you're going to
traumatic
have
for
to
my
deal
dad
with
to
that
get killed.
trauma instead of the sadness and grief that you could have gotten through. So it's
Well-
irrational to seek revenge.
We're
It
all
is rational.
talking hypothetically, right?
Yeah,
Religions teach never
we're
to
speaking
go
in
for
kind of a
revenge.
hypothetical.
So none of us actually know, like, what it would feel, right?
Yeah, you can kind of imagine that if you kill somebody, you're going to have to live with the trauma of taking another person's life.
Yeah, but he killed my dad.
It was justified.
depends why you
You're
do it.
saying
right.
that.
I wouldn't feel bad about it.
You're saying that, but you're
Well,
not actually experiencing it. So the fact that you're drawing a conclusion without experiencing something like that is
Well, I've talked to homies.
it's not being honest. You're not being honest. Like you have to
Alright.
be able to think through the whole process of what you're trying to say.
My homies that came over from, Afghanistan and everything like that, and they've had to take a couple of lives here and there. You know what I mean? If it was a motherfucker that killed their dad, they would have been okay with that. You know what I mean? But for the majority of it, it was like brown children and
Okay,
shit.
you've got to be able to take a step outside of it. Take your emotions out of and your bias out of it, and step outside of it and see it for what it is.
You're being really weird. The only thing that matters is your family.
Hold on. Let me say this.
What
Somebody
are you getting
kills
at
a
here?
member
What
of
are you getting at
your
here,
family.
Flatsy?
Hold up. Let me say this. Flatsy, you're right, but you're wrong because you too don't know what it's like, and you can't, imagine. You can only imagine what you would do in that situation.
Yeah.
So,
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that we should take a
if you were in
step
that
out.
situation, it might be that the only thing that brings you some sort of feeling
You
of
still have
justice
logic.
is killing that person.
Yeah, but
you
you
know?
still have logic, and you realize the difference between something that's logical and something that's
I
irrational.
don't think you know what logic even is.
Understand,
How is that not logical?
I think maybe it's the most logical thing to get the most the greatest amount of justice that you can get.
No, that's subjective.
Yeah,
That's
it's the
subjective.
right answer. It's the right moral answer, but that's not the answer that I fucking
Yeah,
want.
it's subjective.
Right moral answer, yeah.
Right.
The
Okay.
right moral answer would probably be to forgive the person, to move forward, blah 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 blah.
Right. Send them up to God and everything, and then God can send them down to hell or some shit, or forgive him. Who knows?
That's why they say God gave his son, because his son should have got justice, but that justice was denied because Jesus said they know not what they do.
Oh. Whoa. Damn.
Yeah, exactly, Crit. Okay. I'm just trying to make you guys at least try to take a step back and look at it in
Not
a
happening,
broader
lady.
spectrum. A broader spectrum, because what you
Like
think
antibiotics?
is divine
Dude.
justice isn't actually up to you. You're not some god.
Oh
You're
yeah,
not
no,
some
I agree with
supreme
that.
being that can enact
Nobody said
justice
divine
on-
justice. It's justice here on earth, the best we can
You
make.
are giving.
Well,
like,
God did say an eye for an eye, so
No.
No.
Buddy,
that was
no. He
In
doesn't
fact,
get
the
it.
exact opposite of that.
Well, percentage is Muslim.
What?
Yeah, dude, if somebody took advantage of your child, there's only one thing you would want to do.
I agree that I would have that irrational response if somebody tried to mess with my
It's not
child.
rational if it's how you feel.
No, it is irrational, but I
How
would
is that
still feel that
irrational?
way. I would still feel that way. I'm not gonna
Just because it's
deny
based on
that.
emotion doesn't mean it's irrational.
Yes,
It's totally
it
rational.
does. No.
What's wrong with you?
I mean, they're not
What do you
wrong.
do
Like,
for a
listen,
living?
dude, you're denying your carnal flesh when it comes down to that kind of shit. That's on a whole other level right there, Flatsy.
Oh yeah, like I can absolutely be honest with you and say that I would be irrational. I would want to seek my own, like my son is my life.
Vigilante justice, yeah.
Yeah, like my son is my life. And I realize though that that's irrational. I shouldn't
Yeah.
be enacting some sort of
Not irrational.
my
Why do you
own
keep saying that?
justice on someone else.
That's rational. I don't know why you say that's irrational. Why is that irrational?
I do
Whatever,
agree
bro.
though too.
I can't
Why?
agree with a doofus. Sorry, doofus.
He's
Is
not.
that all
He's
you have for me? Fuck, how sad.
Oh, that's your actual name. I just seen do. I was just like, what do you mean, do? Do's fine. And I was like, Fizz 8. I was like, do be a doofus.
Yeah, I mean, you can rationalize anything. Certainly.
Well, that's what I'm
an
saying, buddy.
emotional
It doesn't make it
No,
right, though.
buddy. Yeah, you can rationalize anything in your
I would say
mind,
it's
but
right.
yeah, it doesn't make it right. Exactly, Ablaze.
I mean, I understand entirely what you're getting at.
Yeah, you can rationalize that we don't see or detect or measure any curvature on the Earth, but it just has to be. It
put it
just
back
has
in
to
the
be a
Earth,
globe because somebody told us it was, and trust me, bro.
I love you guys.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, buddy.
Nah, agreed. No, this is probably the best community that is here on this channel. Like, except for when that guy that was here earlier that was doing the Darth Dawkins shit that he was doing earlier, like the presuppositional apologist shit. Like that was annoying. That was annoying. Like no one that's mental masturbation. Like
mental masturbation.
That's a real thing,
I
and
love it.
I'm telling you, that's a real thing on here that just bugs me. I can't
Mhm.
even be on here because a lot of the times, like I'll be listening in and I'll hear somebody just doing that on here, and it just makes me want to vomit. I don't want to hear you wax
slimy.
philosophical on all of us. Like, can you just like do that somewhere else?
It's
Ew.
slimy.
See, like me specifically, I'm not a flat earther, but I love you guys, though. You know what I mean? Like,
No, I'm not a flat earther. Like I'm a globe earther. But like I come to this community when I come to the politics Discord, I come here because I'll hear something new. Okay, there's a little bit of me. There's a little bit of me that wants to hear something crazy. But
yeah, that's right where I'm with you. Yeah.
But the majority of things, the people in this channel,
super nice, man, for the most part.
Well, it's not only about that. They are philosophers of science, like in a big way. Like they think about the world in a different way than we traditionally accept.
Right.
And
they question the science. Yeah.
Well, this channel, it's the only 24/7. It's the only channel that I have access to where people.
Oh shit, bud.
Where people will even have the gall to go against like a supreme narrative, like the Earth being a globe is the supreme narrative, and they'll do it. And so
all right, stop sucking these people off. What do you believe in, dude? What do you want to talk about?
No, man, I'm loving him. I'm loving him. Let him finish, man.
Flat. We never went to the moon, dude. Do you believe we went to the moon?
Heliocentrism is the one world religion.
Yeah.
The
you
one
think
world.
we went to the moon?
Yeah, I
Listen.
think we went there.
What a goof, dude.
The one world. Okay.
You're a goof. You're the goof of the night.
Okay. Well, the one world religion. Listen. The one world.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the one world religion is heliocentrism. So you hear about they want to bring about a one world. They already did it. You just weren't aware that it was happening. It came about by the Roman Catholic Church. That's where your one world religion came from. The heliocentrism.
I don't have a religion. I don't have a religion.
But then, didn't they
is a
think we were the center of the universe or something like that?
No. No, they are the ones that brought about a lot of your belief systems. The Big Bang Theory came from the Roman Catholic Church, a Jesuit, actually, a Jesuit
Wait.
priest.
You got to talk about that more because I think that
That's
came.
absurd.
I think that
That's
came
totally
from,
anti-religion. The Big Bang Theory. What are you talking about? It came from the Catholic Church.
No,
I think the expansion of the universe came from what's his name? Started with an H.
George Lamontre. It's a
Homo. His name was Homo.
Yo,
Dr.
we
Homo?
got Crit in the house.
Yeah, the Big Bang Theory was invented by an ordained Catholic priest known as George Lamontre.
And
So I
heliocentric.
had heard that. Who
That's
am I
totally
thinking
made
of?
up.
Who's Hubble?
Yo, Crit, fix your freaking mic, man. It's still hard to hear you, man. We want to hear your voice.
So Hubble had.
He sounded great. Crit, I'm still in your bio, though, if you don't mind. I fucking love that shit, bro.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Thank you, dude. Thank you.
Hubble made good contributions to the idea of the expansion of the universe, right?
My bad, Crit. I had you turned
How
down.
would I know? Hubble, the telescope guy?
Yeah. Well,
Fine. Maybe he did. I don't know.
we're
You
all
tell me.
here. We're all here.
We're all here. Yeah, you're right. What is
Yeah,
that?
he
supposed
discovered the
We're all
Doppler
here and
effect.
they're all queer.
Yeah, so
It's
so,
not a Doppler thing.
So
It's
the
not Doppler.
The mantra, they're all queer.
Okay, so the heliocentrism idea came from the Roman Catholic Church, from some Copernicus trying to find the
True.
Easter, trying to figure out when Easter would be. So he used a model using flat Earth to come up with a model that would better predict the time of Easter, and they reified that, a reification fallacy, by the way, into what the Earth was doing, as in curving, like we see from an observer. You're observer dependent on this entire model that you rely on so much. It's observer dependent. So the way that you see the world is being back engineered to create the globe that you think you stand on.
So Copernicus, it's my
gay.
understanding. He's not gay. Well, I mean, he might have been gay.
You know.
All of these motherfuckers that are historically fucking significant, end up being gay. All of them. But
No, they end up being really weird, sick people. So
they end up being pretty open to
everyone that has
anal.
ever
Would you
used
guys stop insulting these great men, dude? What's wrong with you? A woman and a
these are
gay
the
man is
giants.
calling my heroes gay and
The
weak
giants
and
that
freaks,
you
dude.
stand on the
Shut
shoulders
your ass
of
up, dude.
are all
this is
sick
because-
weirdos.
I'll have you know he was
Not
interested
the
in a
same.
girl in high school.
Yeah, Doofus, this is because a lot of them would be like today you call them incels. They never married. They never had any significant relationships with women.
They were in love with science, dude.
Married to the game.
What's wrong with that?
Well, people
Married
think
to the game, bro.
Listen to the fucking game, man.
people
Fucking
think that they were possibly
The
homosexual.
game of
but
duping the entire world.
at the time, being a homosexual would be a crime.
They were a little bit like Tom Brady, right?
Yo, real talk, the entire heliocentric model is just like reification fallacy built on reification fallacy built on reification fallacy. You got they reified time, reified space, reified energy. It's all reified, man.
All I'm trying to say is
reified light, reified, particles.
Tom Brady might have been reincarnated before as Copernicus, right? Anyone else? Hands up.
No,
my gosh,
reincarnation
dude.
doesn't
What?
exist. You only have one life and then the afterlife.
Did you just introduce reincarnation, dude?
I mean, we're talking about Tom Brady and Copernicus. Like I kind of think they're in the same.
Let's not introduce something that's not proven. Another thing not proven.
I just kind of think they're in the same category. Like it's a possibility, right? Like we haven't ruled it out, right? That Tom Brady
I wouldn't even enter it in as a possibility because I can just take the default stance of the negative position. You would have to prove it as your positive claim.
Yeah, you're only saying that because we're chief.
So Flatsy is of the belief that Tom Brady and Copernicus aren't one and the same.
No, I'm just taking a negative position on your entire introduction of reincarnation.
Yeah, she's saying your theory fails on first order principle of presupposing reincarnation. She's denying that premise. It sucks.
Well, I mean, let's hold off on the it sucks. Like that's your own.
It
does suck.
I was gonna say it really sucks, but I held back. It sucks.
Okay, so I've heard 3 people. Is anyone else?
Maybe you should just give it up.
Yeah, it fucking sucks, dude.
So Tom Brady is. Let me understand this right. Tom Brady is.
Tom Brady?
I love how you're going.
Tom Brady believes in reincarnation?
I love
Who
how
gives a
he's
shit?
going past the premise that's being denied. He's going into his conclusion instead of addressing the premise that you introduced.
Let me understand this straight. For everybody. Let me understand this straight. So Tom Brady is not Copernicus.
Dude, the entire idea of reincarnation is being put on the table as false because you introduced it as a positive claim and you can't back it up.
All right, let me just mark this down.
Yeah, but you're fondling around with the conclusions you've already drawn from the premise that's being denied.
Don't say fondling, dude.
Well,
sorry.
All right, guys. I've marked it down.
Let's move on. This is boring.
I will correct from my mistakes. Tom Brady is not Copernicus. I apologize. Sorry, everybody.
Okay.
You said it so many times. Never mind.
Yeah, well, you got a crying baby, dude. You probably should deal
Was
with
that Tom Brady? Was that Tom Brady?
Good grief. You're so funny, Cortico.
I love you, Flatsy.
I'm gonna.
It couldn't be Tom. Tom Brady's still alive. How could he have reincarnated as this guy's baby, dude?
I don't know the fucking arrow of time. Are you gonna get into?
The arrow of time?
Are you gonna fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson me and tell me how that's impossible?
I think this is my cue to get off, guys.
No, don't. I'm about to get off too, but like in a different manner than you're talking about.
I don't need to know that. Thank you. I don't need to know any of that.
Don't leave.
Yeah, I'm about to go ahead and head out, guys. You have fun.
Yeah, Flatsy. See you later.
Yeah, have a good one. Stay blessed, guys.
Good night.
All right, now that
Good
she's
night,
gone,
Flatsy.
we can talk about Tom Brady again, right?
What about him? What the fuck is going on with my push talk today? What do you want to talk about?
I am here.
7 Super Bowls.
Is that a vampire?
Seven Super Bowls. Does anyone?
I'd rather talk about Wayne Brady. He's more interesting.
Hey, Doofus.
Oh, I can only push to talk when I'm tabbed into this fucking thing. That's why. Yes, somebody
use
wants
window mode.
Window mode.
Yeah.
How is there Discord modes?
You could.
You're not trolling. You're not trolling today, Doofus.
Dude, I've never had to be tabbed into Discord to push a talk in here.
Is he ignoring me?
He's trolling me.
You know how much
I heard you. I'm not trolling, dude.
Alpha, do you have him muted?
Yeah, Doofus.
No, I am hearing him.
Hello?
He's not hearing me.
I hear you.
Yeah, so I asked the question. So you're not here trolling?
Why? No, I'm not here trolling. What do you want to talk about?
He trolled me a little
Talk
bit.
about you not.
No, I
talking
didn't.
about you not trolling because every single time I see that name, Doofus, there's always something bad
Okay, what
happening
did I
afterwards.
say?
You're
How was
spiraling out
I
of
trolling
control.
last time?
He tried to say that Tom Brady was not the greatest quarterback in NFL history.
So
And
I don't want to be rumpus by somebody else.
No, I want to hear what you have to
Trying to have
say,
a two-way
Alpha
conversation
Veritas.
between me and Doofus.
Let's hear it.
So, are you reformed now, sir?
What did I do last time that you're so upset about?
You've been an absolute colossal fucking douchebag.
How? Play the tapes back, dude. Let's hear the
Every
tape.
time you've come into this channel, you've acted like the weirdest fucking person ever. You say the dumbest shit. You are, yeah. So I'm just asking the question. If you're reformed, you're reformed. Fine, fuck it.
No, I'm
Let it be
asking
what it
you
is.
how I was misbehaving, and you can't.
You curse in the channel. You call us all kinds of names, and
like
you're
what?
totally against flat Earth.
True.
Oh yeah,
No, I think
is
Earth
this
is
the
flat. You're lying.
Hold on. Is this the doofus that last time presupposed that I'm a overweight, dark-skinned person?
That's him.
Said it. That's the
No
fucking guy.
way. That
That's
doesn't
the,
sound like me.
No.
Shit.
No, that could have been anybody, dude.
Yeah, you are a doofus. I had the fucking text, bro. Come on.
Well, are you like fat and black or what? I don't know. I don't really care. I don't care.
That's not the issue.
I'm none of the above. That was the funny part.
Look, I just think we didn't go to the moon. I don't know if the Earth is flat or round, but I don't think we went to the moon. That's it.
Can I confirm that he is sexy? By the way.
Nice segue.
Black, this brown person.
No, I'm just trying to get to the point where listen, I'm just trying to get to the point where we're not having to deal with doofus on that level anymore.
Dude, what? Let's just talk. Let's have a conversation then. Why are you being weird about it? I didn't
this
say
ain't
anything
weird. This is us clearing the air. Are we going to have any trouble from you anymore in the future? Because if not, listen, if this is the one and only chance that you get to prove yourself to be like not being that way, then fuck it, let's go. But if it's not, then every time I see that little green avatar that says doofus, I'm going to fucking ban you.
Look,
every
I'm
time.
on my best behavior. I don't need to be lectured like I'm a child, okay?
Oh, you fucking do. Listen, as many times as you come in here and fuck with this channel, yes, you fucking do.
How did I fuck with this channel? You sound like
keep coming in here and being an absolute colossal dick.
I'm just a regular guy.
I'm
not a dick.
No, you are a fucking dick. Now, like I said,
Alpha, we'll figure it out in time. But in the meantime, I have a question for you.
I will not be rumpus. That should be very clear. I'm not talking to you. So,
what the hell does that word
as
mean?
long as we got that clear, there'll be no problems.
All right, look, I'm very sorry if I made fun of you or something in the past. I don't
know. It ain't about me. It's this channel and the people in it that I care about.
I apologize to everybody in here. If I hurt your feelings or whatever. I won't do. I'll try my best not to do it again.
All right, I'm gonna take you up on it. All right, Cordigo.
Sorry about that, brother.
No worries. Bygones be bygones. That's what I say. All right, but APOC, are you here? I guess not. Anyways, gentlemen, back to the chat.
Well, what I was trying to say is, well, okay. Actually, I won't even go there. I was about to go into freedom of speech because there's a big conversation about that in the world, but I'll give it up.
Anyway, we had a percentage in here. I think he was making some points earlier. I think Flatsy was in here making some points earlier. Really off topic kind of stuff, but still.
Flatsy was singing, giving us her voice. Off topic, but she was.
So I'm going to make this call out because I always do. If you have evidence that the Earth is a globe and you're listening on YouTube, please come in here and give us your evidence. There are people in here who will speak to you about that. But if you do have that evidence and you think you do, come on in here. We've been making this all call for years now. We get some traffic come in here, people that think that they know how to articulate their points, but they never do.
Veritas, I think that all of the photos that we've had since I think the first one happened in 1946 of space are real. I think so. I think there was a rocket. It might have been like a V2 rocket. I don't know which rocket it was. I think that our first photographs of the curvature of the Earth happened in the early 40s. I believe in all of the photos. Well, I believe in many of the photos subsequent. I believe they show curvature of the Earth. I think that they happened before before NASA. I think all those photos are real.
All right. Do you have any way that you can compare those images to anything that you can know in your primary experience of the Earth?
Yes, in a sense. I don't think that those photographs could be replicated by man. So I think the photos could have only happened through lens technology. I think that they could have only happened as photographs from space. I don't think that the technology existed to take those photographs from Earth.
So we can't verify those images to be something that anyone can experience in reality. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think that's true.
So how do you know that they're real photos?
Because I don't think that we had the ability, or we have okay, so today we have the ability to fake photographs. I don't think that it was possible to fake any of those photographs on the date that they were alleged to have been taken. So the first photograph, I could find them just as you could find them on Google from the 40s. They're going to be black and white. They're going to look real shitty. Of curvature of the Earth. And they probably came from a Nazi V2 rocket, but they purport to be images of the curvature of the Earth. And I don't think that they had the same motivations that we had 10, 12 years later. I think that they were real photographs of just what happened. They sent these fucking rockets up and they took pictures. Yeah, I don't think that they're fake.
Cortigo, over the time that I spoke to you from the very beginning, we had kind of like a rough go at a communication between you and I. There's been a bit of a rough patch, I would say, but over the time, I think you've been a bit more charitable.
I've tried
and
I've
cordial. I don't know, but even still, you kind of surface a little bit as somebody that can be obtuse if been pushed to the limit. That's fine. Everybody can, right?
You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right.
So just kind of going off of what you're saying right now, I would say, would you consider it being like feelings that you have about what you've seen with those images, or are you coming at this more of a like an intellectual kind of standpoint of something that can be scrutinized or apply some rigor to verify these images? What are you saying? Are you saying I feel, because my feelings are I think the Earth's a globe, that's what I believe, and because of that I think that I would say that the images are real, not because I verified them, but because I feel that that's true?
Yeah, and I'll be honest. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, be honest.
Yeah. If we were to split screen, if we were to draw a line in the middle of the screen right now, because we're both looking at the screen, yeah, actually everything that I've said comes from the I feel.
Okay.
All of it. Every single bit.
Feelings are gay.
Hmm.
Yeah.
You gotta have evidence, bro. You gotta need evidence.
No. You're absolutely right. Like, I don't have.
Listen. I know that we've had many discussions with people in that same kind of mindset. So if somebody says that, I don't think that really bugs me. I think when somebody says they know that those pictures are real, I think that's when we get in territory where we need to discuss. So, I mean, look, people see whatever images they want, and then they can apply in their mind whatever. Okay, so you've seen maps of Middle Earth. Some people think Middle Earth exists. Some other realm or some existence, this is true. That's fine. They have no evidence of it, of course. So it can be conjured up by fantasy or anything else, which is fine with me. Now, it's very different from somebody saying those images are reality. That's when we have problems. That's not true, because you have to provide evidence and then justify those images.
I
So
think
if you
so
can't
too.
but if you can't do that, if you say, well, there's really no way I can do that, I have to take it on credit that whoever took these images are forthcoming with truth.
And all right. So I don't want to be this guy.
Be that guy.
There is like an upcoming thing. Everyone knows it. The final experiment. Like we have to talk about it a little bit, because it's important to get a model that comports with the reality of the world that we can all understand.
Why is that important?
Okay. Well,
Let me dig into your psyche. Let me dig into your psyche a little bit, because I think sometimes that needs to happen. Why do you think that's important, Cortigo?
I think that the distance from South Africa to South America, the tips from Cape whatever to Cape whatever, those would not make sense if under the flat Earth theory. Like
yeah, but no, I guess what I'm saying is, why do you need it to be a model? Why can it not be explained per the ways that we know now, which are just with maps and different ways? There's not a gold standard map that anybody can point to say this is the reality of the situation. We can't do that. That hasn't been done by anyone.
The truth is because I think, and this is going to sound like bullshit,
I don't care.
And I'm not trying to bullshit you. It's because I think that you're a sophisticated community, and you should have a model. Like, you should have.
Yeah, but those are okay. So we'll go back to your feelings again, and you feel like that's what we need because you think that we can articulate our points out very well. But I think the macro sense of it all is that it's not able to be done because of the fact that there's limiters put on what we can do in the macro sense. So we're talking about vast swaths of territories. So if we're going to say that vast swaths of territories can be put into a model, I think that would be disingenuous of us. Because if there is some way, and let's say you guys that think that the Earth is a globe have already achieved it, then surely there's a great way that we can have a gold standard map by now.
Okay.
Let me put it to you this way: if it was possible that these satellites go into these locations, right, logistically to a place that we say as flat earthers cannot exist, and you say can exist, then surely now, today, 2024, right, there would be gold standard maps that we go by that would be flawless, because we have the technology, we have the capabilities to give these maps out to people. Now, the problem is that even though we have all of this technology, we still do not have the gold standard of maps to look at. In fact, we're using the Mercator projection to then look at the Earth overall, like a worldview. So we have a situation here, Cortigo.
Yeah.
If we do have the,
Are you saying we're not using satellites?
If we do have the technology like satellites to do these, taking images of the Earth, then today, right now, we would have the gold standard of maps. I mean, the absolute perfection of maps because we have the technology to do so. Would you agree with me on that, Cortigo? If that were the case.
Yes. Well, yes, and let me just say that I think the claim is that we do have the gold standard. Like the claim is that
so that's what's been said, but what can be shown? Now, if that's true, I'm asking for the evidence of that. So where do we have this gold standard map, and can somebody please point me to it? Because I've never been shown one.
Depends what you mean by gold standard of maps. But Google Maps is pretty good.
Right. So if that is the gold standard, then what is the map projection that is Google Maps is using? Now you need to think about this because it isn't just the word Google Maps. They're actually using a projection. So what is that? Now I'm asking the room because it's been brought up in this conversation by other people, not you, Cortigo. So what is the projection that is useful, or excuse me, that's used by Google Maps? What is the map projection? I'm asking. It's a question. You can answer it if you know it. If not, then I'll know that you don't know.
What do you mean? Are you talking about how they map the images that they're taking to like the shape of the Earth? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Google Maps is using a map projection. Now, what map projection is that?
Okay, I've never heard map projection. Can you explain that?
Yeah.
It uses Mercator. You zoom out to the Earth view.
Yep. Say it again, percentage. I don't think they heard the back row.
It uses Mercator. And then you could, like, as an option, you could look at it through like the globe view.
Mm-hmm. Now, some of you didn't know that. I think that's the problem. Well, a lot of it
comes from... Are you
comes
saying that it looks round when you turn that setting on?
No. All right. I don't know. You're not familiar with maps, but if you are, look at what the Mercator project. You can look it up. It's honestly, you could just look in Google. Anyway,
I guess I have to provide my own sources for your claims. That's fine.
Yeah. Anyway, if you look at how old the Mercator projection is, then you'll find out the reason why I'm saying this. That even though we have the technology that we have today, we don't have the capability to have a gold standard map kind of being put forward. We're using a map projection that's severely outdated. So back to Cortigo, I guess the idea that we have this technology to put forth a map that would solidify this gold standard, we don't have that. So all we have are these other map projections that have been used for, hundreds of years.
Right.
Okay.
So my objection would be is that there's a lot of systems that we rely on just as human beings. The things, the technology that we have, like you'll concede that Discord is a complex system. The internet is a complex system. All of these rely on what we colloquially know as this network of communication.
Corrigo, before you finish, I'm just gonna pass this buck off to another team member if somebody's in here for 24/7. You guys want to chime in and take the conversation over from Cortigo about maps and where we are with technology, and if there was a gold standard, we would have it by now. If you guys can pick up from there. If not, I'll talk to you later about it, Cortigo. I gotta get going though.
You're rolling out?
I gotta work, man. Like I'm just taking a break right now.
Veritas, you're my favorite. You know that, right?
Well, we've come a long way. I don't want to just,
I'm a fuck, but you're my favorite. Like, I'm a bastard. You're a good guy. You're my favorite.
Nah, don't say it like that, man. We've all come a long way. Even Doofus was showing a little reform tonight. So
I have my own problems. You're a good guy. I'll catch you later.
Yeah, well, I'll be listening. I won't be saying shit.
All right. So to pick off to pick up where Veritas left off is so. Let me start with like a history lesson. In the late 1800s, early 1900s, we started dredging lines, communication lines between the continents, and those lines established communication. That it was there were copper wire lines that we literally had, and they went from ocean to ocean, and that was the first standard of communication from the east coast of the United States all the way to Europe, and that's that was kind of the early entry point, and we've gone from there. We've developed from there. So if anyone wants to object to that, like I'll hear your objections. We can talk about it.
Objection.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you hear my objection?
I heard your that you said objection. Do you have an objection?
I just said it, didn't I? I gave it to you. I don't have it anymore.
Well, you can say objection. So I am by trade a lawyer. Like, do you have a
Okay,
like
but
a
you're not a
base?
judge, so I guess so you shouldn't be asking for objections.
You're right. You're right. Okay.
Sustained.
I will. I don't have a basis to sustain your objection. Based off of your objection, like I
Anyways,
the preponderance of the evidence shows.
I'm not exactly on board with what Veritas was saying, because Google could easily choose to make it so when you zoom out, it doesn't show the Mercator projection. It just like turns into the globe as you zoom out. So I'm not like, and then in that case, the gold standard would be a globe, so that proves the globe. No, I'm not on board with that argument.
Yeah, if I objected to the globe model, I would object to every single bit of anything that Google tried to substantiate. Like I would not consider anything that Google presented as like an actual
You would object to it if it's from Google?
You think the giant Leviathan
Unless
head
they have
down at
something
the
else,
Drake
unless they have
Passage is fake?
something that can really tie anything that they're saying to reality, yeah, I would absolutely object to Google. And I would
Overruled.
do.
What were you saying, Casey? JC, what are you saying? Guess we lost him.
No, I would absolutely object to Google. I don't care how many.
Why don't you trust Google? Where did Google touch you?
I don't think Google is a source for good. I think Google is kind of a fuck.
What makes you say that?
I think they're okay. Well, from a legal standpoint, I think Google is a corporation, and I don't think corporations are in the interest of people. I am in the interest of people.
What about someone that incorporates but they're like just like a real estate agent that just incorporates for better tax rate? They're still a person.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I think there is a gradient. I think that all of those things
You're saying the bigger the corporation, the more evil it is.
Evil is a strong word.
The
So
more gay
even
they are.
so, even if you go to the very bottom, I don't think that the individual who has a corporation who's at the very bottom, I don't think they care about people in general. I think they want their corporation to do well, but they don't necessarily consider like the global whatever influence or whatever. I just think that it becomes more evil, or it becomes more impactful when you consider it on a more, when companies become a global company, like when companies become bigger.
Well, you said you're a lawyer, right?
I am a lawyer. I'm an Oklahoma lawyer.
Okay. You work at a firm?
I do.
And that firm, is it an LLC?
It is.
So you are part of a corporation?
Yep.
And you're just saying that corporations are gay and they suck?
Well, I don't know if I said that they're gay and they suck. I think that there are problems with corporations that
You're part of the problem right now.
Okay, so I think that the problems with corporations scale with their size, and so you could zero that out.
Since you're a small firm, you're not a problem. That's what you're trying to say?
Yeah, I think you could zero it out.
Isn't that convenient for you?
It is convenient, but I think it's also the truth.
Convenient truth.
Although I will say, without getting into any specific details, so I'm a very new lawyer. I became a lawyer within the past 6 months. I can't give like super specific
You just
details.
completed your bar a while ago, huh?
Yeah, I passed the July bar in Oklahoma, but I do have problems ethically a little bit with a couple of the cases that, like, we will win. Like, we will win these cases. I do have a little bit of problems morally with the way that it happened. Like, I will say that.
Ooh.
I can't give any details.
Oh, you can't? Come on, man. Give more details, but keep it anonymous.
Okay. Do you guys want to have fun? Okay, so there was a concrete pouring company. So I deal mostly right now with municipal law. So we represent a city, and a company poured concrete.
Got a contract with.
Yeah. So they were contracted to pour concrete, and the machine that they use, the truck that they use, the truck had malfunctioned in the past. They thought it was good on that day. They poured concrete. They added too much water to the concrete. It destroyed the quality of the concrete. Okay, so they poured water on the concrete. It destroyed the quality of the concrete, and the person who contracted the business, they lost confidence in our company, the company that we subcontracted, and they said, we're not going to hire you for this future contract. Okay, so the tort is, so for anyone who isn't experienced in law, a tort is basically you break your leg and someone owes you money because you broke your leg. Like someone did something wrong. It's not wrong by the law, but it's wrong just for being wrong. So what happened is, we are arguing that this person, that this company used a boom truck that they knew was malfunctioning on the job, and basically that
they mixed in too much water.
And that they mixed into it much water, and that they knew, or they should have known, that they're mixing in too much water would have ruined the quality of the concrete. But we're going further than that, and we're arguing that they knew of the prospective business relationship between this company and the people that we're doing work for, and so this company
they had a duty of care.
There was a duty of care. So the company that like I'm representing, and the company that they were doing this concrete work for, they basically said, "You fucked up our concrete job. We're not going to hire you again." And so any prospective business relationship that we have is over. So our argument is that they destroyed a prospective business relationship. And under Oklahoma law, that is a tort. Like interference with a prospective business relationship. So by
like future earnings.
Yeah, exactly. So there was a job that our client estimates to be a $500,000 job. Was destroyed by so it all goes to intent. So some of the elements that are hard to overcome are they have to have known that this relationship existed. So they have to have known that you had this prospective business relationship with this company.
This is to establish mens rea?
Yeah, I guess it is. So
did they know?
So they did have mens rea. They well, no, actually, so mens rea is more important in a criminal context. This is a civil context.
And intention. But did they know or not?
So our argument is that they knew that their actions were wrongful because
They had a fiscal responsibility.
Well, because they had equipment that had been faulty in the past. So the equipment that they use, it's a boom truck. Like I don't know if you know anything about concrete, but it's a big truck that has a boom on the top, and it pours concrete from the top. Like it's bigger than the little spinny concrete trucks or whatever that you see normally. So it's a big ass truck, and it pours concrete from it. So it's a boom truck. So it had malfunctioned in the past. So what we said is that they were using a malfunctioning boom truck. So the thing is, it had malfunctioned in the past. Our argument is it is a malfunctioning boom truck. So what they're going to try to argue is, yeah, it malfunctioned in the past. That doesn't mean it's going to malfunction today. Like we're saying, it was a malfunctioning boom truck, and it did malfunction on that day. Like they brought it to the job, it fucked up, and yeah, like they owe us for that. So the elements that we need to prove are that they knew of the prospective business relationship between us and this other client. They did know, like that we have enough evidence to establish that they knew that we were in contract with this third party, and yeah, we can establish that.
So what's like the dicey, morally objective thing that you're talking about, though?
I don't think, if you really analyze it, I don't think that they did anything wrong. I think that this company, they were subcontracted to pour concrete on this job, their equipment malfunctioned. So they're a small company. They have shitty equipment. Their equipment malfunctioned. And maybe they're liable for like $20,000 worth of damage. Like they didn't pour the concrete right. The current job that they got subcontracted with, this small job that they got subcontracted with, was kind of fucked.
So you're saying because they were subcontractors, they didn't have any fiduciary responsibility to the other company?
I don't know that they didn't have any fiduciary responsibility. I'm just saying from an equity standpoint, they had this small job. It was a small job. It was a $20,000 job. But they might be on the hook for this $500,000 job because there is a tort for breach of a prospective business relationship. So the argument is that because they fucked up on this job, our client lost this bigger job. So because we subcontracted with these guys and they fucked it up, our client said, "Okay, I don't want to deal with you anymore. You're off the job. I'm going to contract with someone else." And so we lost the $500,000 job. And I don't think that that's fair. I don't think that you can fuck up a $25,000 job and somehow be liable for the $500,000 job. Like it makes a little bit of sense to me, but it doesn't make complete sense to me. Like someone has to explain it to me better.
Yeah. Okay, what's the other case that you said was morally objective?
Yeah, and so we're gonna win. Like we will win this case. Like all the facts support our case. So unless like we have an activist judge, and even then we'll just appeal it. Like we'll win. It's one of those situations where you can win a case, and I'm just a peon. Like I don't get any extra money if I win or not. Like this is my first job in a law firm. Like I'm not like fiduciarily tied to this company. Like I don't get any extra money whether or not we win or not. I'm just looking at it from a moral standpoint, and I feel bad. I feel bad for this other company. People can look it up too. It's the case is called Johnson v. Cordova. You can look it up from the Oklahoma Secretary of State website. So if anyone were interested, you can go on to OSSOS.gov and you could look it up. But yeah, like I'm not a shill for corporations or for lawyers for what that's worth. I just have my job. I don't make very much money. Kind of doing what they tell me to do. What do you guys think? You guys want to talk about some constitutional issues that are pressing in Oklahoma, where I'm at right now? The Oklahoma, I think he's the Secretary of Education, has a requirement. Like he says this is required. that all classrooms, K through 12, have a Bible in their classroom. And until it gets challenged, that is the law. So he says it's important enough to our understanding of Oklahoma, our understanding of literature, our understanding of mathematics, that every classroom has to have a Bible, whatever that means.
What if it's used? What if it's being used to make sure one of the tables don't wobble?
Well, I think that there is a real liberal interpretation of what it means to have a Bible in your classroom. So this is all being challenged right now. I think it will make it to the Supreme Court of the United States. But right now, the order is the order from the Secretary of Education is that all classrooms must have a Bible in their classroom. Whatever that means, we don't know. We in Oklahoma, we don't know how to interpret that. That's just his order.
Did you say for the state of Oklahoma or at the federal level? Which one did you say?
No. The state of Oklahoma. You can look it up. It's the Oklahoma Secretary of Education orders a Bible in every classroom. You can type in those words, and you'll get probably numerous explanations of what's going on. So his argument is that
I think it's worth pointing out. Like, I'm not for Bibles in the classroom, but I think it's worth pointing out they're showing pornography in other classrooms and other places, like around where I live.
What do you mean by pornography?
Well, maybe wait. Let me say this right. Smut, I think is the technical term. It's not necessarily pornographic pictures, but you know.
Is it like a means to an end? Like is it something that they at least offer a justification?
Something about being inclusive, but I don't think it's I don't think there's any inclusiveness needed in regards to sexual acts and children.
Okay.
Like, I mean, by all means, teach them what they need to learn in health class, but I don't think you need to go further than that. I think going further than that is going too far.
Sure. And in our classroom, under the standard that has come, it's this semester. Like it's right now. The Oklahoma Secretary of Education has ordered every classroom. You're American, right? I assume.
Yeah.
So he has ordered every classroom have a Bible in it. Whether or not you are a mathematics classroom.
Are they even reading from it? Like, you're saying one's in every classroom. Like, what? Sitting on the bookshelf in the corner and collecting dust? Like,
well, there's probably a lot of that because a Bible has no place in mathematics, right? Like how do you even incorporate that? But no, he has further stated that it has to be incorporated into the classroom. So they have to find a way to incorporate the Christian Bible into their studies. Like, if this sounds like I'm just making it up, it is as obtuse as it sounds. Like, it is as real as it sounds. It is.
no, I believe it. I just don't think it's the worst thing that's going on in classrooms these days.
Well, maybe it's not the worst thing that's going on in the classroom. But it's a thing that's going on where I live, and people trying to force the Bible on people is
So, I'm wondering, are you aware of the laws in Washington State? I'm not sure if they're enacted now. I think they are, but that have to do with people under the age of 18, minors, children, legal children, and how if they are told by their parents that they're not allowed to, get sex change operations, that they can go with certain people from the state legally and get sex change operations without the knowledge or approval of their parents in the state of Washington.
Yeah. What I'll say about that is
Seems a little bit more of a controversial thing than what you're talking about.
No. Absolutely. So, like, I didn't know anything specifically about Washington State, but from what you say, so I'm analyzing like what the federal powers are when it comes to that, and we're working with a 200-year-old system, and oftentimes it just doesn't necessarily account for some of the kind of modern day things that you talk about, like where people, like when underage people like want.
I'm just talking about basically the rights that parents would have over their children they no longer have.
Well,
And
why don't you reiterate what you just talked about 30 seconds ago, and I'll tell you if there are legal claims.
I'll admit I'm not actually sure if they're getting away with it yet, or they're already have, or just have been really trying hard to. But I know they're trying hard to.
No, that's fine.
Like the legislature of Washington State, the legislature of Oregon as well. I just think that Washington, at least, if my memory serves me correctly, they're successful with it.
I'm gonna be my best ambulance chaser while you reiterate kind of what they're doing over there.
Well, I'm just saying, like, sort of a cult of many different layers and different kinds of cults, and
well, what are they doing?
Well, it's they're being very suggestive. I hope this. I kind of want to. I'm not even sure if I should say what I want to say because I don't want to harm the YouTube channel, which is reserved for.
I'll go.
If it's going to be. The idea is if it's going to be censored, it's going to be censored for flat Earth, not other things.
Here, I'll jump into any channel you want. Let's see. Let me look.
Just send me a message and we'll talk tomorrow. Like I don't have work tomorrow, but I gotta get to sleep because I gotta stick to a sleep schedule.
Okay.
So I'll talk to you later. Night.
All right, Letterman.
Cortico, when you were talking about, you said the Bible and math classes.
Yeah.
Have you heard about Christian arithmetic?
I have heard about Christian arithmetic. I've also heard about Arabic arithmetic. I've heard about Greek. I've heard about all these different contributions that different societies have had to mathematics. And when someone says that it is necessary to understand the Bible, to understand XYZ subject, I reject it because it discounts the contributions of what we know to be true as far like Arabic numerals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The things that we write with are Arabic numerals. So when someone says it's a Christian thing. It's just not a Christian thing. I think they're anti-historic, but I'm willing to listen to you.
Okay, so are you aware that the Bible has hundreds of references to math, including subtraction, multiplication, division, stuff like that?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then if you know that most math textbooks are designed to emphasize biblical values and include reading or reasoning problems that involve spiritual lessons or biblical principles.
Yep.
And then I just don't see how you can make that point. And you could say it's not valuable to have in a classroom. And as the other guy said, it could just be sitting in the corner collecting dust, right?
Okay. So let's be a little bit more succinct. Could you make your argument a little bit more succinct? Like A, B, C. Like so in this passage of the Bible they discuss this, therefore we need the Bible. Like does there exist an argument that can be A, B, C? Job said this, therefore we need this, and therefore we need this to understand mathematics.
Yeah, mathematical knowledge is given by God. For by him all things were created.
I just think that there are a lot of arguments against that. Like a lot of our mathematics come from the global history of the earth. I'm not an expert in mathematics by any means, but I know that Christianity was not responsible for trigonometry. That came from Arabic. We didn't do that. They did. So I just don't buy the argument that it is necessary in our understanding of trigonometry or just mathematics that we have a Bible in the classroom.
Okay, so are you an agnostic or an atheist?
I would consider myself maybe an agnostic leaning towards Christian worldview.
I see. Therein lies the problem.
Tell me more.
Well, I mean, obviously it's just a pointless argument or debate to have with you. I mean, I'm not, frustrated with you. You're not frustrated with me. You seem like a good guy, but if you're an agnostic, then there's really no point to this conversation. You don't believe, so fair enough.
Well, I'm not trying to establish policy for my sake, right? Like I'm trying to figure out what's best for an entire well, not just one school district. I'm looking at like the entire state of Oklahoma. Like what is right for the state of Oklahoma? Like what should we learn? And when the Secretary of Education says that the Christian Bible is necessary to have in every classroom, put in every class, and you can look this up. Like this isn't just me saying this. This is national news.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at the article.
So I'm wondering on multiple levels, like what are the implications of the First Amendment? What does it mean to have separation of church and state? When he's saying like you have to you have to have this in a math classroom. Like that's a concern to me. Like does this not resonate with you?
If there's no coercion by the government, then the government can accommodate and in some cases promote religion, especially in schools. How do you teach history, English, the number one best-selling book in, probably the world, or at least in American history?
Well, I mean, do you think the Christian Bible is the best mathematical book in the history of the world?
No, but it is valuable. It does it references a lot of things about addition, subtraction, multiplication, division.
Well, I don't even know if it has that.
Well, yeah. So again,
And see,
like I
the
said.
the question is how would you feel about the Quran being required in every classroom in Oklahoma? Oklahoma.
Well, obviously, it's a little different in
It would suck.
Oklahoma.
It would suck, right? If every classroom was required to have that, because the Arabs, I don't know any other way to put it. Like the Arabs, like I sound like a dick.
That's fine.
I think that they were more advanced in mathematics. If we're just talking about temporal, we're just talking about time. They were more advanced in mathematics than the Christians. I don't know how to. I don't know how
So
to.
you're telling me that the Quran invented trigonometry?
I think that they had a lot to do with it. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but the initial development of trigonometry, including the concept of chords, is attributed to the ancient Greek mathematicians.
That's true. But do you think that it should fall on who did it first, whether or not we learn the Bible or the Quran? Like, should it fall on who did it first? Like, who can make the best arguments? Or should we just not have religious text, and should we just talk about mathematics? Like what is a better program?
I mean, I just don't see the issue with having it in the classroom, especially if it's going to prove valuable to some students.
So you think that the Bible should be ordered to be in every classroom?
I mean, mathematics is a fantastic vehicle for understanding God. And as we study and discover the order in which God has created the universe, as well as like rationality He's given us over image bearers, we're brought to greater depths of awe and gratitude over His work in person.
Is that your religious belief?
I mean, yeah, I guess so.
Obviously, you and I, we both understand that this is a religious belief, right?
Of course.
So we're talking about an objective truth. And obviously, a person who fundamentally believes in a religious belief, like believes that to be an objective truth. So maybe it's not fair for me to word it like that.
That's a fair point.
But we're talking about communities of Jews. We're talking about communities of Arabs. We're talking about communities of atheists. We're talking about all sorts of communities. My question to you is: we're trying to say that these teachers have to teach these subjects to the standard. How could they teach it if so? We're saying it's necessary for them to have had this indoctrination or these beliefs. How could they even teach it if I don't even know how to word this. I'm trying. I'm trying to do it for you. We're saying it's necessary to believe in the Bible to teach these things. If they didn't believe in the Bible in the first place, how do we expect them to teach these things?
Oh, I guess that's a tough question. No, I know.
All right, Jedi is telling me to stop rambling.
Just be more succinct, dude.
Yeah, I was trying. It's a difficult subject. It's a difficult subject.
I know. You just cut the waffle out and just try and be succinct, dude, please.
You're right. I just don't think that religion has a place in education. If I had my leave to write a paper about it, I could probably write something really good that would sound really well and would probably be persuasive.
Just on that point, just on that point, you said religion has no part in education, so shouldn't we be educated about religions then? Is that what you're saying?
I think that we should be educated about religion. I think
So
we absolutely should
educated.
be.
So it has some part.
Yeah. I think that in order to understand literature, all of I think philosophy, you have to have religious teachings. Like I absolutely think you have to have religious teachings. In fact,
history as well.
Yeah. I think in order to understand history, you have to.
English.
Yeah. I think that
In
it's
education.
important. I
You've gone
just
from
think.
Sorry, Corsico, you've gone from it has no place in education to agreeing with us about 3-4 times with the reasons to us why it should have a place in education.
Yeah, if that's the implication that I made, then I was wrong. I think that I think it's very obvious that religion is important in understanding numerous subjects. I just don't think that in order to learn mathematics, that the state should be able to tell you that you have to have a Christian Bible in it to understand mathematics, to understand trigonometry, and that is the standard in Oklahoma. The state of Oklahoma in the United States is today, right now. It's being challenged, by the way. But in the state of Oklahoma in the United States, a trigonometry classroom has to have a Christian Bible, and I don't think that's right.
Yeah. Well, if you look into, the exact thing you're talking about, the mandate would focus on grades 5th through 12 with an emphasis on the Bible's influence on history and literature, areas where the Bible has historically been accepted in public education.
But it is required in every classroom, is the way that the Secretary of Education explained it. He wrote the thing you're reading right
Yeah, no,
now.
of course, because of course it has value in math and science as well.
I don't think it has value in math.
I mean, for younger grades when applicable, it definitely does.
Explain yourself.
I mean, I've already explained how I think, it has it's very beneficial for addition, subtraction, and multiplication, division. We've went through this already.
Do you think the Christian Bible is helpful in understanding addition and subtraction?
Well, it's the subtle element that uses number symbolism to transform multiplicity into unity. Like the text uses a parable of finding a lost 100th sheep to discuss the role of the Savior.
You just said a lot of things. Could you dumb it down?
I don't know if I can, but I think it's valuable in all these schools. And even if you look into it, it really is focusing on history and English. It's not really focusing on math and science, but it would prove applicable there too.
I mean, we're talking about math, right?
Yeah.
So why is it important to math?
You want to go through Christian arithmetic again, or about biblical values and reasoning problems that involve, biblical principles?
Why is it exclusive to biblical principles? Why is it exclusive to biblical principles? Not why it can be taught by biblical principles. Why it is exclusive to our understanding of biblical principles, or why it is exclusive to our understanding of mathematics. Because the Japanese, they're just as advanced as us. They didn't learn mathematics through biblical principles. Why is it important that why is it necessary that we have our understanding in mathematics taught through biblical principles when every other society on earth, even the teachers who teach these things, even the people who are responsible for teaching us, why is it responsible or why is it necessary for us to understand this through the lens of biblical teaching? And you have to understand, the people that are teaching us these things, the people that are teaching us these mathematics.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.